who furthers the forces of law and order is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. The shadow uses his hypnotic power to cloud men's minds so that they cannot see him. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the unseen voice of the shadow belongs.
Today's story, Prelude to Terror. Cooper.
Yeah, Professor Baker. I thought you'd like this cup of hot tea.
Yes, thanks. Helps to keep me awake. And I have a lot of work to do tonight.
Shall I pour it, sir?
Yes, please. Oh, isn't this your night off, Cooper?
Yes, sir. I passed the house on my way home and saw your lights on. I know how you enjoy a late cup of tea.
Very considerate of you, Cooper. Very. But it's late, and you must get your rest. Oh, the doorbell. I wonder who that could be at this hour of night.
Shall I answer it, sir?
Yes, Cooper, yes. I'll take care of the tea.
All right. Amy, what are you doing here?
Cut the gab. Close the door.
I know. Braden sent you.
Where's old man Baker?
Upstairs in his study.
Okay.
Hey, wait. I wanted you to do this. I wanted you to hide him.
You keep your mouth shut unless you want to go back and finish out that prison term you ran out on.
Hey, leave Professor Baker alone, please. I'm not going to be in on this. I'm getting out.
Well, who was the late call? Oh, I thought it was Cooper. What do you...
Gee, you're sure jumpy tonight, Braden. What are you walking up and down like that for? Something on your mind?
Yeah, big things. Things you'd never understand. I wonder what's keeping Heaney. Should have been here half an hour ago.
Think he might have muffed things, boss?
I hope not.
There he is now.
Open up.
Okay, boss. We was just talking about you.
Yeah, what's this?
Well, Heaney, what happened? You have any trouble?
Ah, not much. I just put 2 slugs into the old guy, Professor Baker. He's dead. The rest was easy.
What about Cooper?
He was scared stiff. He lit out.
You let him get away?
Yeah, you don't have to worry about that guy. He's too scared to talk.
You should have put the silencer on him anyway.
And you're the boss, Braden. What do you want me to do?
Take no chances. Dig Cooper up and close his trap for keeps.
Okay, boss. I'll take care of him.
You get the stuff I sent you after?
Yeah, sure did.
Let me have it.
And let's see. I get it right inside here. Yep. Here you are, boss. The old professor had it right where you said.
Yeah. This is it, all right.
What is it, Braden? Looks like an empty bottle to me.
It's a colorless, odorless gas. The most powerful explosive in existence. Enough to blow up this whole city.
Huh?
This is all there is in the world.
Yeah? What are you going to do with it?
You'll find out. Hey, Ingerstall.
Yes, boss. What's on your mind?
You used to be a chemist, right?
Still am. The best outside the law.
All right, I want you to take this gas out of this little bottle and seal it in that crate of light bulbs I got last night. Think you can do it?
I guess so. How much gas to the bulb?
Wait, I'll help you. Morgan, Grace, all of you, come here.
Well, what's up, Braden?
Plenty. When we get these explosive light bulbs fixed up, I want you to go out and plant them in light sockets everywhere. In stores, houses, public buildings all over the city.
Well, what's the big idea, Braden?
I'm going to plunge the city into total darkness for one night.
Total darkness?
How you going to make them douse their lights?
Look, we get these bulbs planted before noon tomorrow. When it gets dark, they'll turn on lights. And some of these places will be blown to bits.
Oh,
The next night, they won't dare turn on a light.
Yeah? Where do we come in? What does that get us?
What does it get us, you sap? Don't you see? When the city blacks out, we move in and take over.
Oh,
Yeah. I've drawn up a chart showing exactly where the explosive bulbs ought to be planted.
You ain't missed a trick, huh,
This
Braden?
is a big job. Now we'll need plenty of help for the cleanup. Round up every dip, rod man, gangster, any crook you know. Have them here in the mill tomorrow night.
Okay, don't worry, boss.
As soon as everything's set, we'll move in under cover of darkness.
They poor cots. They will be helpless.
Yeah. We'll rob, steal, pillage to our heart's content. We'll take everything that's not nailed down.
Boy, what a stunt.
Well, that's a crook's paradise.
Greatest idea I've ever heard.
It's the greatest idea in the history of crime. I'm going to create a reign of terror like this country's never known.
Something for a youngster, you say, madam?
Yes, I don't exactly know what I want.
Well, is it a boy or a girl?
A girl. I'm her grandmother.
Oh, is that so? Well, I have a little girl, too. How old is your granddaughter?
She's just 4 months old.
Oh, well, then you must see our modern nursery. The infant things are all in there. Will you come right this way, please?
So I would like something in a suede handbag.
You step right in.
Thank you.
Oh, it's rather dark, isn't it? Well, I'll put on more light. That switch is... here we are.
Get out! The walls are crumbling!
Somebody, please give me a hand. There's a child buried under here.
The whole front's blown out. Oh, this is terrible. Awful.
Get back there. Keep away now.
All right, lend a hand here, Ben. We can't handle the wounded. Come on. Look, there's a girl in that window up there.
She's going to jump.
Don't jump. Wait.
Car burns. Last stop. But conductor, I'm going all the way to Henshaw Terrace. There'll be another car right behind you, mister. What do you know? You folks can sit in the waiting room over there.
Pretty dark in this waiting room. How about some light?
Yeah, there's a switch right behind you.
Oh, yes. I'll turn it on.
Anything else, Commissioner Weston?
Yes. Detail as many men as you can spare to the Castle Street car barns. And swear in every able-bodied volunteer you can find as a special deputy. I'll broadcast an appeal to all doctors and nurses in this entire territory to report there at once. Stay right on the job, Brophy. Phone me again in 10 minutes.
Okay, Commissioner Weston. Goodbye.
Lamont Cranston to see you, Commissioner.
Cranston. Well, you tell him for me.
Hello, Commissioner Weston. Why don't you tell me yourself?
I'm busy, Cranston. What do you want?
I came to see if there's anything I can do to help in this horrible catastrophe.
If you can swing a pick, drag a hose, or carry a stretcher, there's plenty for you to do.
I've already done my bit in that direction. For the moment, I'm interested in the reason for these awful crimes.
Now, wait a minute, Cranston. I've got more on my mind than just sitting here and satisfying your curiosity.
This is not just curiosity, Commissioner. I've got a theory.
So has everybody else. I've got no time for crackpot theories.
You certainly are flattering, Commissioner.
Well, I'm not running a school for amateur detectives.
No, I'd never suspect you of pedagogic inclinations, Commissioner. But tell me, do you know how the explosions occurred last night?
No, I don't. All I know is that the two places went up when the lights went on.
Then I'm sure I can help you.
If you have any evidence, any facts, I'm willing to listen. But I don't want to hear any more theories.
All right, Commissioner, calm yourself and I'll explain.
I am calm.
Of course you are. Now, my theory is this.
What?
Oh, all right, let's put it this way. My hunch is this.
Go ahead. Get it off your chest and let me get back to work.
You want to clear up the mystery of these explosions, don't you, Commissioner?
That, Cranston, would seem to be the general idea.
Then you must first find out who killed Professor Baker.
Are you trying to tell me that there's a connection between the death of Baker and these explosions?
I'm not just trying, I'm telling you. There is, definitely.
What makes you so sure about it?
I happen to know that Professor Baker was experimenting with an explosive, such as might have been used in these two blasts.
Where does your theory go from there?
Professor Baker was killed for possession of that explosive. Find his killers, and you found the men responsible for the other crimes.
But where's the motive? What reason could they have had for blowing up those places and killing all those people?
That I don't know.
There you are, in a blind alley. You have a theory and nothing to support it. Now run along, Cranston. My nerves won't stand any more of this nonsense.
You must listen to me, Commissioner. You've got...
Now I've got... Hello?
Hello, Commissioner Weston.
Yes, who's this?
Never mind that. I got some dope for you.
What do you mean?
Those 2 explosions last night were bad, huh? Well, that's only a little sample of what's coming tonight.
What? What did you say?
You heard me. You're going to have a worse mess on your hands if you don't carry out my orders.
Orders?
I want this city in total darkness tonight.
Total darkness?
If there's an electric light, auto headlamp, or even a flashlight turned on, you're going to get a bouquet of explosions worse than yesterday.
You must be stark mad. You'll never get away with this.
Try me and see. Either the lights go out or the city goes up.
Hello. Hello, hello. Cranston, did you hear that?
Yes, I did, Commissioner.
What are we going to do? It'll be dark in a few hours.
Commissioner, that man must be stopped. If he's not, this city will be the scene of indescribable horror tonight. We've got to stop him.
Explosive light bulbs threaten more blast. Mystery voice warns Commissioner West. Explosive electric lamps spread through city. Read all about it. Terrible. We won't have any light.
How are we going to see in the dark?
Place tonight?
Me neither. I don't want my family to know. But what are we going to do?
Dr. Moss? Dr. Moss?
Dr. Moss, do something. Please save my little bambina.
Well, I'll do all I can, Mrs. Vanetti. Your child is very sick.
Oh, my bambina, my baby. What are we going to do, Doctor?
That child won't last an hour if we don't operate at once.
We can't do that. You'll dare turn on the light.
Well, we've got to do something.
Couldn't we operate by candlelight?
Oh, that's impossible. The operation's too delicate.
Oh, please, Dottore, help my baby.
Nurse.
Yes, Doctor.
I'm going to operate.
But the lights, Doctor.
I can't stand here and see this child die. We've got to take the chance. Turn on the lights.
But very well, Doctor. I'll turn them on.
Hello?
Mayor Hamilton,
Yes. Who is it speaking?
this is the Shadow.
Shadow? Oh, yes, yes. Now, what can I do for you?
Mr. Mayor, the hospital has just been blown up.
What? The hospital? Good heavens, that can't be possible.
It's true, Mr. Mayor.
I can hardly believe it. What hellish fiend can be responsible for this?
Mr. Mayor, you've got to act at once. You must make any other explosions tonight impossible.
Of course, but how can I do that?
Order the city power plant to cut the main switch.
The main switch?
It's the only way. You can't depend on all the people keeping their lights out.
But cutting the main power switch will tie up everything in the city.
It's that, Mr. Mayor, or death, destruction, and panic.
Very well. I'll order the power cut at once.
Sure is dark. I can't see where I'm walking. Wonder what street we're on now. Oh, does it matter? I'm lost. We're all lost. I'm sorry, lady. I didn't see you.
Hold that lantern higher, Bill. We don't want to walk off the viaduct.
Okay, Fred. Boy, am I glad I found this old wagon lamp. This is a swell idea.
Yeah, it's a swell target.
It shot right out of my hand.
When that gang said the city would have to black out, they meant black out.
No, we can't keep flying around here all night. Our gas is running out. You've got to set her down someplace. Can't understand it. I couldn't possibly have missed the city. We've cruised around for 20 minutes now, and I haven't seen a single light. We just have to keep going while the gas holds out. Then what? Then we start praying, brother.
Main switch is turned off. No lights, no power. Nothing but bewilderment, uncertainty.
Oh, this is awful, Lamont. What are people going to do?
I'm afraid this is all leading to something worse, Margot. A prelude to a greater terror.
Lamont, you must do something.
I've racked my brain for a solution, some faint clue, and I'm stuck. I don't know what to do.
You just can't sit and wait for some new terror to strike Lamont.
There must be some loose thread that might unravel this whole vicious pattern. Margot.
Yes, Lamont?
I've got an idea.
Yes?
Professor Baker's hired man, Cooper. The police released him. They said he proved that he was not in the house the night the professor was killed.
Yes?
It just struck me. The killer's fingerprints were on the handle of the door to the old man's study. But there were none on the knob of the street door. Don't you see it, Margot? Somebody opened the door for the killer.
Cooper.
Perhaps.
But Lamont...
Come on, Margot. We've got to find Cooper. The shadow has got to talk to that man. He may be the thread I've hoped for.
Sure, that's the last candle I have in the house, Mr. Cooper. They're very scarce now. But at least you'll be able to finish your packing.
Thanks, Mrs. Kelly.
Oh, my, no. I'm not sorry to see you go. But I don't blame anybody for getting out of this cursed city, that I don't.
Yeah, sure. Now, if you don't mind, I got a lot of packing to do. Good night, Mrs. Kelly.
Well, if that's the way you feel, goodbye and good riddance to you, Mr. Cooper.
What's your hurry, Cooper?
Who's that?
What are you running away from?
Me? What? Where are you? I can't see you.
I'm the Shadow, Cooper.
The Shadow?
You know of me, don't you? Now listen, Cooper. I've got to talk fast, and so do you.
I got nothing to talk about.
Cooper, you share responsibility for the death and destruction in this city.
No, that's a lie. I had nothing to do with it.
You know the man who killed Professor Baker. You've got to tell me who he is.
I can't.
You must. You alone can release the city from the grip of terror that man has placed it in.
I don't know anything about it, I tell you.
You're lying, Cooper. I know. You opened the door for the killer.
I wouldn't hurt the old man.
You were with him just before he died.
But I had nothing to do with his death. Honest, I didn't.
If you want to save yourself and clear your conscience, you've got to talk.
But All right. I want to get it off my mind. I'll talk. Haney, what do you want?
Just delivering a little message from the boss, Cooper. Here it is.
Cooper. Speak to me, Cooper. Oh, your throat. Try to talk, Cooper. The fate of the city rests with you. I can't understand you. For heaven's sake, man, you've got to tell me. Look, Cooper, I'll put my ear close to your lips. Try to whisper. Try. Yes, I understood that. His name, Cooper. His name, please.
Yes, sir.
What?
Sir.
Try again. Where? Quick, Cooper, quick.
What happened? I thought I heard a shot out here.
Look, it's Mr. Cooper.
Oh, no.
Somebody get a doctor, quick.
Oh, no. It's no use for a doctor now. Cooper's dead.
Hey, Engenstall, bring me that chart. Yes, boss. Here you are. Have you checked off every place where we planted bulbs?
Every one. They're all marked in red.
What are we waiting for, Braden?
Yeah, let's go. Come on.
I'm waiting for the boys to come back from the city and give me the lowdown on how things stand.
Say, Braden, how come we got lights with the city power plant turned off?
I've been planning this job for over a year. I put in my own power plant.
Well, that's smart, I'll say.
Yeah,
but how did you manage the explosion?
See this bulb? Well, it was one of these that blew up the Gullens department store.
Oh, hey.
All right. Don't worry. They're all safe. This won't go off unless it's put in a light socket and the switch is thrown.
Just the same, I feel better if you didn't wave it around like that.
Margot, pull right over here, off the road.
There we are, Lamont.
Good. Now, you stay here in the car. Take this gun. You'll be perfectly safe. Just keep out of sight.
But where are you going, Lamont?
There's an old mill someplace along here. If I understood Cooper correctly, I'll find the man I'm looking for there.
You're not going in alone.
I've got to, Margot. I phoned Commissioner Weston as the Shadow and asked him to send some men.
Then why not wait for them?
I'm not sure they'll get here. I've got the hands full in the city. There isn't a moment to lose. The Shadow's got to work, and work fast.
Quiet, all of you. Well, boys, what'd you find out in the city?
Boss, you hit the bullseye. The city's as dark as the landlord's look.
Yeah, it's all set for us, boy.
Good. All right, boys. We got the green light. Time to go.
Boy, this will be sweet picking, huh?
Morgan. Yes? You take 6 men and go to the Macy Street Bank. You know what to do.
Yeah.
Grays.
Right, boss.
Take 20 men and clean out the Imperial Hotel. Go through the rooms. Don't leave anything you can carry.
Right.
You install the post office. 5 men can handle that.
I'm all set.
The rest of you got your spots. Work fast. If anyone crosses you, use your guns. Let them have it.
I'm doing an ask and after.
All right. Grab your flash lamps and let's go.
What was that? Am I hearing things? Did anybody hear that laugh?
Yeah, I did.
So did I.
Quite a nice little thing you've cooked up, Braden. But here's where there's another ingredient added to your unholy brew.
Hey, what is this?
It's the shadow.
Right you are, Braden.
Well, you're not scaring me. You're not stopping me either.
I wouldn't be too sure about that, Braden.
Hey, I don't see nobody.
Men, this guy's right here in the room with us. He's got some trick so we can't see him. But that don't mean we can't get him. Grace, stand by that door.
Okay.
Keep your back against it and don't let anybody or anything open it. Now, Morgan, pick up that machine gun and spray the other end of the room.
But he's down the light.
Hey, I'm getting out of here.
All right, quiet. Don't be afraid. Take it easy. Somebody switch on that light.
You don't dare turn on those lights.
What do you mean?
If you do, every man here will be blown to bits.
What are you talking about?
I took that explosive bulb you had on the table in front of you.
What?
When I turned out the light, I put it into one of the light sockets. Now, Mr. Braden, do you want to turn on the light?
You're bluffing, Shadow.
All you have to do to prove that point is to throw on the light switch.
Hey, what's that?
It's a lot of cars driving up outside.
It's the police, gentlemen.
They'll never take me alive.
Alive or dead, Braden, you've got to be taken.
Hey, what are we going to do? What can we do?
Come out in 10 seconds. I will come in after you.
You might as well do as Commissioner Weston commands. Walk out the door with your hands in the air.
There's nobody walking out of this place. I know I'm chair bait. I'll die anyway. But there's one thing I'm going to do first. I'm going to take you along with me, Mr. Shadow.
Hey, keep your hands off that switch.
Get out of my way.
You're good, Commissioner. Get back.
Lamont.
Anyone alive in there, Captain? Not a single one, Commissioner.
It's all right, Margot. I'm safe.
Oh, Lamont, thank heaven. I thought you'd been killed in that explosion.
It was close, Margot. But I got out when they were trying to keep Aiden away from the light switch. You go back to the car now, Margot. I'll be with you in a minute. Commissioner Weston. Commissioner Weston.
Hello, is that you, Shadow?
Yes, Commissioner.
Well, we're in a fine jam now. They're all dead. How are we going to find out where the other explosive bulbs are planted?
It's all right, Commissioner. I got Braden's chart showing the location of the explosives.
Where is it?
You'll find it in the front seat of your car.
Then the city is safe.
Yes, Commissioner.
Good. All right, men, get in your cars. We've got to gather up those lamps right away. And my gratitude, Shadow, for a job well done.
Come, Margot. We're going home. Shadow's work is done for tonight. The reign of terror is ended.
Thanks to you, Lamont.
It was bound to end this way, Margot. The plots and plans of criminals are the devices of their own destruction. Weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The shadow Who knows what evil lurks in the hearts of men? The shadow knows.
Your local blue coal dealer presents The Shadow. These half-hour dramatizations are designed to forcibly demonstrate to old and young alike that crime does not pay. Before today's story begins, an important message to all householders. When ordering fuel, remember that there's a tremendous difference between various kinds of hard coal. And remember that there's one hard coal that offers you better heat with less furnace attention. And that's blue coal. You'll find that blue coal banks and burns better and gives you absolutely the most for your money in heating service and satisfaction. So ask for blue coal by name the next time you order fuel. And be sure to listen at the close of today's program, for we have a special guest whom we wish to introduce to you. The Shadow, mysterious character who aids those in distress and helps the forces of law and order, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the unseen voice belongs. The only one who knows the true identity of that master of other people's minds, the Shadow. Today's story, Hypnotic Death.
Herbert, why did you bring me to this doctor's office?
I want you to meet the famous Dr. Dharma. He's a friend of mine. We might even get him to be my best man.
Oh, Herbert, it makes me so happy to hear you making plans for our wedding.
Martha, dear, you stay here a minute. I want to prepare Dr. Dharma for the big surprise.
Yes, Herbert.
There's no sense to it.
Hiya, fellas.
Well, look who's here. Charming Charlie himself.
Cut that, Fats. My name's Herbert Van Bursten for the present.
You got something in tow, huh, Charlie?
Yeah. Where's the doctor?
He's inside with one of the lawyers. He'll be right out.
What do you got, Herbert?
A servant girl. No living relations.
Yeah, perfect.
Made to order.
What kind of a policy she got?
10,000 life, double indemnity.
All right.
You sure know how to pick 'em.
You don't do so bad yourself.
Hey, here's the doc now.
Hello, Dr. Dharma.
Well, Herbert, we've been waiting for you. You know Lawyer Manson?
Yeah,
Where's the girl?
in the waiting room.
Good. Have you her policy?
Yeah, right here. There you are.
Look it over, Manson. See that everything is in order.
Sure, let me have it. Usual form. No inserts. Double indemnity for death. Beneficiary, Herbert Van Bursten. It's made out to you, all right.
You bet.
That's okay.
Very well. Bring the girl in.
Okay, Doctor.
See that the boys have their instructions, Manson.
Right, Doctor.
Come right in, Martha.
Yes, Herbert.
These men are friends of mine, and this is the great Dr. Dharma.
Pleased to meet you, Doctor. Herbert was telling
Come
me...
here, Martha. Close to me.
Yes, sir.
Look at me. Look into my eyes.
Herbert.
Look into my eyes, Martha.
Oh, Herbert. Take me out of here.
Martha.
I am afraid. I don't want to look into your...
Now, Martha. From this moment on, I will control your mind. My will shall be your will. My instructions, your commands. Whether or not I'm with you, whether or not you see me, you will obey my orders.
Obey your orders?
Yes. Obey my orders. All right, men, you must be going. You are about to witness an even greater demonstration of my principle of telepathic hypnosis.
The car with Herbert and the girl is just pulling over to the curb, Dr. Dharma.
Where are the boys?
See, they're standing on the corner. Herbert's getting out of the car.
Very well. Stop the car.
Oh, this far away, Doctor?
Distance in no way affects my powers. I must close my eyes and concentrate. Keep me informed of the results, Manson.
Right. Say, the girl stepped out of the car.
Yes. Now to test my theory of telepathic hypnosis. Martha, move close to the curb.
She's doing it, Doctor. She's there.
Stop, Martha. Wait for my orders.
She's standing at the curb.
Is there a car coming, Munson?
Yes, there's one coming down the street at a fast clip.
How far from the girl?
How about 200 feet?
Yes.
150 now.
Yes.
100. 50.
And now, Martha.
25.
Walk, Martha. Walk.
10. She's...
Now, that's done, Dr. Dahmer. Yes, it is quite done, Munson. Quite.
Look, she's dead.
Dead? You murderer! You killed my fiancée.
I didn't mean to do it.
You killed her, you murderer.
Right there, you people. Stand back. Now, buddy, what happened?
Well, the girl stepped right in front of my car, officer. I couldn't stop.
Yeah, of course you couldn't. You were going too fast.
All right. We can't argue that out here. I'll have to place you under arrest, young fella.
Just a moment, officer.
What do you want?
I saw what happened. That young man is not to blame.
Why?
The girl walked right in front of the car.
Well, you'd better let me have your name.
Cranston. Lamont Cranston.
Say, officer, this man's talking through his hat. This woman was killed by a reckless driver.
Officer, there's something very peculiar about this whole thing.
I beg your pardon. Excuse me, officer. I'm Dr. Dahmer. Well, what is it? You witness to this? No, I'm not. I didn't see it. But as a citizen, I feel that reckless driving must come to an end.
You say you didn't see what happened?
That is correct.
Then you'll pardon me, but I hardly think you're in a position to voice an opinion in this matter, Dr. Dahmer.
I see. You, of course, are a witness for the driver.
Exactly.
Very noble of you. Very. I assure you, sir, that you and I will meet again. Yes, I'm sure we will meet again.
Lamont, you've hardly touched your dinner. Are you ill?
Strangest feeling's been creeping upon me since that automobile accident, Margot.
Lamont, your voice sounds awfully strange.
Yes, I must shake this off. I must.
Perhaps some more coffee would help, Lamont. Lamont, why are you staring so?
You and I will meet again.
What are you saying?
Yes. I'm sure we will meet.
You dropped the cup. What is the matter?
We shall.
Wait, there's somebody help, please.
What happened? What is
I don't know. He just simply toppled over. Some terrible thing has come over him.
Now, Miss Lane, try and calm yourself.
Nurse, how long will I have to wait for some news about Mr. Cranston?
Dr. Anthony and Dr. Whitman are with him now. You must be patient.
I don't understand it. He was so well only yesterday, and now I just can't believe it.
Oh, here's Dr. Anthony now.
Dr. Anthony, how is he?
Just a moment, Miss Lane. Nurse, will you stay with Mr. Cranston?
Yes, of course, Doctor.
Sit down, Miss Lane. I want to talk to you.
But, Doctor, how is he?
No better.
What?
If anything, he's worse. That may be brutal, Miss Lane, but you should know the facts.
Oh, Doctor, it sounds frightful.
I've called in every specialist I thought might help. We're completely stumped, Miss Lane. Never in our experience have we encountered such a strange case.
Well, what can it be?
We don't know. All the vital organs are in excellent condition, yet his energy is rapidly ebbing.
Oh.
I hate to have to tell you this, Miss Lane, but we're afraid Mr. Cranston won't last the night.
Oh, no. Oh, no, that can't be possible.
The most discouraging thing is Mr. Cranston's complete lack of cooperation. He seems to have lost the desire to live.
Oh, I must go to him. He must fight this thing off, whatever it is.
Come along, Miss Lane. We put him in this room right across the hall. There we are. Now, Miss Lane, try to arouse his interest in something.
Yes, Doctor, I will.
Step right in.
Lamont. Oh, Lamont.
Margot.
How are you, Lamont? Are you any better?
Something pressing.
Where?
Here. My head.
Oh.
Hands squeezing.
Lamont, listen to me, please. Your life is in your own hands. You must fight, Lamont. Fight.
Yes. Fight. Obey. Orders. My will. Your will.
What do you mean? What are you trying to tell us, Lamont?
Can't tell you. He won't let me.
What's that? Who won't let you?
Can't tell you.
You must tell us.
Must obey orders.
Lamont, you've got to tell us. We want to help you.
Tired. Sleepy.
Doctor, would you step over here a moment?
Well, of course, Miss Lane.
Doctor, don't think I'm mad, but the man in that bed is not Lamont Cranston.
Not Miss Lane.
The body is Lamont Cranston, all right, but the spirit is not his.
Well, that doesn't make sense.
Let me explain. Isn't it true that when a person suffers from a psychosis, They mutter of things and experiences of the past?
Yes, that's quite correct.
Well, these things Mr. Cranston's been saying, I've never heard him say before.
No, but...
Doctor, I'm convinced Mr. Cranston is uttering the words of someone else.
Someone else?
Yes, a will stronger than his own dominates him, dictates his every word and action.
You mean a form of hypnosis?
Have you ever heard of telepathic hypnosis?
Why, of course. A book has been published on the subject just recently. In fact, I have a copy in my office.
I feel only an authority on that subject can help Mr. Cranston. We must send for the author of that book.
But, Miss Lane, the theories of hypnosis described in this particular book have not been endorsed by the medical profession. It makes interesting reading.
Dr. Anthony, we don't know what's wrong with Mr. Cranston. Perhaps I'm clutching at a straw, but his life is in danger. I insist that you call in that author.
Very well. Nurse.
Yes, Doctor?
Go into my office. Phone this man to come here at once. Here, I'll write the name for you. Dr. Augustia Dahmer. Yes, nurse, what is it?
Dr. Dahmer's here.
Oh, thank heavens.
How do you do, Dr. Dahmer? I'm Dr. Anthony.
Pleasure.
This is Miss Lane, a friend of the patient.
I'm honored, Miss Lane.
Oh, it's good of you to come, Doctor. I hope you can help Mr. Cranston.
I shall do everything in my power.
I suppose you've come in contact with similar cases.
Frequently, Miss Lane.
Is it possible, then, that Mr. Cranston's will is dominated by another?
Quite possible. His very existence is in the hands of, master mentality.
Oh, Doctor, please help him, please.
Yes, of course, Miss Lane.
I'll awaken the patient.
No, Doctor. I'll awaken him. Mr. Cranston.
Yes?
Open your eyes.
Open eyes.
Why, Doctor, that's an amazing demonstration.
Lamont, this is Dr. Dahmer. He's come to help you.
Obey.
Don't you understand? Why do you stare like that, Lamont? Dr. Anthony, Dr. Dahmer, that's the same expression he had on his face just before he collapsed in the restaurant.
He seems frightened.
Dr. Dahmer, do you...
Miss Lane, Dr. Anthony, I think it best that you leave me alone with the patient.
Of course, Doctor. It's a little cool in this room. Would you mind closing that window behind you, Doctor?
The window? Window? Of course, I'll take care of it. Now, if you please.
Certainly, Doctor. We'll leave at once. Come, Miss Lane.
Dr. Dahmer, I place my last hope in you.
Mr. Cranston will be well taken care of.
Thank you, Doctor.
Well, Cranston, we meet again, eh?
We meet again.
Oh, yes, of course. Your vocal cords. I'd quite forgotten. You can think clearly enough, but can't express yourself. Well, I shall lessen the pressure a bit for the moment so that you and I can have a little tete-a-tete, eh? You may talk, Cranston. You may talk.
You murderer? You fiend?
Rather a spectacular beginning for a tete-a-tete.
There may be a spectacular end to it, too, Dr. Dahmer. There's a limit to your control.
The facts dispute you, Mr. Cranston. You are helpless. You can speak no louder or no longer than I choose to permit.
You've grown rich by murder and fraud. But in some way, I'm going to put an end to you.
Come now, Cranston. Your slight respite is over. I return you to the condition that baffles science and destroys you. My will is your will. My orders, your command. Obey. Obey.
My will. Your will. Obey.
Precisely. Now, Cranston, I leave you to your doom. You shall be dead by morning.
Before our second act begins, let me ask you a question. Have you ever talked to an older person who said, well, of course, things are a lot easier for you people now than they were in my day? I guess you can't blame older folks for being just a bit envious, for we have so many new improved products which make present-day living easier. The list is practically endless. Just, for example, take blue coal. Now, thousands of you homeowners will agree with me that blue coal has certainly simplified living. Its use has brought home heating comfort that wouldn't have been thought possible a generation or so ago. For blue coal burns so much better, requires so little furnace attention, and it gives you safer, more dependable heating service and satisfaction. You see, blue coal is a guaranteed product of the Glen Alden Coal Company, the nation's largest hard coal producers. All their superior resources, equipment, and care in mining and preparation combine to make blue coal the finest hard coal money can buy. That's why it will pay you to make your next fuel order a supply of blue coal. See what a tremendous difference it makes compared to ordinary anthracite. Then you'll join the thousands of regular blue coal users who say there's no substitute for blue coal for perfect heat with less furnace attention. Call your dealer tomorrow. His name is listed in the Where to Buy It section of your classified telephone directory under the words Blue Coal.
Is Mr. Cranston any better, Dr. Anthony?
Sorry, Miss Lane. No improvement.
Oh, this is terrible. It's horrible. Even Dr. Dahmer couldn't help.
No, he said the patient refused to cooperate. Under the circumstances, help was impossible.
I'm afraid Mr. Cranston lacked faith in Dr. Dahmer. If there was some way I could... Dr. Anthony, you have a copy of Dr. Dahmer's book.
Yes?
That might do it. If we show Mr. Cranston the book, he might realize how important Dr. Dahmer is.
Well, we can try it. Nurse.
Yes, doctor.
Go across to my office. You'll find Dr. Dahmer's book on my desk. Bring it here, please.
Yes, doctor. Dr. Anthony, the phone light is on.
Oh, thank you, Relax. Hello? Yes, sir. Asked to speak to Mr. Cranston. Well, that's impossible. Well, I see. All right, have him come up. I'll talk to him.
What is it, Doctor?
The driver of the car that killed the girl goes on trial tomorrow. His lawyer's downstairs in the reception room. He thinks Mr. Cranston can save the boy.
Well, perhaps the plight of the boy might stimulate Mr. Cranston's interest.
Why, yes, there is that possibility.
Here's the book, Doctor.
Let me have it.
Yes, Miss Lane.
Look, Lamont. This is Dr. Dahmer's book. You see his name on the cover. He's a tremendously important man, Lamont. You must let him help you.
Miss Lane, I believe we've struck something.
He's thumbing through the pages. I think we've aroused his interest.
Oh, that's the lawyer.
You must put him off, Doctor.
Yes, nurse, tell the gentleman we can't see him just yet.
Yes, Doctor.
Look, Doctor. He's actually reading the book.
This is the first break in the case.
Oh, I hope so.
Dr. Anthony.
Yes, nurse, what is it?
All that lawyer wants is for Mr. Cranston to establish how far the automobile was from the girl when she stepped off the curb. He brought this enlarged photograph of the scene of the accident in the hope that Mr. Cranston could mark the spot on the picture.
Well, I'm afraid that...
Doctor, look. Mr. Cranston's reaching out for the photograph. I believe...
Do you think he recognizes
Apparently.
it?
Apparently. Nurse, let me have that photo.
Yes, Miss Lane.
Here, Lamont. Show us where the automobile was when the girl stepped off the curb.
Why, he's drawing his finger over the picture.
No, Lamont, not there. The place where the car was.
Now, he's indicating a spot on the sidewalk. You see, it's useless. His brain isn't functioning. Why, look, Miss Lane. He's pointing from Dahmer's name on the book cover to the spot on the photograph.
Doctor, I see it now.
What?
He's placing Dahmer at the scene of the accident. Oh, Doctor, don't you understand? Lamont has met that man before. That's why he was so agitated when Dahmer came in here.
Why, I believe you're right, Miss Lane.
That's why he keeps repeating the words, "We will meet again."
Do you think Dahmer might be the influence that dominates Mr. Cranston?
I don't know, Doctor.
Look, Miss Lane. He's pointing to a passage in Dahmer's book now.
What is it, Lamont?
Read the passage, Miss Lane.
Should the controlling mind lose poise for even an instant, in that moment the spell is broken and the will of the subject released. If the controlling mind loses poise...
Window.
Oh, he's trying to tell something by association of ideas.
What significance can the window have? I've got it, Doctor.
What?
Do you remember when you asked Dahmer to close that window? He lost his poise. He never went near it. He didn't dare look out of this 26th floor window.
Of course. I thought his conduct strange at the time.
Dahmer is a victim of a phobia. The fear of high places. That is what Mr. Cranston is trying to bring out.
We shall meet again.
Doctor, we've got to get Dahmer back up here. We've got to make him lose his self-control, if only for an instant. It's the only way to break Dahmer's influence.
But will he come? He's washed his hands of the case.
I think I know a way to get him here. Get the chairs out there on the terrace, nurse.
Yes, Miss Lane.
Dr. Anthony, I think we'd better move Mr. Cranston's bed a little closer to the edge.
Yes, hurry, Miss Lane. Dahmer's already on his way out.
Where do you want this chair, Miss Lane?
Right over there, close to the parapet.
How did you manage to get Dahmer to come up here?
Well, I simply phoned and told him Mr. Cranston was getting well. He nearly dropped the phone. He was so nervous.
That must be Dahmer.
Yes.
Now, look, I'll go through the next room and leave you and Mr. Cranston alone with him. Nurse, you show Dr. Dahmer in, and you can go.
Thank you, Doctor.
Good luck, Miss Lane. I certainly hope this works
Oh, I
out.
hope so, Doctor. Hurry.
Good luck.
Lamont, watch him. Watch Dahmer every second. This is our only chance to beat him. Oh, Dr. Dahmer, I'm glad to see you.
How do you do? I, too, am glad. Isn't this rather unwise, having Mr. Cranston out here? It's quite windy at this height.
Mr. Cranston requested it.
Requested it? Mr. Cranston did?
Yes, won't you sit down, Doctor? Here's a chair, right over here.
Yes, pardon me, Miss Lane, but I'm pressed for time. I must examine Mr. Cranston alone. Do you mind?
Not at all, Doctor. I'll leave it. Oh!
Miss Lane, look out.
I tripped. How awkward.
You nearly fell over the edge.
Oh, did I frighten you, Doctor?
Oh, come away from there.
I'm sorry. I'll leave you now with your patient.
Yes, Miss Lane, look. Mr. Cranston's gone. What was that?
Should the controlling mind lose poise for even an instant? Thanks for the tip, Doctor. Miss Lane's fate stumbled at the trick. You lost poise.
Who are you?
Your liberated subject, Lamont Cranston.
I can't see you.
Quite right, Doctor. Nobody ever sees the shadow.
The shadow? You?
Yes, Doctor.
I've heard of you. The invisible. But this can't be. You accomplish this through hypnotism.
Correct, Doctor. We're masters of the same art. We apply it quite differently.
You have hypnotized me. All my life I've looked forward to an encounter with the shadow. I felt it would be the ultimate test of my hypnotic powers.
Well, here we are, Doctor.
Quite so. And you shall see who is master.
What do you mean?
I lost control over your will, but only for the moment. You're a fool if you think you can best me. I have just to touch you, and you will again be helpless.
If you can touch me.
You have made one mistake, a fatal one.
Mistake?
Your selection of an arena was thoughtless. This terrace is small. You'll have to pass me to get away.
I warn you, Dahmer. This may mean your doom.
I know where you are now. There. I'll... Oh!
You've lost the first move. You can't touch me, Dahmer. It's useless to try. Your wisest course is to surrender and settle with the law.
Never. Ah, you moved that chair. You're in the corner near the wicker fence. Now we'll see whether you can...
Get back from the edge.
Lamont, are you all right?
Yes, Margot.
I heard a scream.
It was Dahmer. Lost his balance.
Oh.
Fell 26 stories.
Oh, Lamont. Well, thank God you're safe. Oh, it was so ghastly, you lying there, aware of everything, not able to express your thoughts.
You expressed them very well for me, Margot. If it were not for you, this would be my hour of doom instead of Dahmer's. He had an amazing mind, Margot. But like so many brilliant minds, it was bent in the wrong direction. Men like Dahmer would be a boon to mankind if they used their talents constructively.
We'll introduce our special guest in just a moment. But first, let's hear from Blue Coal's heating expert, John Barclay.
Thank you, Ken Roberts, and good afternoon, friends. Many homeowners are under the impression that all they need do to put coal on the furnace fire is throw on a few shovels full. I can assure you that that's neither the most practical nor the most economical way to get satisfactory heating results. First, the grate should be shaken gently until you see the first red glow in the ash pit. Be sure not to shake red-hot or unburned coals through into the ash pit, for then you'll simply be wasting coal. Next, pull a mound of live coals to the front of the firebox, just inside the fire door, with a shovel or a hoe. Now you have a fire bed sloping down toward the back of the furnace. Put fresh coal into the hollow formed by this slope, being sure to leave a few burning coals near the door. These live coals will act as a pilot light, which will burn off the gases which rise from the fresh coal contact with the burning coal. Try this method of putting coal on the fire and see if it doesn't give you far more satisfactory heating results. And remember, if at any time you have difficulty with your heating plant, get in touch with your nearest blue coal dealer. He'll gladly send a John Barclay serviceman to show you how to fix up the trouble. John Barclay service is absolutely free, so call your blue coal dealer. I thank you.
And now I have the privilege of presenting Dr. Lorne W. Barclay, National Director of Camping Activities of the National Council of the Boy Scouts of America. By the way, you're not related to John Barclay, our heating expert, by any chance, are you?
Not that I know of, but I've heard his heating advice on this program and found it very useful.
Good. Dr. Barclay, the producers of Blue Coal have asked me to congratulate your great organization, the Boy Scouts of America, on the 29th anniversary of its founding. Through the years, the Boy Scouts have made many important contributions to the finest American ideals. And for that, we salute you.
Thank you, Mr. Roberts. And may I say that we are grateful to the sponsors of the Shadow program. They, too, are making a valuable contribution to Americans, young and old, by showing them that crime in any form does not pay.
We appreciate having had you with us this afternoon, Dr. Barclay, and we sincerely hope you will visit us again. Today's program is based on a story copyrighted by the Shadow magazine. All the characters and all the places named are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. The Shadow magazine is now on sale at your local newsstand.
The weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The Shadow knows.
Next week, same time, same station, Blue Coal, America's finest anthracite, will again present another thrilling adventure of the Shadow. Be sure to listen. And be sure to burn Blue Coal, the solid fuel for solid comfort.
Who knows what evil lurks in the hearts of men? The Shadow knows.
Your local Blue Coal dealer presents The Shadow. These half-hour dramatizations are designed to forcibly demonstrate to old and young alike that crime does not pay.
Before we start the first act of today's Shadow story, attention homeowners. If you want better heat with less furnace attention, here's what you do. Get in touch with your nearest Blue Coal dealer. Order a supply of Blue Coal, the fine quality hard coal that's been mined and prepared by the most modern methods and laboratory tested for quality. You'll find that Blue Coal offers you by far the most for your money in heating comfort and satisfaction. Don't fail to try it. Order your supply of Blue Coal tomorrow. The Shadow, mysterious character who aids those in distress, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the unseen voice belongs. Today's story, Friend of Darkness.
It is not enough that you, ladies and gentlemen, give the blind her sympathy. They hardly need that, and most would rather not have it.
They would rather win an appreciation of their attainments and talents. When one faculty is denied us, nature compensates by developing others. To illustrate that point, I've invited here to my home a young man who has been blind from birth. I take pleasure now in presenting to you Mr. Peter Blair. And, oh yes, I want you to meet Peter's best friend, his guide and companion. Ladies and gentlemen, meet Rex. Peter is going to demonstrate how generously nature has compensated him for the loss of his sight. We'll need a couple of volunteers to help with this. Lamont Cranston, will you be a courageous soul and come up here in front of all these nice people?
All right, Margot. I hope I'm not going to be sawed in half or anything like that.
No, Lamont, it's usually a woman that's sawed in half.
Right.
Now, we need one more volunteer. Commissioner Weston, I know you're not afraid of a crowd. Would you be so kind?
Gladly. Let's play, gladly.
That's fine. Now that we have our volunteers, I turn the platform over to you, Peter.
Thank you, Miss Lane. Ladies and gentlemen, I first want to express my deep appreciation to Miss Lane and all you ladies and gentlemen who are launching this campaign for the economic and industrial advancement of the blind. As Miss Lane has told you, nature generously compensates for the loss of the sight faculty. In my case, I've been endowed with a rare sense of touch, and I'll show you now to what extent that faculty has been developed. I hold in my hand a piece of steel 3 inches thick. Commissioner Weston, would you hold this piece of steel against your chest?
Yes, of course.
Thank you. And now, Mr. Cranston, will you take the commissioner's hand and hold your middle finger on his pulse?
Certainly. Come, Weston, come. There we are.
I suppose that's the first time you two men have been asked to hold hands. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to place my fingers on the piece of steel that's against Commissioner Weston's chest. I'll count the beat of the commissioner's heart through this steel. And Mr. Cranston will verify my count by the pulse beat. And we'll start on a signal from Miss Lane. All right, now, Miss Lane, whenever you say.
All right, when I say go. Go.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Stop. The commissioner's heart beat 10 times. We stopped on the 11th beat, Mr. Cranston?
Correct. 10 beats called exactly on the beat.
Where's the Skinner, Joe?
He's out with that police dog, Princey, boy, teaching him something, he says.
I wonder what the Skinner has up his sleeve. He's been training that mutt for the past month.
I don't get it. First he holds us up in his shack, and then he goes in for dog training. It's got me.
Shut up. Here he comes. Hello, Skinner.
Hi, Skinner.
How'd the mutt do tonight?
I did okay. He's a smart hound. I had to slap him around a bit, but he gets the idea after a while. Give me a smoke, will you?
Certainly, Skinner. Hey,
Well, I guess this is the night.
Night for what?
To pull the stunt I've been planning on for a couple of months.
You mean you got something on the fire?
Yeah. You're gonna make some real dough. No penny ante stuff this time.
See, I thought we was going to spend our lives just training that mutt.
That hound is going to be more important to stunt I've got in mind than either of you guys.
What's on the slate?
You'll find out. There's a clipping I cut out of a paper about a month ago.
What is it?
A popular and beautiful Margot Lane launches Society for the Economic and Industrial Advancement of the Blind.
Oh, that's very interesting. You ain't going into society, are you?
Shut up, dope. There's a lot of stuff here about this Margot Lane, but here's what interests me. Among the demonstrations that amazed the guests was the feat performed by Peter Blair. Blind from birth, Blair registered the heartbeat of a guest through a thick piece of steel. This he did by placing the steel over the heart of one of the guests with his own fingers on the outer side.
So what?
So we can use that guy. Anybody that can feel a heartbeat through a piece of steel could feel the tumblers fall in the safe.
That's swell, but how you going to get the guy? Kidnap him?
Next. That carries a death sentence in this state.
Yeah. If you take a guy by physical force, it does. But it wouldn't be kidnapping if the guy walked in here without us laying a hand on him, would it?
You think the guy's nuts enough to do that?
I'm going to make him do it.
How?
Prince here will do it for us. This guy Blair is led around by a big police dog, just like Prince here. Rex is his name. Takes his dog to the park for exercise every night. We're going to watch for him tonight. When he lets his dog off the leash, we grab him and leave Prince in his place.
And lead Blair here?
Right.
This shack is between the park and Blair's home.
Hey, that sounds all right, but wait a minute. What'll Prince do when we beat it?
Prince won't move from where I put him till he hears the name Rex. And he'll go to whoever says it.
Oh, that's what you've been teaching him, to answer both names, huh?
That and about everything Blair's dog does.
Boy, that's thinking him up, believe me.
Well, when do we go?
Right now. I'll drive out to the park and wait for Blair. Come on, Prince. You're one of the gang now. There's Peter Blair now, sitting on that bench over there.
Is that his dog running around?
Yeah. Joe, let Prince out of the car.
Right.
This is where we make the switch.
Okay. Come on, Prince. Come on.
Now, as soon as we get Rex over here to the car, we'll trade dogs. Prince, speak. Speak.
Hey, look. The other mutt stopped dead in his tracks. And now he's answering back.
Here he comes. All right, Prince. All right, boy, do your stuff. Ready to grab Blair's dog, you guys?
I'm all set.
He won't get away.
Hello, Rex. Nice, Rexy. Come here, boy. Oh, that's a good fellow. All right, fellas, grab and muzzle him.
Got him, Skinner.
In the car with a big snappy.
Shut up. You'll find your boss in a little while.
Okay, Skinner, we're all set. Dog's in the car.
Right. Now lie down on the grass, Prince. That's it. Now stay put till Blair calls for Rex. No, boy. Down.
That Prince ain't moving a muscle.
Boy, you sure got him trained.
Red, time to go home. Come on, Red.
Look at Prince. You heard him call.
Red, over it.
Say, look at Prince jump all over Blair. Like he knew him all his life.
He'll never know it ain't Rex.
Will you look at that? Prince is leading the guy right out of the park.
Right out of the park and right into our hands. Hey, you're acting a bit strange tonight, Rex. Is something wrong? Hey, why don't you answer me? You're sulking, are you? That certainly isn't like you. I'm surprised. What are you stopping here for, Rex? We're not near home yet. Is the car coming? Well, you found your voice at last. Rex, you've taken me to somebody's door. Stop pulling like... Rex, stop! Where am I? What place is this? Is anybody here? Take it easy, buddy. You're among friends.
Margot, you're all excited. Something wrong?
Oh, yes, Lamont. A terrible thing has happened.
Well, sit down and tell me about it.
No, Lamont, I can't sit down, and neither can you. We've got to get to work this minute.
What is it, Margot?
Do you remember that nice blind boy?
Peter Blair?
Yes, that's right. He's gone.
Gone?
I was just talking to his mother on the phone.
No, wait, Margot. Wait, calm yourself. Now, tell me, where has he gone?
Well, I don't know. Nobody knows. He's disappeared. His dog with him.
And when did this happen?
Well, he left the house last night for his usual nightly walk with Rex. He hasn't been heard from since. His poor old mother's nearly mad with anxiety.
Come on, Margot. We've got to start from where Peter Blair started and see if it won't lead us somewhere.
Now, take it easy, Blair. Nobody's going to hurt you.
Oh, I don't care what you do with me. What have you done with my dog, Rex?
He's okay for the time being. One of the boys are feeding him down in the cellar. Now, let's you and me get down to business.
Oh, we'll get it over with. I have no money, if that's what you're after.
No, but you can get plenty for us. At least you can help us get it.
Help you? What do you mean?
Here's the dope. We've got a line on how to get into the State Street Bank. There's plenty of dough in that big vault. All you've got to do is plant them educated fingers of yours against the vault door and tell us when the tumblers fall.
You mean you want me to help you rob a bank?
That's just what we want, and that's just what you're going to do.
Oh, you must be mad to think I'd do anything like that.
Look here, Blair. I try to be nice to you. I guess it ain't the right treatment. I got another medicine. A pretty bitter dose.
What do you mean?
You want to keep your dog, don't you?
Rex, well, of course. I'd be lost without him. He's my eyes. He sees for me.
And you're going to the bank with us tonight or else?
Oh, you wouldn't. You wouldn't hurt Rex. That'd be as bad as killing a person, a helpless human.
You're going to do what we say or not?
Oh, I couldn't. I'd be a criminal. I couldn't do it.
Okay. You've had your chance. Marty?
Yes, Skinner. What are you going to do?
You'll find out. Have you got your gun, Marty?
Yeah.
When I count 10, I want you to plug that dog a blast.
Oh, no, you can't.
Yeah, that's just how long you've got to make up your mind. To the count of 10. 1.
Oh, you wouldn't do that. You couldn't.
2. 3.
No, Rex.
4.
No.
5.
Please, for God's sake.
6. 7. 8.
Wait. All right. I'll do it.
We'll continue with the second half of the Shadow's adventure in just a moment. You know, householders, it's pretty hard to beat the satisfaction of having a perfectly heated home. And it's great to know that the fuel you're using is 100% safe, always dependable, and that it keeps furnace attention down to an absolute minimum. Now, that's exactly the kind of all-around heating comfort and satisfaction Blue Coal provides for thousands of American families every year. And if you haven't yet tried this superior quality fuel, don't put off a real treat. I can tell you that Blue Coal is America's finest hard coal, finest because it's mined from Pennsylvania's richest deposit. And then it's sized, screened, and prepared by the nation's largest hard coal producer, the Glen Alden Company. I can tell you, too, that each carload of Blue Coal undergoes a thorough laboratory test to ensure its quality before it leaves the yard. But if you'll just try Blue Coal and ask for it by name when you order your next fuel supply, then your heating problems will be over. For you'll find that Blue Coal requires less furnace attention, and your family will appreciate Blue Coal's steadier, more dependable heat. Just see if I'm not right. Call your nearest Blue Coal dealer tomorrow. His name is listed in the Where to Buy It section of your classified phone directory under the words Blue Coal.
Well, good morning, Commissioner Weston.
Cranston, you must have ridden down here with a milkman. What are you doing around at this hour?
I've been anxious to know what the police are doing about the disappearance of Peter Blair.
Oh, you've got your fist in that now, huh?
Very much so, Commissioner. What news have you?
None. We've been dragging the river for his body all night, but we've found no trace yet.
I don't expect you will.
Why not? That's the most likely place to find him.
How do you think he was drowned?
Well, he was blind, wasn't he? He probably walked off the end of the pier.
I'm afraid, Commissioner, you underestimate his dog. That animal would never lead Peter Blair near enough to fall into water.
Well, and he might have jumped off, committed suicide.
What of the dog? Do you believe he also committed suicide?
Certainly not. But if he saw his master go off the pier, he might follow him. That's likely what happened. The dog was drowned going after his master.
I admit that such devotion is characteristic of dogs like Rex. But I'm afraid your water theory doesn't hold water.
Cranston, it's too early in the morning to get into an argument with you. I don't want to start my day off wrong. Now, will you...
Your phone's ringing, Commissioner.
I know it's ringing.
There goes your day.
Hello. Commissioner Weston speaking. What's that? The State Street Bank. Why, that's it. When did this happen? Yes, I'll be right down. Well, what do you know about that?
What's up, Commissioner?
The State Street Bank was robbed last night. The big vault was cleaned out. Why, I can't believe it. It's impossible.
It happened.
It couldn't.
It did.
Oh, shut up. Well, this vault was opened by a cracksman. He's the best one that ever lived. There's not a mark on the vault anywhere. No drills, no soup, nothing. Just open, that's all.
That seems to have been enough for the gang's purpose, Commissioner Weston.
Cranston, if you're going to let loose a theory, I'll lock you in that vault until I've completed this investigation.
I wouldn't lock anyone in that one if I were you, Commissioner. It's too easy to open.
Then keep out from under my feet.
Have you formed an opinion yet as to how this thing was accomplished?
Yes, I have. There's only one way it could be done. Only a person who knew the combination could have opened that vault.
Then you think it's an inside job?
Obviously. It would be impossible otherwise.
I'll grant you it has all the earmarks of an inside job. Still, it doesn't seem possible that an employee would take such a chance.
No, it doesn't, eh? Well, how do you think it was done, then?
It certainly is baffling. Say, Commissioner, I just thought of something.
Yeah, what?
Do you remember the night Margot launched the Society for the Advancement of the Blind?
Yes.
Do you recall Peter Blair, the boy who counted your heartbeat through a piece of steel?
Yes, I remember that. By George, I see it now. He could feel the tumblers in the safe just as he did the beat of my heart.
There may be others with a talent such as that.
Cranston, you hit something at last.
Oh, thanks.
Why didn't I think of him before? Why, he's the only man in the world who could have done this job.
Say, just a minute, Commissioner. You don't by any chance think Peter Blair robbed this bank?
Why, the whole thing ties in perfectly. He disappears mysteriously. The bank is robbed. Say, Blair's our man, all right.
No, Commissioner. He'd never do
Cranston, he's the only one who could do it. I've been hunting him dead. Now I'm after Peter Blair, dead or alive.
What are you hollering about, Blair? We're only asking you to do one more job for us. And we'll beat it out of town and you can go home with your dog.
Oh, but I can't do it again. I just can't.
You'll do it all right. This job is a cinch. We got almost an open door to the National Bank. All right, men, here's a setup. Now, the watchman has coffee delivered from a lunch wagon every night at about 12 o'clock. He takes it from a kid at the side door. All we have to do is follow the kid into the alley, stick a gun in his ribs, make him ring the bell just as he always does. When the watchman opens the door to get his coffee, we go in.
Nothing to it. Oh, you'll be caught sooner or later, Skinner.
All right, Blair, it'll be later. Come on, fellas, let's go.
Right.
Oh, Joe.
Yeah?
I want you to stay here and get things together for the getaway. We're leaving town right after this job.
What do you want me to do?
Clean out everything. Don't leave a thing behind, get me? No evidence.
Right. Don't leave a thing. Yeah. How about Blair?
We'll handle him on the way back.
Right.
All right, you guys, into the car. Marty, take care of Blair.
Come on, get going, you.
What's the matter, Mutt? You crying for your boss? Well, you won't miss him long. Skinner said clean up everything. That means you, too. And you, too, Prince. Your number's up. I guess I might as well get it over with. Shut up. Hey, Rex, get back there. Get back. Holy mackerel, right through the window. Hey, Prince, get down there. Get down. Crazy mutts.
When did Rex get home, Mrs. Blair?
Just a few minutes before I called you, Mr. Cranston, and he brought this other dog home with him.
I see. Why, he is exactly like Rex. The same markings. Well, no, boy, no. We're not talking about you. So, Mrs. Blair.
Yes, Mr. Cranston.
Have you noticed that this other dog responds when he hears the name Rex?
Yes, he acts like Rex in every way.
By George, I see it now, Mrs. Blair. This dog has been used as a substitute to lure your son away. What is it, Rex? What are you trying to tell me?
Mr. Cranston, Rex is pulling you toward the door.
Yes. You keep the other dog here, Mrs. Blair.
All right, Mr. Cranston.
Margot.
Yes, Lamont?
Follow us in the car. All right, Rex, old boy. I think I understand. Come on. Easy, Rex. Easy. I wonder why you've led us into this lonely neighborhood. Oh, up this hill is it, boy, huh? Margot, stop the car.
I think he's trying to call your attention to that shack up there, Lamont.
Yes, Margot. Evidently, that's where Peter Blair is or was. Turn off the headlamps, Margot. Wait here. The Shadow's going to see what or who is in that shack.
Be careful, Lamont.
I will, Margot. Come along, Rex. Come on, boy. Come on. Yeah, somebody's in here, all right. Let's see. The door's locked. Speak, Rex. That's a boy. Yeah, somebody's coming.
Well, so you come back, huh, Mutt? Get in here. Come on. You won't get away this time. The Skinner said clean up everything. Hey, am I hearing things?
So the Skinner told you to clear up everything, eh?
What? What was that? I don't see nobody. Who laughed?
I did.
Who are you?
I am the Shadow.
Shadow? The guy nobody can see.
Yes. Where is Peter Blair?
I ain't telling you nothing. I'm getting out of here.
Stay where you are.
I'm getting out of here. I'll shoot my way out.
Drop that gun.
Drop
that gun.
Call the mud off.
Let go his arm, Rex.
What do you want from me?
I want you to tell me where Peter Blair is.
I'll tell you if you let me out of here.
I won't bargain with you. I'm interested only in Peter Blair for the moment.
All right. I ain't going to be the fall guy in this. Blair's with the Skinner.
Where?
They're robbing the National Bank right now.
Hello, Commissioner Weston speaking.
Commissioner, this is the Shadow. I've got to talk fast, so listen carefully. The National Bank is being robbed right at this moment.
Robbed? By whom?
Skinner Cross and his gang. They've got Peter Blair with them.
Oh, so my dope was right. He's the guy who's been doing the dirty work.
Don't be a fool. Blair is innocent. The gang is forcing him to do this.
Yeah, so is Skinner Cross innocent. The boys are just doing this as a lark.
Commissioner, you've got to believe me. That boy is not a criminal.
Maybe not, but I'm not taking any chances.
What do you mean?
That Skinner gang is a bad outfit. I'm taking a squad of men over to that bank with orders to shoot to kill.
Commissioner, you can't do that. You may kill an innocent boy.
The order is shoot to kill.
Margot, we've got to get to the National Bank before Weston.
What happened, Lamont?
Peter Blair may be killed by the police. Hurry, Margot. Drive as fast as you can.
Okay, hold it. All right, Blair, what did you get on that turn? 55. Okay, spin the dial again, kid. Left this time. All right, stop. It's the last turn. We open now. What's the number, Blair?
I'm not going to tell you.
What?
No, I'm not going to be party to robbery anymore.
You tell me that number, I'll blow your head off.
Go ahead. You'll do it anyway, so I can't give information to the police
I'll
later.
give you one more chance. You going to tell us the number?
No, I'm not.
Why, you...
What's that?
Side doorbell.
Who could it be?
That'd be a friend of the watchman.
What are we going to do, Skinner?
Gotta answer it, otherwise I wonder what happened to the watchman. Come on, all of you.
All right, come on.
As soon as I open this up, you grab whoever it is, drag him inside.
Right.
All right, here we are. You guys get back there. Palm your rods. Okay. I'll open it up. What is this? Nobody out here.
What? That's funny. What do you make of it, Skinner?
I don't like it. Better finish this job quick and scram.
You better not wait to finish the job, Skinner.
Who was that?
The Shadow.
Shadow?
Yes. I've got no time to waste, Skinner. Circumstances force me to be here alive for the moment. I've got to warn you that the police are on their way here with orders to shoot to kill.
I ain't falling for that, Shadow.
Maybe the guy's telling the truth, Skinner.
I'd hardly warn you if it weren't necessary to save the life of an innocent man.
Listen, Skinner, the cops. You hear him?
Yeah, it's a straight guts.
Straight fellas, Peter.
Don't leave me here. The police will shoot me.
Don't be afraid, Peter. Just do as I say. Follow the sound of my voice, and I'll lead you out. The Skinner and his gang have run into the police. Come along, Peter. We've got to hurry. This way, Peter.
Close your guns, man. There he is. The real brains of the gang. We've caught up with you, Blair.
Just a minute, Commissioner.
The Shadow.
Yes, Commissioner.
You certainly got here fast.
Just barely fast enough to keep you from making a complete fool of yourself.
Where's my dog? Where's Rex? What's happened to him?
He's in a car not far from here. If you call out loud enough, he'll hear you.
What? Rex? Rex! Rex! Oh, it's he. It's Rex. He's hurt me.
Now, see here, Shadow. I'm not going to let this fellow off so easy. He's got a lot of explaining to do.
Very well, Commissioner. It'll all be explained so even you will understand.
Rex, old fellow. Oh, I thought sure you were done for. I'm so glad you're all right.
Hey, George. I've never seen a dog act so happy. Cute son of a gun. Come on, Blair. I think we can talk this thing over.
Well, you've got two fine animals now, Peter. You going to keep them both?
No, Mr. Cranston. I'm going to give Prince to a sightless friend. You'd be a great companion for him.
No doubt about it.
Look at Rex and Prince gobble that ice cream.
I don't know how to thank you, Mr. Cranston, and you too, Miss Lane, for everything you've done for us.
Oh, don't mention it, Peter.
I wish it were possible to thank our invisible friend, the Shadow, too.
I'm sure he feels your gratitude, Peter. I'll wager that none of his exploits brought him more satisfaction than the apprehension of the Skinner and his gang. Men do terrible things, but the man is particularly depraved who would rob the sightless of a great and devoted friend, his dog.
And now here's Blue Coal heating expert John Barclay.
Thank you, Ken Roberts, and good afternoon, friends. One investment every homeowner can make, which will pay big returns in comfort and convenience, is to install a Blue Coal heat regulator. I've heard some people say what time and trouble savers their oil and gas burners are. But those people forget that their oil and gas burners are dependent upon thermostat control for their heating performance and for maintaining an even degree of temperature. By simply installing a blue-coal heat regulator for your coal furnace, you too can control room temperatures and enjoy exactly the same kind of heating comfort that the most expensive oil or gas burner could give you. The blue-coal heat regulator is a thermostat which controls your furnace dampers automatically. All you need do is set the thermostat control at the exact temperature you wish. Your heat regulator will maintain that temperature day and night. What's more, it will stop your house from becoming overheated in warmer weather and save you from wasting coal. Get in touch with your nearest blue coal dealer. He'll be glad to show you how a blue coal heat regulator can pay for itself in the time, trouble, and amount of coal it saves you. I thank you.
Today's program is based on a story copyrighted by the Shadow magazine. All the characters and all the places named are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. The Shadow magazine is now on sale at your local newsstand.
The weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The Shadow knows.
Next week, same time, same station, Blue Coal, America's finest anthracite, will again present another thrilling adventure of The Shadow. Be sure to listen, and be sure to burn Blue Coal, the solid fuel for solid comfort.
Your local blue coal dealer presents The Shadow. These half-hour dramatizations are designed to forcibly demonstrate to old and young alike that crime does not pay.
Before the curtain rises on Act One of today's adventure with The Shadow, remember this, homeowners. Because of abrupt changes in temperature, the coming months are the most treacherous of the entire year. So do the safe thing, the wise thing, and order blue coal for your next fuel supply. You'll find that this quality-tested hard coal gives steadier, more healthful heat. It's easier to bank and control, and it burns evenly and prevents your home from becoming suddenly chilled or overheated. Remember the name Blue Coal for perfect home heating comfort in any kind of weather. The Shadow, mysterious character who aids those in distress and helps the forces of law and order, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the unseen voice belongs. Today's story, Horror in Wax.
Lieutenant Carter, I want you to check that new list of stolen cars with a 4 o'clock detail before the men go on duty.
All right.
You, Benson, take a squad of 20 men and help Cardona with the detail that's guarding the mayor at that rally tonight.
Okay.
And you, Brophy, you better... just a minute. Hello, Commissioner Weston speaking. What's that? When did this happen? All right. Give me the address. Yeah, 22 Prince Street. I got that. Yeah, I'll send a man out right away. Brophy.
Yes, Commissioner Weston.
This is a job for you. Rest of you men can go now. Get out on the job and keep awake. Here you are, Brophy. Take this address. It's a rooming house out on the south side. Woman's been found dead in one of the rooms.
Now the poor thing. Murdered by some blackguard, I suppose.
Never mind shedding any tears about it. Get out there and find out what happened.
There she is, Lieutenant Brophy. Dying just the way I found her when I came up to clean her up this morning.
Who is this woman?
Never saw her before.
Didn't you rent her the room?
No. I rented the room to 2 men. They came in last night. They were gone this morning. She must have come in during the night.
Did they leave baggage or anything?
Oh, they brought nothing with them and took nothing, I guess.
Well, I'll look her over and see what they've killed her with, if they killed her. Well, she certainly is a finder. The saints above, what do you call this?
You found something?
Hard enough to curl me tongue so I can't say a word. Here, feel that hand there.
You want me to touch her? Oh, no, you don't.
The hand is as stiff and hard as a rock, and so is the arms and her face. Why, sure, this is no woman at all. It's a wax figure.
Wax figure?
Certainly. The lads that rented the room and left us here were likely as not a couple of dress salesmen. Nothing more.
And she's not really dead?
No, deader than she's ever been. It's the devil's own things they send a police officer out on nowadays.
Well, what'll I do with this wax figure?
You leave it where it is. We'll send the wagon for it. Maybe the wives of one of the men can cut her clothes on it. But, Commissioner Weston, it's the truth I'm telling you. It was nothing more than a wax figure as hard as rock.
A fine thing to leave behind in a furnished room. Well, you better send the wagon out there. Hello?
Commissioner Weston.
Yes, who's this?
This is the Shadow, Commissioner.
Yes, well, what do you want now? We've had peace and quiet around here lately. Say, just a minute. Hold the wire a second.
Listen to that Shadow fellow, Bobby. I'm going to have some fun with him. Listen.
Shadow, we just got a case that has us all baffled. Would you like to help us?
Of course, Commissioner. You know I'm always willing to lend whatever assistance I can.
Oh, fine. Well, here's the dope. A woman's been found dead at 22 Prince Street, out on the south side. We don't know who she is or how she died or a thing about her. I'll put the case into your hands if you want to tackle it.
Well, I'd be glad to, Commissioner. I'll go out there right away and investigate.
That's fine. But, Shadow, you've got to make me one promise.
Well, yes, Commissioner. What is it?
Well, the medical examiner hasn't cleared the case yet. So I'd appreciate it if you wouldn't touch the body or disturb it in any way.
All right, Commissioner. I hardly think it'll be necessary.
Well, good luck then, Shadow. I'll see you later.
Oh, no, Commissioner. You'll hear me later.
How's that? Oh, yeah, okay. I'll hear you later. Bobby, he fell for it.
Yeah?
Fell for it. Hook, line, and sinker.
I'd give me eye teeth to be there when he examines that dead body.
This is funny, Brophy. We've got the Shadow, the great crime expert, investigating the death of a wax figure.
Well, Lamont, we searched every inch of this room, but there's not a single thing that would identify this woman's body.
No, Margot. I didn't expect there would be.
Perhaps I'd better search the clothing.
No, Margot. Don't touch the body. Commissioner Weston specifically asked me not to.
But there might be a tag on the clothing or something.
Hardly. The man who left his body here planned it too well to leave any telltale markings. You'll notice that even the manufacturer's name has been scraped off the soles of the shoes.
Her features have a strange wax-like appearance.
Yes. Amazingly wax-like.
Well, if there's nothing more to do here, Lamont, I won't be a bit sorry to leave as soon as possible.
All right, we'll go, Margot. Commissioner Weston is probably waiting for the Shadow's report on the case, and we don't want to meet any of his men here. We mustn't disappoint the Commissioner.
Wait a minute, Brophy, till I see who this is. Hello, Commissioner Weston speaking.
Hello, Commissioner. This is the Shadow.
Oh, yes. Well, Shadow, how did you make out? Have you made any progress on that case I gave you?
Yes, Commissioner. A little, I think. The case is fairly obvious.
You don't say.
The woman did not meet her death in that room.
What's this? You're sure about that, I suppose?
Positive. She died someplace else and was brought to the room.
Well, it didn't take you long to figure that out, did it? What are you going to do, Shadow?
We've got to find the men who brought the woman there.
You're getting off on the right foot, all right. But how are we going to find them? Have you figured that one out?
Not exactly. But I'm not going to waste any time. You hold the body until you hear from me.
Oh, you're sure we're going to hear from you, aren't you?
You'll hear from me a lot sooner than you expect, Commissioner.
Well, now, in that case, Shadow. Shadow. He's hung up. Wolfie, did you hear that? We worked, Commissioner. I worked right. This is about the funniest thing I've ever run across. You pulled him good, Commissioner. She didn't die there, he says. I was right in that. He certainly was.
You're regarded, Professor Whitehead, as an outstanding authority in these matters, and I want you to know that I trust your judgment implicitly.
Thank you, Cranston. Of course, it's a fairly common knowledge that from time immemorial, scientists have labored with the idea of preserving life through freezing, waxing, mummifying, and various other such methods.
Yes, I read only recently where a group of Russian scientists froze a man and then performed a very difficult operation. I believe the man survived.
It's very possible, Miss Lane.
But this waxing process, Professor, preserving the human form by turning it to wax, have you had any personal contact with such cases?
I haven't actually participated in such experiments, but I've followed them quite closely. In fact, here's a book right here on my shelf. Yes, this is it. This is an account of the experiments of Dr. Jean Fernot, famous French scientist. He invented a chemical which he injected into the arm. Within a few hours, the subject assumed not only a wax-like appearance, but all organs were stilled, and a state of suspended animation attained.
Well, what happened to Fernot? Did he continue these experiments?
No, he never got the chance. He was laughed out of the community where he lived. When he revealed the fact that he had waxed the body of a young girl, he was stoned.
Well, what happened to the girl?
Oh, Fernot revived her right enough. The experiment was entirely successful.
Then he not only had a waxing process, but also an antidote to revive the subject.
Yes, a restorative, he called it. By the way, here's a picture of Fernot in this book.
Oh? Well, rather an interesting-looking face, don't you think so, Margot?
Hmm? Yes, very interesting. But one I wouldn't care to meet on a dark road.
Well, do you think Dr. Fernot is still alive, Professor?
That I am not prepared to say, Mr. Cranston. It was reported he came to America 10 years ago. In any case, he dropped from sight about that time.
I see. Well, I'm very much obliged to you, Professor. We must leave now. This talk has been most interesting. And I promise you, it will result in something even more interesting.
Are you nearly finished, Lamont?
Yes, Margot. Quite finished. We've checked every wax figure dealer in this entire territory. The business connections of all of them are easily accounted for. That is, all but one. This Cosmos Wax Figure Company. I can't find a single firm that does business with them.
Perhaps there's something in that.
I don't know, Margot, but I think that... Oh, that's probably my friend Vic Marquette, the Internal Revenue Department. Hello?
Hello, is that you, Cranston?
Oh, yes, Vic. Have you found anything?
Well, that Cosmos company you inquired about.
Yes?
Yeah, there's a ship due at quarantine in a few hours with a large consignment of wax figures for them.
You say the ship is due in a few hours?
Yeah?
Vic, I want you to do me a favor.
All right.
I want you to assign Miss Lane and myself to the custom detail that goes on board that ship, the quarantine.
Oh, I don't know what you got up your sleeve, Cranston. It's not exactly official. Oh, I guess it can be arranged.
All right, we'll be right down. I'll explain matters to you then.
What are we going to do now, Lamont?
I'm only playing along on a hunch. But if it works out, Margot, I think we'll have a little surprise in store for our friend Commissioner Weston. You're the man in charge of this shipment of wax figures?
Oui, monsieur.
Do you always store them in staterooms? Wouldn't it be less expensive to ship them in the hold with other freight?
Oh, but, monsieur, these figures are not freight. They're works of art, as you can see.
Yes, they're really amazing. I don't believe I've ever seen such lifelike figures.
Yes. The attention to detail is astounding. Even to birthmarks and scars. Well, we're very much obliged to you for letting us see these figures, sir. And good night.
Good night, monsieur. Good night, madame.
Good night.
Don't say anything for a moment, Margot. Let's get down to the companionway. Here, Margot. Now tell me, did you notice anything unusual about those figures?
I thought they were simply astounding reproductions of the human features.
No, I don't mean that. Did you notice on the left arm of each, there was the tiniest puncture, such as might have been made by a hypodermic needle?
No, Lamont, I hadn't noticed. What do you think it means?
I don't know exactly, Margot. But we're following that shipment of wax figures to its destination.
moment, you'll hear Act 2 of today's story. Homeowners, the finest quality anthracite that you can buy is blue coal. It's the only trademarked anthracite. The only coal which is colored a harmless blue to identify it and to guarantee you that you'll get the most for your money in heating results and satisfaction. That's why it's important to insist on blue coal by name when you order fuel. Once you've used blue coal, you'll agree with me and with countless thousands of satisfied homeowners that it certainly is different from ordinary hard coal. And that difference is in the steadier, more healthful heat blue coal gives you, plus the fact that it requires less furnace attention. That's because blue coal is a guaranteed product of Glen Alden, the nation's largest coal company. Each ton of blue coal is carefully sized, prepared, and washed to remove any existing impurity. But most important of all, each carload is submitted to a thorough laboratory test to guarantee its superior quality before it's accepted for shipment. Those are the reasons why blue coal banks and burns better and gives longer intervals between firing. Those are the reasons why it will pay you to order blue coal by name if you want perfect all-around heating comfort and satisfaction in the treacherous months ahead. Call your nearest dealer. His name is listed in the Where to Buy It section of your classified telephone directory under the words Blue Coal.
Stop the car right here, Margot.
All right.
That's the Cosmos building, just ahead there.
Dingy-looking place, Lamont. Doesn't appear as though there's anybody inside.
Yes, there is, though, Margot. Look down at the back there. You can just see a bar of light filtering through that shuttered window.
Oh, yes. What do you suppose they could be doing in there at this hour of the night?
They've already gotten a shipment of wax figures from that freighter. That's probably what occupies them now. Better turn off your headlights.
All right.
We'll sit here and wait a while.
Look, Lamont. That side door is opening. Someone's coming out.
Sit tight, Margot, and watch.
It's a man. He's coming this way.
Yes. Quiet. Margot.
What?
Look at this man. Look at his face.
Why? Well, Lamont, this is amazing. It just can't be possible.
Quite possible, Margot. That man who had just walked past was one of the wax figures we saw in the freighter tonight.
Why, it's like seeing someone step out of the grave.
It may be little less than just that, Margot. Men stepping out of the grave.
Lamont, you don't actually...
I don't know what it is, Margot. I've only got a hunch. I'm going to see if I can't get a glance through that window back there.
I'll come along, Lamont.
No, you better stay here.
I'd feel more comfortable with you.
All right, Margot. If you'd feel better, come along. We'll have to be very careful, Margot.
The rest of the building seems to be deserted. All but that one room.
Yeah, they're all probably busy in the back. Let me take your hand, Margot. It's pretty steep here. Yeah, quiet now, Margot. This window may be open. They might hear us. I'll see if I can take a peek through this crack here.
See anything?
Margot. Look.
Why, the room is fixed up like a laboratory.
Yes. There's some more of the figures we saw on board ship.
That man with his back to us. He's dressed like a doctor.
Yes. I hope he turns around so we get a good look. Margot. Over there in the corner. Recognize that face?
Why, yes. It's the man that was in the ship cabin. The one who took care of the wax figures.
Right.
There, Lamont, the other man's turned around. Look at him.
Yes.
Isn't that the man whose picture Professor Whitehead showed us?
Yes, Margot. It's Dr. Furneaux.
What do you suppose they're doing?
I can't see. They're working at the other end of the room, mostly. Margot, you go back to the car.
What are you going to do?
Look around here and see if there isn't any way of getting into this place.
There's a gang of men in there, Lamont.
I've got to take the chance, Margot. Now go, Margot, quickly, quickly. This is a matter for the shadow.
All right, Lamont, but do be careful. Even the shadow might be shot.
Doctor, this one is coming too.
Very good. Give the wax figure another injection of the restorative. Half quantity this time.
Say, Doc, that guy's groaning like he was in awful pain.
That is as it should be, Chip. The muscles and tissues are losing their rigidity. The process is often very painful.
Gee, this sure is a great idea of yours, Doc. Imagine turning people to wax with a jab of a needle, and with a jab of a needle bringing them back again.
Don't have quite so much to say, Chip.
I wonder how people would react if they knew of your great accomplishment, Doctor.
They would laugh. Laugh as they always do at things they don't understand. They laughed me out of the legitimate pursuit of my science. But now I have the satisfaction of accomplishment.
Oh, where am I? Where am I?
Say, that guy's coming too now, Doc.
You're all right, my man. You've reached your destination.
Then this is America? I am in the United States?
Yeah. Put these clothes on. You must leave here at once.
You will listen to my instructions, my good man, and be sure you follow them to the letter.
Yes.
In addition to the sum you have already paid us for smuggling you into this country, remember that our agreement is that you pay us 25% of your earnings for the next 5 years. After 5 years, you will return for another injection of the restorative. If you fail to come back for this injection, you will become wax again, and for all time. If you fail in your obligation to us, or if you ever reveal the means by which you were smuggled into the country, you will be denied the restorative. The effect, of course, will be the same. You understand?
I understand.
Try stand and go.
Monsieur le Docteur, this one, he does not revive.
I'm afraid he will not. You men on the boats are becoming very careless with the waxing fluid. We had a girl die on our last shipment.
But I assure you, Doctor, I followed your instructions exactly. 1 injection, so much as is in this hypodermic, every 12 hours.
You must have miscalculated the time. My solution cannot fail. Here, Chip, this body will have to be disposed of as you disposed of the girl a few days ago.
Okay, Doc, it's as good as done.
I want you to... What's that?
What's the matter? You hearing something?
I thought I heard footsteps outside.
I'll take a walk around outside. No use taking chances. I will go with you. Okay. We'll take this guy out with us. Come on, you.
Yes. I am dressed now. I go.
Be right back, Doc.
Chip.
What is it, Murat?
That car over there. Do you see anybody in it?
Yeah, I think I see a face.
It's strange that anyone would sit in a lonely place like this with the lights out. No?
Yeah, it does look kind of fishy. Let's find out what it's all about. Come on, Murat. Keep your gun handy.
There is somebody in the car.
Looks like a girl. What do you know about that?
I do not like it.
She won't like it either when we get through with her. What are you doing in here, lady? Waiting for the morning mail?
Who are you? What do you want?
We want to know who you are and what you want.
That's none of your business.
You're a fresh dame, eh?
Chip.
Yeah? What's the matter?
This girl. I have seen her before. Yes, I know. She was with the custom man aboard the ship.
Oh, yeah? Come on, lady. Get out of that car.
I'll not get out of this car. You get away from here.
Grab her, Murat. Keep your hand over her mouth, Murat. We'll take her into the doctor. Come on. Lift her up.
There is no question about it, Monsieur le Docteur. She is the one who came aboard the freighter with the customs officer.
A customs mal, huh?
You let me out of this place, you hear?
You did not come here alone, madame. Who is with you?
There's nobody with me.
What were you snooping around for?
I wasn't snooping around. I was sitting in my car.
Madame, you impose a very unpleasant duty upon me.
What do you mean?
I do not know how much knowledge you have acquired around here, but I must be certain that whatever it is, you will never have a chance to communicate it to anyone else.
What do you intend to do?
Murat, give me that hypodermic.
Wait, Doctor.
Don't you dare! Keep your hands off me!
Madame, I regret that I must give you an injection of this fluid. In a few minutes, you will turn to wax.
Oh,
no. In that condition, you shall remain for all time.
No, let me go, let me out of
Keep Murat, hold her tightly. Quiet.
That gag will keep her quiet for a while.
Pull her sleeve up, Murat.
Oui, Doctor.
That's it. Now the hypodermic.
Not quite so fast, Doctor.
Who was that? Who spoke?
I did, Dr. Furneaux.
Who are you?
I am the Shadow.
Shadow?
I do not understand. What is the Shadow?
I've heard of this guy. He's the enemy of the underworld. Nobody can see him.
This girl, she is with him?
Yes. Dr. Furneaux, release her. Take that gag out of her mouth.
You are very clever, monsieur. Very clever. But I think you will find I'm not so easily beaten.
Do as I tell you.
I don't want to have any fight with this Shadow.
Nor do I.
You are cowards, both of you.
I'm getting out of here.
I will go too.
Chip, what? You will not run out on me.
I'm going.
Stay where you are.
You stay if you
You're right. You're shot. You're at.
Yes. And now you. And now, Shadow, where are you?
Right beside you. And I...
Oh, no, you don't. Oh, my arm.
There, Fano. Your gun is on the floor. You're helpless. Now will you be so foolish as not to do what you're told?
Very well. I cannot fight the unseen. What do you wish?
Remove the gag from the lady's mouth.
Of course. There you are.
Oh, get me out of here. Get me out of this horrible place.
You're all right, Margot. There's nothing more to fear.
Madam, I will get you a glass of water.
Oh, no, you don't, Doctor. Be too easy to poison the water. Dr. Fano, you are coming with me.
And where would you take me?
To the police. They will deal with you.
I am afraid I will have to disappoint you, monsieur. Life and the people of the world have humiliated me enough. They will never subject me to the humiliation of a criminal cell.
What do you mean, Doctor?
This hypodermic I hold in my hand will answer your question most eloquently. Many people have known the result of my great discovery. Now, I shall know it myself in its ultimate.
Doctor, I beg of you, don't destroy yourself. There's always hope for a man of your skill, even though you've so grossly misused it.
No, monsieur. The world laughed once. Now it will neither laugh nor weep. One injection, an overdose. So, and you shall witness firsthand, monsieur, the results of a great discovery.
Doctor, don't. You mustn't do this.
It is done, monsieur. It is done. I destroy the last bottle of the restorative. Now, my secret dies with me.
Lamont, look. His skin is turning white. His body is becoming rigid.
Yes, Margot. Watch. He's turning to wax. Just as he's turned others.
Oh, Lamont, I can't bear anymore. Take me out of here. Take me out, Lamont. Take me out. You mustn't worry anymore, Lamont. I'm quite all right now.
Well, now, you've given me a couple of very anxious days, Margot, since our encounter with Dr. Fano.
I'm sure I could never stand such an experience again. Now it appears as something I've dreamed. Lamont, what of those people Fano smuggled into the country? They'll die in 5 years if they don't receive the injection.
Why, Margot, that was simply a bluff. I've checked through Fano's notes. He used this ruse simply to hold them to their promises. They're quite safe.
I'm glad.
It's strange. But I suppose, in a way, Commissioner Weston has the laugh on me after all. For my part, I don't feel there's much reason for laughing. As evil as Dr. Fano was, and as badly as he misused his great talents, I can't help but feel that his discovery might have had potentialities for good beyond belief. Perhaps it will occur again in a mind worthy of great things.
Now a word from Blue Coal's heating expert, John Barclay.
Thank you, Ken Roberts, and good afternoon, friends. You know, you just can't operate your furnace efficiently and economically unless you understand how to regulate your furnace dampers. Every furnace should be equipped with 3 dampers. The ash pit damper, located at the base of the furnace, below the grate level. The turn damper, located in the smoke pipe behind the check damper and the boiler. And the check damper, located between the turn damper and the chimney. In milder weather, when you want a slow-burning, lasting fire, the check damper should be wide open, the ash pit damper closed. It is very important that your check damper be large enough to adequately check the fire. If it is not, it will certainly pay you to have an additional check damper installed by your plumber. If you're having trouble in regulating your furnace, your Blue Coal dealer will gladly send a John Barclay serviceman to give your heating plant a thorough inspection. There is no charge or obligation for this service. I thank you.
Today's program is based on a story copyrighted by the Shadow magazine. All the characters and all the places named are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. The Shadow magazine is now on sale at your local newsstand.
The weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The Shadow knows.
Next week, same time, same station, Blue Coal, America's finest anthracite, will again present another thrilling adventure of the Shadow. Be sure to listen, and be sure to burn Blue Coal, the solid fuel for solid comfort.
Who knows what evil lurks in the hearts of men? The Shadow knows.
The Shadow, mysterious character who aids those in distress and helps the forces of law and order, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the unseen voice belongs. The only one who knows the true identity of that master of other people's minds, the Shadow. Today's story, Appointment with Death.
Number 2214, Warden.
Oh, yes. Come in, Blackie. All right, Joe, you can go.
Yes, sir.
Well, Blackie, how does your new suit fit?
Okay. Better than what I've been wearing.
Here's your railroad fare and the money you've earned since you've been here in prison. Not a bad little sum. Ought to help you over the first bumps. Blackie, you've been in this institution for 5 years. That in itself should prove to you that crime doesn't pay. Now, you've paid your debt to society. The slate's clean. Now, it's up to you to go out, get yourself a job, and live within the law.
I'm free now, Warden, right?
Yes, Blackie, you're no longer a number.
And I can say what I want.
Yes, that's right.
Well, then can that line of gab you handed me. I served my 5 years, yeah. Well, now I'm going out in the world, but I ain't going out to live within the law.
You're a fool if you don't, Blackie.
That's what you say.
I've seen men with your attitude go out of here before, and I've seen them come back. Some of them to sit in the electric chair.
Well, maybe I'll be back to sit in the chair, and maybe not. But I'm going to get the guy that put me in here.
Nobody put you here but yourself.
Can that, Warden? Sounds all right from your side of the fence, but you ain't talking my language. All the years I've been here, night and day, in my cell, in the workshop, in the recreation yard, I thought of one thing. Get the guy that put me in here.
Well, who is this fellow you think you're going to get?
He's a guy they call the Shadow. And I don't just think I'm going to get him, Warden. I know it. I'm going to crush him just as I crushed this $50 with my fist.
By George. Bend almost double.
All right. There's no two ways about it. You guys have got to go along with me. You're the big shots of every racket in this town. This Shadow is as much an enemy of yours as he is of mine. If you don't get him, sooner or later he'll get you. Well, what do you say?
Well, how do you figure you're going to get this Shadow, Blackie?
I'll tell you that later. First, I want to know if you're going along with me.
Sure, we'd do anything to get this guy, but how do we know you can do it?
I spent 5 years figuring that one out. I got it all set up perfect.
Well, can't you give us some idea how you're going to do it?
All right. First, I'm going to get the guy on my trail.
Yeah, how?
I'm going to lay a trail of robbery and murder across the city that'll shake the whole country. I'm going to lead him right to my door. But this time, I'm going to be all set for him.
But you can't see this guy, Blackie.
Yeah, I know. He hypnotizes you, but he's no further away than his voice. He can be gotten. And I figured out just the way to do it.
Well, okay, Blackie. I don't know how you're going to work this out, but we're your friends for life if you do. What do you want us to do?
Nothing more than lay out some dough.
I want you to buy me an island.
An island? What are you talking about?
There's a little patch of land no bigger than half a city block. It sits right in the middle of White Lake, right outside of town. There's a shack on it. That's going to be my hideout. That's where I'm going to leave the shadow. And that's where I'm going to knock him off.
Well, if you're sure you can do this, I want to be in on the kill.
All right, Frank, I'll need company. You're in.
Okay, Blackie, the island's yours.
Thanks. You're getting a swell bargain. The shadow for a piece of dirt.
Here you are, sir. 5 gallons, 95 cents.
95 cents? All right. Here you are.
Good night, sir.
All right.
Here, little man. You toddle back to the car and sit with Mother till I lock up the gas station. Oh, you want Daddy to carry you back, huh? Thought you'd tell? All right, then. Come on now. Up you go.
Are you about ready to go, John?
Yes, Mary. Won't take me more than a few minutes now. Pretty late to have this little man out.
It's so lonesome down at the house, I thought we'd come out and drive you home.
Oh, that was nice of you, Mary, and I certainly appreciate it. Here now, son. In the car with you. There you are. Oh, what's this? Another customer? Gosh, business is picking up. I'll take care of this one in a hurry, Mary. Be right back. Yes, sir. What can I do for you?
Fill her up. Make it snappy.
Yes, sir. Would you cut your motor, please?
Cut my motor? What for?
Well, it's pretty dangerous putting gasoline in a car with a motor running.
All right, never mind the gas. Let's take a walk into that shanty of yours.
Hey, what is this? A pickup?
Your dope's right, brother. Get going. This gun talks loud.
John!
Knife down, lady, if you know what's good for you.
Wait a minute, buddy. You've come to the wrong place. I've got exactly $9 in my till. That's my receipts for the whole day, and it's bread and butter for that woman and child in the car over there. And I'm not giving it away.
Never mind the long-winded story. I'm here for business. Now step on it.
Yeah? I'll step on it, all right.
Tough guy, huh? Now your wife and kid can use that $9 to buy you a funeral wreath.
Special extra, wife and child witness murder. Extra, extra, wanton killer loose in the city. Read all about it.
Hello, Commissioner Weston speaking. Who? Daily Express. No, there are no new developments in that killing yet. Well, give us a chance. We've just gotten started. I know it was a horrible crime, and I'm more anxious than you are to clear it up. Okay, I'll let you know as soon as there's a break. This phone will drive me crazy. It hasn't stopped ringing since that gas station man was murdered. Go ahead, Curto, and finish your report. What did you find?
Well, I found a man who was driving along just as the killer pulled out of the gas station. He trailed the murder car for a while, but he lost it near White Lake.
Did he get a license number?
No, he couldn't get close enough.
We're certainly up against a tough one this time. The town's up in arms. We got to crack this case somehow. There goes that phone again. Just a minute, Curto. Hello? Who's it?
Shadow.
Oh, you. Well, what do you want? I suppose you're calling in about that gas station murder.
Right, Commissioner. Are you making any progress?
Very little. The case is worse than a jigsaw puzzle with nearly all the parts missing.
It was a particularly vicious crime, Commissioner, and I want to assist in any way possible to bring about the capture of the murderer.
Well, the case has got me. I'm willing to accept help from anybody. Got any dope at all, Shadow?
First, let me ask you if you have any theory.
Simple enough. Robbery was the motive.
Are you sure about that, Commissioner?
Positive. The man resisted and was shot. That's simple enough.
I'm afraid it's not as simple as that, Commissioner. Isn't it strange that the killer passed many a prosperous, large gas station? Yet he picked out this obviously poverty-stricken one?
I haven't got any answer for that, except most crooks are dumb.
No, Commissioner. I feel certain the killer deliberately planned his crime so that it would shock and outrage the community. That's why he picked on that poor gas station man.
Well, that sounds a little bit involved to me. Maybe you're right, but just a minute, Shadow. There's a teletype message coming in. May have some bearing on this case. See what it is, Cardona.
Right, Commissioner. Hey, Commissioner, get this.
What is it, Cardona?
Listen. Mystery gunman robbed and killed a restaurant owner at Huster Point near midnight tonight. crime of the same character and undoubtedly committed by men who killed gas station owner.
Good Lord.
What is it, Commissioner? What's the matter?
Another killing at Hoster Point.
I expected something like this.
Shadow, we're dealing with a madman. We've got to get him at once.
You'll excuse me now, Commissioner. There's work to be done, and quickly.
Oh, wait. Tell me what you're going to do.
I don't know exactly. But one thing is certain. I won't rest until the man responsible for these crimes is brought to justice.
Extra, extra! Couple robbed on Lonely Road. Mystery gunman terrorizing city. Read all about it. Extra, extra! Home of Judge Bomb. Special extra! Judge's home completely destroyed. Extra special! Read all about it. Mystery gunman robbed post office. Get your special extra. Mystery gunman robbed post office.
Lamont, this gunman seems to have an insatiable thirst for crime. He's held up over 10 places in the last 24 hours.
He's a shrewd and dangerous man, Margot. It'll not be easy to capture him.
It seems so utterly hopeless. The chance of even finding out who he is.
Margot, criminals all make mistakes. And this killer has already made one. The one that may trip him.
Have you an idea who he is?
Do you remember the description of the killer that young woman gave us?
You mean the wife of the murdered gas station man?
Yes.
Yes, I remember, but the description made no particular impression on me.
I think I know the man she described.
You do? Who is he?
Do you remember Blackie Carmichael?
Oh, I'll never forget him. He's the one who swore in court that he would get the shadow when he got out of prison.
That's right. Well, Blackie Carmichael is out of prison.
You think he's the man responsible for all these killings?
I'm not certain, Margot. But there's one significant fact. The murders have all been committed since Blackie got out.
This is a very dangerous case, Lamont. Dangerous for you, I mean. Don't forget that Carmichael swore to get the shadow.
Forget? Hardly. I'm well aware of his threat. And I know he's not likely to forget it either. This case will mean the end of Blackie Carmichael or the end of the shadow.
Well, Blackie, did you see anything?
No, Frank, nothing. I don't expect to see the guy I'm after.
You sure got me stumped. I can't figure how you're going to get a guy you can't see.
Well, just wait. You'll be in on it when it happens. You can tell your grandchildren you saw Blackie Carmichael strangle the shadow with his own two hands.
Well, that'd be something to talk about, all right, but... Listen, Blackie, if you want to lead the shadow here to this island, why do you cover up every time you knock somebody off?
Because I don't want the cops to get wise first. I'm making it tough for them.
You may be making it tough for the shadow, too.
No. He's a smart egg. He got me the last time when I was well out to sea on the cleanest getaway a guy ever planned.
And you're throwing out enough bait. He ought to bite soon if he's ever gonna.
Frankie, the biggest fish is a sucker for the right kind of bait.
You sure raised an awful rumpus, all right. 10 stick-ups in 24 hours. Boy, that's knocking him off.
You think that's something? Why, I'm just starting. I'm going to keep pegging them until I wear calluses on my trigger finger.
Drive a little further down the lakeshore, Margot. We'll be able to see the island just around this next bend.
What do you expect to find there, Lamont?
I don't know. But I've noticed that in nearly every one of these robberies, the hold-up car was seen in this vicinity. Here we are, Margot. Pull up right here.
All right.
Yeah. Look. There's the island I've been telling you about. Out there in the middle of the lake.
But I understand that island's deserted. Nobody's lived there for years.
I'm not so sure about that, Margot. That's one of the points I must be satisfied about.
You mean you're going out there to investigate?
Yes, Margot. At least, the shadow is.
Well, how are you going to do it?
I'm going to swim out.
Swim? Way out there? Why not see if we can just find a boat or something?
Well, no, that wouldn't do, Margot. The shadow can make himself invisible, but if there's anybody out there, They'd certainly be suspicious if they saw a boat approach, rowed by unseen hands.
Oh, yes, of course.
But I must be going. Don't forget my instructions, Margot.
Yes, I've got them well in mind. I'm to wait here for an hour. If you're not back in that time, it'll be a signal you found somebody or something on the island. In that case, I'm to phone Commissioner Weston and have him surround the island.
Correct, Margot. Now, what time is it?
Exactly 11:50.
Good. I'll be on my way. But don't forget, Margot, at 12:50, you have a date with the Shadow.
This is getting me, I tell you, Blackie. I can't stand it anymore.
Well, go on in the shack and take a sleep.
No, I'm getting off this island.
Who said you was?
I say so. I'm going nuts waiting while you keep staring at that water.
You close that trap of yours or you'll be carried off this island.
Oh, now, Blackie, be reasonable, will you? This is a screwy idea. We can't wait around here for a guy that may never show up. I got things to do.
You're in on this, see?
Oh!
And you're staying into the finish. You get me?
Yeah, for Pete's sake, Blackie, let go. You break my arm.
Are you doing as I say?
Yeah.
Okay. No, I don't want to hear no more squawking.
You got a grip like nothing human. My arm felt like it was in a steel vise.
Pipe down. Quiet.
Oh, what's up? What's the matter?
Look. Right along where I'm pointing. Where the moon hits the water.
Yeah?
You see anything?
Just a ripple in the water, that's all I see.
Some ripple. It's the one I've been looking for every night since I'm here.
What do you think it is?
That's a man swimming.
You're nuts. I don't see no man. Maybe it's just a fish.
Fish is good. The fish I've been putting my bait out for.
What? Say, Blackie, you don't figure that's the Shadow, do you?
That's my dope. I'm willing to lay a bet on it.
I get it now. This is the way you've been planning it all the time. That guy can hide himself, but he can't hide the ripple in the water.
That's what I've been figuring for 5 years. I know this Shadow can hypnotize you so you can't see him, but he's a body just the same. So I doped out this idea. If I could get him into water, I still wouldn't be able to see him. But I could see where he rippled the water. Then I could grab.
Blackie, that's a smart idea.
And simple. So simple I was scared some other guy'd beat me to it.
That ripple is moving this way. What are you going to do now, Blackie?
I'm going out to meet him just as soon as he gets far enough in for me to fetch underwater. Then I'm going to grab him and strangle him with these two hands.
You ought to be a cinch for a guy as strong as you at any time. But now, after he swam that distance, he's ducked.
It's time to go, Frank. Here. Grab my duds. Take it.
Okay, Blackie. You better make it snappy. He's almost out of deep water.
He's paddling in his own grave right now. Here goes. Keep your eye on the water, Frank. And watch the fun.
Okay, Blackie. I'll doze on you. Don't disappoint me.
I got you, Shadow. I can't see you, but I can feel my hands on your throat.
Let go. Let go of me.
Oh, no, I won't. I waited too many years to get my hands on you.
Who are you?
I can't see you, but I know you can see me. So take a good look. Do you recognize me?
Blackie Carmichael.
That's right. Blackie Carmichael, the guy you sent to prison for 5 years.
You deserve what you got, Blackie. Good boy. Now let me go.
Sure, I'll let go of you after I strangle the life out of you.
Shadow, you're joking me.
You're finished, Shadow. This is the end of you. Now I'm going to hold your head underwater and drown you.
Let go of me.
That's done. Frank! Frank! I done it! I killed him! I killed the Shadow! Oh, confound it. Who can that be at this hour of the night? Hello?
Is this Commissioner Weston?
Yes, who's this?
There's no time for introductions, Commissioner. I've got some information I must give you in a hurry. Let all the men you can spare go out and surround the island in White Lake.
The island in White Lake? Well, that place has been deserted for years. What's out there?
I can't give you details, Commissioner, but I urge you to act at once and use extreme care. There may be great danger.
I can't be going out in the middle of the night on crazy calls like this. You got to give me some definite information.
All right, Commissioner. You want to stop this epidemic of murders and robberies, don't you?
Of course, but what has that island got to do with it?
That you'll find out when you get there.
Oh? Hello? Hello?
Hey, Blackie, you'll be the biggest guy in the rackets after this. You done something that every guy in the underworld wanted to do. You killed a shadow.
Cut the gab and let's get going.
All right, I'm all set.
We better bind this shack down. We don't want to leave any fingerprints, any evidence for the cops.
No use taking any chances now.
Get that can of kerosene.
Right, Blackie. Okay, I got it.
All right. Pour it all over the joint.
Boy, wait till the gang hears about this. It'll knock them all for a twister.
Okay, that's enough. Get over here by the door.
Okay.
Now chuck some matches on it and let it go.
Right, Blackie. This'll cover us completely. Well, there she goes.
Come on, scram out of here. This shack will go up like paper.
Boy, look at it burn, huh?
Never mind that. Load the 2 machine guns in the boat.
They're in already.
All right, then come on.
I thought we'd never get off this island. Worse than doing a stretch in jail. What are you going to do when you get back to town, Blackie?
I've been getting chicken feed so far, but now I'm going out after the real big dough. I ain't going to be too particular about how I get it.
Okay, here we are. All right, now get a hold of the other end of the boat and we'll slide her into the water.
Okay. There we go.
Hey, Blackie, wait.
What's the matter?
Look. There's a boat out there.
What?
Hey, there's another one.
2 more over there.
We're surrounded, Blackie. Must be the cops. What are we going to do?
Give me a hand with this machine gun.
Ain't you going to make a break for it?
Yeah, after I knock off enough cops and open up a big enough space for us to get through. Set that gun up here. Leave the other one in the boat. We'll need it going across.
We better make a break for it, Blackie. That fire's getting awful
Do
hot.
as I tell you and shut up.
All right, all right.
Yeah, it's the cops, all right. I can see them now in the light from the fire. You got the gun loaded?
Yeah, she's all set.
All right. I'll get a bead on one of them 2 boats right in front. Take the one to your right first. Let's go when I tell you. Then we'll knock off the other one.
All right. They're a perfect target now.
Let them get closer.
Let's go, Blackie. They'll be on top of us in another minute.
You let go when I tell you, not before. All right. Get ready. There, you shot. You knocked the gun over.
I didn't knock it over.
What are you trying to hand me?
Honest, Blackie, I didn't. I tell you.
Who else could have done it?
I don't know.
I could, Blackie. I did.
What?
Hey, Blackie, who's that? Who's talking?
The Shadow.
Blackie, you hear that? It's the Shadow. I thought you killed that guy.
I did. I'm sure I did.
Oh, no, you didn't, Blackie. I'm very much alive.
No, you can't be. I held you under. I pumped you down.
I simply played good water polo, Blackie. Taking punishment underwater and holding the breath for sustained periods is a requirement of the game. I let you believe you had an easy victim. You know better now.
Come on, run for it, Blackie. Into the water where you still got a chance.
Right back here, you yellow rat. Come on and fight it out.
Your little playmate is gone, Blackie. The police have shot him. There's no chance for you to escape.
Yeah, that's what you think. You ain't railroading me that easy.
You'd better give up, Blackie.
Well, I guess this round's yours, but the game ain't over yet. Put up your hands, Joe. Okay. Take it easy, officer. Tell your man to put away them cap pistols. What are you doing here?
It's Blackie Carmichael, Commissioner.
Oh, Shadow, you're here, too.
This is the man you've been looking for, Commissioner. The killer of the gas station man and the others.
Well, here's a prize package. Nice piece of work, Shadow. Come on, you. All right. You got me now, but I'll get out again just as I did before. And the next time, Shadow, I'm gonna get you. Remember that, I'm gonna get you.
Say, Joe.
Yes, Mr. Ward.
Get Blackie Carmichael's record card out of the big file.
Yes, sir.
Pedro, Carlin. Yes, here we are, Carmichael. Albert Carmichael, alias Blackie. Here you are, Mr. Warden.
All right, stamp it and put it in a small file.
Yes, sir. There you are, sir.
Just a minute, let me look at it. That's right, Joe. Albert Blackie Carmichael. Discharged by execution.
Your local blue coal dealer presents The Shadow. These half-hour dramatizations are designed to forcibly demonstrate to old and young alike that crime does not pay. Before the final broadcast of this Shadow series begins, keep this fact in mind, homeowners. One way to be sure of maintaining steady, even temperatures throughout your home during these changeable days and nights of March and April weather is by burning blue coal. Blue coal is America's finest anthracite. It gives perfect, dependable warmth and stops overheating or quick chilling of rooms. Remember the name Blue Coal for better heat with less furnace attention in all kinds of weather. And be sure to hold on at the close of today's Shadow story, for we have an unusual treat in store for you. The Shadow, mysterious character who aids those in distress and helps the forces of law and order, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the unseen voice belongs. Today's story, Can the Dead Talk?
Oh, good afternoon, Miss Lane.
Hello, Ames. Mr. Cranston in?
Yes, Miss Lane. I want to...
Hello, Margot.
Hurry up, Lamont. We'll be late for Aunt Eliza's big charity benefit. She's been working on it for the last 6 months. Now, come on.
Oh, all right. Get my coat, Ames, please.
Yes.
Honestly, Lamont, you're acting like a little boy who doesn't want to go to dancing school. You'd probably enjoy it. This man Voltaire is supposed to be very good.
Margot, I don't like mind readers.
He isn't a mind reader. He calls himself a mentalist.
Well, it means the same thing to me.
Well, I understand he's fascinating. When he's not performing on the stage, he goes around exploding the myths of haunted houses and things like that. He doesn't believe in ghosts.
Oh, my...
Your coat, sir.
My coat? Oh, yes. Thanks. Listen, Margot, I've got to be back at 6 o'clock. There's a polo match at the Armory tonight.
Yes, I know. I've got a front row seat. And you needn't act like such a martyr. If I can spend the evening watching you trying to break your silly neck playing croquet on horseback, it won't hurt you to go with me this afternoon and have your mind improved.
Deliver me from a logical woman. Very well. Lead on, Macduff.
And now I will proceed with my next experiment.
See, Lamont, I told you we'd be late. It started already.
I'll sit back here and make this as painless as possible.
Certain of you in the audience have written on the slips of paper that my assistant distributed questions you would like me to answer. Now, if you will concentrate on what you have written, I will try to get these questions by thought transference. But remember, you must concentrate. I must be in complete accord with your thoughts. I get the initials, E.K. Someone with the initials E.K. wants to know the date of her marriage. I think it was... Yes, I'm sure it was. March 24th, 1903. Is that right?
Why, yes, that's right. You hear that, Lamont? He's marvelous, don't you think?
That's an understatement.
Oh, don't be so superior.
Everybody, please concentrate. I cannot conduct this experiment in thought transference without sympathetic cooperation from my audience. Now I get the initials BDM. BDM wants to know the street, number, and city where he was born.
The street is Walnut. The number 2124. The city, Philadelphia. Am I right?
Gee, he got it.
He's marvelous. How do you suppose he does it?
Elementary, my dear Watson.
Wait, please. Before I proceed further, I feel that in this room there is someone who is not only an unbeliever, but one who is distinctly hostile to me and what I am trying to do.
There, Lamont, he must mean you.
Nonsense. Probably politics.
I would like that person to attempt a little experiment with me. If he or she will think of something, some question, the answer to which is known to no one else, I will attempt to answer it correctly without the person having written the question down at all. If I can answer it correctly, it should prove to the skeptic that the transference of thought from one mind to another is completely possible.
Nice trick if he can do it.
You don't think it's possible, Lamont, huh?
Oh, I won't say it's impossible, but it's certainly highly unlikely.
Well, think of something and concentrate on it and see if you can get it.
I will not. In the first place, you don't know that I was the one he was referring to. Second place, even if I were, I wouldn't give him the satisfaction. You think of something that no one could possibly know but yourself. I'll bet you 100 to 1 he can't get it.
Well, perhaps you're right.
Quiet, please. Quiet. Someone in the audience is concentrating on the question, who is the shadow?
Margot, did you think of that just then?
Yes, but I don't know why. It just seemed to come into my head.
I will answer that question. No, on second thought, I believe I will not give the answer after all. Unless I am very much mistaken, the shadow himself is present. And I don't believe this is just the time to remove his veil of secrecy. However, in case the shadow thinks this is merely a sham, I would like to inform him that within an hour, he will receive a cablegram from someone he never heard of.
What do you suppose that means?
I haven't the
I
faintest
will now
idea.
proceed with the questions that have been written on the papers. Someone whose initials are LTZ wants to know the number of a license plate on his car.
Oh, Lamont, let's get out of here.
You can go if you like, my dear Margot. But I'm going to stay till the end.
For heaven's sake, why?
After the performance, I think the shadow will pay a little call on Mr. Voltan. I'm consumed with a burning desire to find out just what he knows.
Close the door, Emile. I wish to dress.
Yes, master.
Remove my boots.
Yes, master.
Hey, careful, you clumsy fool. What's the matter with you?
I'm sorry.
Imbecile, go. Leave me alone.
Yes, master. I will.
Well, what's the matter?
Master, the doorknob turned. The door is opening. But the hall is empty.
Ah, good afternoon. Won't you come in?
Have you gone mad, master? There is no one here.
You are wrong, Emile. There is someone here.
But I see no one.
Of course not. You may leave us alone, Emile.
Yes, master.
Well, Shadow.
Well, Voltan?
Sit down, won't you?
Unfortunately, I can't stay. I have an engagement.
Really? Perhaps your engagement is with that well-known clubman, Mr. Lamont Cranston.
Is Lamont Cranston a friend of yours?
No. Matter of fact, we've just now met.
Interesting. True.
Why beat about the bush, Shadow? I know perfectly well that you are Lamont Cranston.
Are you sure you haven't got me confused with someone else?
Quite. Of course, at the moment, I admit I'm unable to see you, owing to a trick of visual hypnotics, which it is hardly worth my while to come back. However, your charming companion this afternoon, Miss Lane, wasn't it? Let her mind dwell on the subject quite intensely. Her thought waves were unmistakable.
On second thought, I find I can spare you a few minutes, Voltan.
Good.
My respect for your powers is increasing momentarily. Well, now that you know, what are you going to do about it?
I haven't decided yet. Remember, I and I alone know that Lamont Cranston and the Shadow are one and the same, with the exception of your friend Margot Lane. Of course, you realize how much your life would be worth if the underworld should ever learn that you are the Shadow.
I have a rough idea.
And yet that would be a pity. To terminate so unceremoniously the brilliant capabilities of one who, as the Shadow, is known and feared throughout the world.
Just what are you getting at?
Let me tell you a little story, my friend. Did you ever hear of Anton Proskovai?
Anton Proskovai? The famous anarchist who at one time or another was kicked out of every country in Europe?
That's the man.
Well, the last I heard of him was some 10 years ago, when he was sent into exile. He's supposed to have died there.
Anton Proskovai didn't die in exile. He escaped. But he dropped out of sight for 10 years because he was making a study of that least understood attribute of mankind, The human mind.
You mean you?
Yes. I am Anton Proskovai.
You, Anton Proskovai? The man without a country?
I do not need a country.
What do you mean?
Shadow, when I started my studies of the brain, I quickly found that people mentally are like sheep. They can be influenced, swayed in any direction by a mentality stronger and superior than their own.
Of course. That's nothing particularly new.
Wait. After I had made my escape for years, I wandered, living in ditches, eating in pigsties, hounded from country to country by government agents. But all the time, I was collecting subjects.
Subjects?
Yes, Shadow. Among the submerged, ill-used, half-starved rabble of every nation, there are potential leaders. Leaders who, given the opportunity, could be the dictators of tomorrow.
Go on.
These men, I know. I know them so intimately that from wherever I am, I can control their minds. You saw Emil, my servant. He is completely subjugated to my will.
But that's hypnotism. Relatively simple.
Not at all. It is not hypnotism. Although I dominate Emil's mind whenever I wish, to all appearances, he is a normal human being. He can be released only if I feel fear. And I am never afraid.
Only if you feel fear.
I put the idea of the Shadow's identity in Miss Lane's mind this afternoon, after which she unknowingly, yet obligingly answered it mentally. Come in.
Excuse me, Master. I have a cablegram here. It is addressed to someone called the Shadow in your care.
Yes, I will take it and see that it's delivered. Go now.
Yes, Master.
You see, Shadow?
You mean?
On the platform this afternoon, I willed one of my subjects in Europe to cable you, saying, the downtrodden shall arise. Here, I will open your cablegram. I'll put it on the table where you can see it. Well, what does it say?
The downtrodden shall arise. Well, that's amazing.
Now do you believe me, Shadow? Through my subjects who are leaders themselves, I can control the vast mass mind of the rabble, the bulk of the population of the world.
I suppose it's possible at that.
Possible? Listen, Shadow. I have decided that in exactly 1 week, a vast uprising which I have so carefully planned for years will take place. Governments will be overthrown. Nations will exist no more. Chaos will reign.
Yes, it could be done.
It will be done.
Why are you telling me this?
Because on the threshold of releasing this world-shattering force, I hesitate.
Why, Voltan?
Because I and I alone can bring this chaos about. But after it's accomplished, then what? How can I control what I have created?
Somewhat of a problem, I should think.
Yes. I need another mind to share the responsibility. A mind which already has superhuman powers that I could train to assist me in the great work of reorganizing the world.
And you want me to join you, is that it?
Why not? Shadow, between us, we could rule the world.
Suppose I refuse.
Then, I shall be forced to divulge the secret of your identity to those who would be most interested. After which I shall proceed with my plans alone.
I see.
But you won't refuse. Join forces with me, Shadow. Next week we will plunge the world into chaos such as it has not known since the dawn of creation. A chaos over which you and I will reign supreme. Well, your answer?
Give me 24 hours.
Can you not answer me now?
24 hours.
I will give you 7 hours. That is time enough. Come to me at midnight tonight.
Where will I find you?
You know the old Murray mansion in the slums over by the river?
Of course. It's been boarded up for years. It's supposed to be haunted, I believe.
Haunted? Yes. That's why I use it for my headquarters. A reputation for ghosts is very convenient for keeping away prying eyes. I will be waiting there for you tonight at midnight. And I advise you to come alone.
Lamont is really distinguishing himself tonight. I never thought that's right. I wish he wouldn't take such chances. He's not taking any more chances than we are, sitting down here in the front row. He puts it pretty close at these indoor polo matches. Close? Honestly, Margot, any minute I expect to look up and find a horse sitting in my lap. There goes Lamont again. He's got the ball. No, the batsman is riding him off. What happened? Oh, Evelyn, what's happened? No. I think Lamont's pony must have stumbled. Lamont's fallen off. The pony's running loose. Lamont's still on the ground. Here, help me over this barrier. I'm going to. Oh, my goodness, I hope that...
Hey, stand back. Come there. Get a doctor. He may be badly injured. Here, you don't...
Oh, Evelyn, he's hurt. He's lying there so still and white. Lamont, speak to me. Margot, now take it easy. Here comes Dr. Carlson. Oh, thank goodness. He's Lamont's doctor.
All right, stand aside, please. I'm a doctor.
Oh, Dr. Carlson, thank God you've come. Do you think Lamont's hurt badly?
Well, I can't tell yet. I'll have to examine him.
Well, what is it? Tell me, can't you?
Miss Lane, I'd rather do anything in the world than tell you this.
Oh.
Lamont Cranston is dead.
Oh.
Act 2 of today's story commences in just a moment. But first, here's advice homeowners everywhere will certainly profit by following. Your nearest blue coal dealer has a real bargain for you. It's the John Barclay Summer Conditioning Service, a thorough cleaning and checkup job that'll put your heating plant in perfect shape for next fall and save you money on your fuel bills. This summer conditioning service includes cleaning all inside and outside surfaces, cleaning and reassembling the smoke pipe, and sealing all openings at joints where the pipe joins the chimney. This service also includes a thorough check of all dampers, valves, pipes, and grates, plus the painting of all doors and surfaces. In fact, it gives you over 10 vital money-saving jobs that will improve the efficiency of your furnace, all for the price of one. It's worth $12 and a half, yet it only costs approximately $5 for the average-size home. So next month, or whenever you decide to let your furnace fire go out, get in touch with your nearest blue coal dealer. Let him give your home heating plant, whether it's steam, warm air, or hot water, a thorough summer conditioning. You'll save time, trouble, and money in the long run. And remember, too, if you want steady, more dependable heat in your home throughout the changeable weather of early spring, order Blue Coal. You'll get better heat with less furnace attention.
Everybody's gone. Don't you think you'd better go home yourself and rest? Rest? How can I rest? Oh, Evelyn, I can't believe it. I can't believe it, Lamont is really gone. No. I know, dear. Now, come on, Margot. I'll take you home. Oh, but there's somebody in the hall. Evelyn, don't let them come in here. I can't face any more people. It probably ain't. Come here, Margot, in this alcove. Nobody will notice you. I'm afraid I can't stand much
Just wait, sir. Mr. Cranston's death was a terrible shock to me.
Are you an old friend of Mr. Cranston, sir? I don't seem to remember.
Well, not exactly an old friend, but considering the length of our acquaintance, a fairly intimate one.
Yes, sir. If you'll just step in here, sir, you may view that...
Evelyn, that man, who was it? No one I ever saw before. His name's Voltaire. He's a mind reader. He gave a performance this afternoon at Aunt Eliza's charity benefit. Rather strange looking. But you know, Lamont did have some weird friends. But he wasn't a friend of Lamont. I mean, I don't think he was. I wonder just...
Very sad to see a man cut down his crimes. I beg your pardon. Miss Lane, isn't it?
Why, yes.
I thought so. May I tender my sympathy, Miss Lane?
Thank you.
I know how you must feel. Great pity. Cranston had a future. Possibly a greater future than even you suspect. Well, what's done is done. I must be going now.
I beg pardon, sir.
I can find my way out.
Oh, now, Margot, darling. Won't you please let me take you home? Ames will take care of everything here, won't you, Ames?
Yes, miss. I'll get your things.
All right, Evelyn. I suppose there's nothing more I can do tonight. I'll go. Good. And I'm going with you, just to be sure you get there.
It's almost midnight, Emile. You may leave me now.
Master, are you sure you would rather not have me to stay here?
Stay? No, you fool. Why should you stay?
I do not know. I do not see how you can remain here alone, Master. Night after night. There is something about this old ruined house. It is evil.
Nonsense. What's evil about it?
In the neighborhood, they say it is haunted.
They say the ghost... Talk, that is all. There's no such thing as a ghost. To the trained mind, a ghost is an impossibility. Therefore, it does not exist. You understand?
Yes, Master.
I shall be quite all right. What's that? Just a loose shutter in the wind.
Master is worried? I have never seen you so before.
I've had rather an upsetting occurrence tonight. I must think things out. Go, Emile.
Yes, Master. The usual time in the morning?
Of course. Now go.
Yes, Master. Yes, I go.
Fool. Emile is an idiot, trying to frighten me with this old woman's tale about ghosts. Ghosts do not frighten me. Nothing frightens me. If I knew fear, I couldn't hope to control the world. So now Lamont Cranston is dead. I must proceed alone. But I must hurry before anything else goes wrong. I will not wait a week. Tomorrow I shall call upon my subjects to arise and kill. Tomorrow. It's a pity the shadow is gone. I would have enjoyed it. I could have taught him so many things. What a magnificent conception. The shadow. What was that? I could have sworn I heard someone laugh. No. No one is here. No one could be here. Must have been in my mind.
That's right, Voltan. In your mind.
Who's that? Who speaks?
Is it possible you don't know me, Voltan? When just this evening you claimed to be one of my most intimate friends?
Shadow.
Or his ghost?
No. No, it's not possible.
Really?
With my own eyes, I saw you lying dead.
I know. So thoughtful of you to call.
Stop. It can't be you. It can't.
You hear me, don't you?
I'm imagining things. My mind is overstrained, that's all. The shadow is dead.
You see, it's midnight, Voltan. I have returned from the spirit world to keep our appointment.
Spirit world? There is no such thing. There can't be. I won't allow myself to believe it.
You're afraid, Voltan?
No, I'm not afraid.
You are afraid for the first time in your life. You're afraid. At last, the thousands of subjects you've held under your spell are liberated, are free.
Who's there?
It is Emile. You must remember me, Master. Your loyal servant, Emile. The one whom you've subjected to your indignities for so long.
You've gone mad.
Now, Voltan, it is you who have gone mad. And there is but one way to deal with a mad dog.
Keep away from me, Emile. Don't come any closer. This gun. I will shoot!
Drop that gun.
Emile. I didn't mean it. Stop, Emile. Stop following me!
You wounded me, Voltan. But before I die, I am going to kill you. I am not afraid of you anymore. You are afraid of me.
No, don't touch me. Don't you...
There. He's dead. I am free. At last. Oh.
It'll be dawn soon, Margot. I'm all right now, Evelyn. Why don't you go home yourself? You don't need to stay with me anymore.
Well, if you're sure you're all right.
Oh, of course I'm all right. I'll take a sedative and go to bed.
Good, and get some rest. I could use some rest myself.
Oh, you could.
Well, if you want anything, don't hesitate to call me, Margot. If I don't hear from you, I'll drop over in the afternoon.
All right, and thanks, Evelyn, for sticking by me. You've been a great help.
Oh, nonsense. Get some sleep, dear.
I thought you'd never go.
Oh,
Margot. Don't you know me?
Well, Lamont, I must be dreaming.
No, you're not dreaming. I'm here.
But you were killed.
No, I wasn't killed, Margot.
Oh, Lamont. But I don't understand. I saw you lying there so cold and still.
It was a trick, dearest. A matter of suspended animation. I wasn't even hurt.
Well, then how...
It's quite a common trick in India, and it's been done in this country on several occasions. I've never had need to use it before. Voltan forced me to.
Well, how does it work?
Well, I can best explain it by saying I threw myself into a cataleptic trance. My heart stopped. Everything stopped for a short time. Why, it even fooled Dr. Carlson. It'll be an awful shock to him when he sees me alive and well.
You mean you did it on purpose?
Of course, I had to.
And you didn't tell me?
I could tell no one, Margot.
Oh, Lamont, how could you?
I know what a shock it must have been for you, darling, but believe me, there was no other way. It was vitally necessary that Lamont Cranston should be thought dead, so that Voltan would keep his knowledge of the Shadow's identity to himself until I had time to figure a way out.
But, Lamont, why didn't you tell me and spare me the suffering? I wouldn't have given you away.
I didn't dare take the chance. Voltan might have read your thoughts. A sinister man, Margot, with some rather extraordinary mental capabilities. Would it surprise you to know that he had perfected plans for a world revolt?
He had? You mean he...
Yes. Voltan is dead. As the ghost of the Shadow, I faced him tonight in a haunted house. When he thought his mental powers were going back on him, he shot his servant, who very conveniently strangled Voltan before he died, too.
How terrible.
Oh, I don't think so, Margot. There's quite enough unrest among nations today without the machinations of an insane mental genius. Yes, I think the world will be a great deal better off without Mr. Voltan. It's a pity that others with a like capacity for stirring up trouble can't meet the same fate.
And now, friends, we have a real treat in store for you. I want you to meet two grand actors. Our stars, Margot Lane, who in reality is the charming Agnes Moorehead, and Lamont Cranston, who is known in real life as Bill Johnstone.
Thanks, Ken. Well, Margot, I should say Agnes, I know you'll agree with me that it's been a great privilege for you and me to have played the roles of Margot Lane and the Shadow for the past 6 months.
Yes, it has, Bill, and it's been a lot of fun besides. I can't begin to tell you how much I've appreciated being with the Shadow during his exciting adventures.
And I know that we appreciate the generous cooperation we've received from our sponsors, the blue coal dealers, in teaching young and old alike that crime doesn't pay. If we succeeded in driving home that moral, then we'll have accomplished our purpose. As Ken Roberts has told you, ladies and gentlemen, this is our final broadcast of the winter season. But we sincerely hope to be back with another series in the fall. Whether or not the Shadow program returns is up to you, our listeners. In the theater, you know, we actors can tell by the applause if the audience enjoys our efforts to entertain them. But in radio, the only way to know whether or not the audience enjoys the entertainment is by their purchases of the product that makes the program possible, or by their personal approval to the sponsors. So, friends, if you've liked this Shadow series and want to hear the show again next fall, won't you phone or write your nearest blue coal dealer and let him know? Your purchases of blue coal and your phone calls to the blue coal dealers will indicate to them whether or not they should bring you the Shadow program again in September. And now, on behalf of our entire cast, hearty thanks to you again for your loyalty to our show and your support of Blue Coal.
Goodbye, Bill and Agnes. And we hope you'll be back again in the fall. And friends, remember that you can continue to thrill to the adventures of the Shadow during the summer months by getting the Shadow magazine at your local newsstand. This is Ken Roberts saying goodbye for Blue Coal.
Who knows what evil lurks in the hearts of men? The Shadow knows.
In just a moment, the Shadow starts his first adventure of the new season. But first, let me tell you about this master of men's minds. The Shadow, mysterious character who furthers the forces of law and order, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. Cranston devotes his spare time to his favorite hobby, criminology. As the Shadow, he is the sworn enemy of criminals, lawbreakers, and sharpsters. An invaluable help to the Shadow is his hypnotic power, by which he clouds men's minds so that they cannot see him. This he accomplishes by means of a mystic trick acquired during the years he spent in the Orient. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the unseen voice of the Shadow belongs. Today's story, Dead Men Talk.
Lamont? Lamont.
What?
Look, darling, there's something I think you ought to know.
Yes, what is it?
Promise you won't tell anyone?
Of course, Margot, of course.
You just went through another red light.
No. Sorry.
You know, there's nothing duller or harder to be with than a crime detective when there's no crime to detect.
Well, if you'd rather not be with me...
I know. You'd be very glad to take me home. The last time I heard that line was from a boy who was courting me to a high school prom.
Now, Margot.
I should think you'd be happy that our fair city has no murders and no robberies, no corruption at the moment.
Well, I am.
Of course, if you really want a victim, why don't you track down the villain who put the tax on cigarettes?
Listen, my sweet. You can go to your psychology teacher and get your money back because you haven't helped my mood one bit.
Okay, then. Go ahead and sulk. Would you mind telling me where we're headed for?
The morgue.
You mean the...
I mean the morgue.
I see.
Of course, if you'd rather not come with me.
No. In fact, after spending this day with you, the morgue will be a pleasant relief.
Well, glad to see you, Mr. Cranston.
Oh, how are you, Mr. Tuttle? I'd like you to meet Miss Lane.
Well, glad to meet you, Miss Lane.
How do you do?
Mr. Tuttle is our very efficient keeper of the morgue.
I see.
Yes, Miss Lane. And we're open for business here 24 hours a day. Anybody in particular you were looking for, Mr. Cranston?
No, you're just driving by, and I thought I'd drop in and see what was going on.
Well, business is very slow right now. Very slack. But I suppose that's true of every business. But we did have a new one today. An old derelict died of pneumonia. Exposure, I guess. There he is over there.
Oh, yes. Poor chap.
Rather nice-looking old boy, isn't he?
Is he the only new one?
Yes, up to now. But stick around. You know the old saying, you never know what's going to turn up, eh, Miss Lane?
Yes. Lamont, let's get out of here.
That Tuttle's an interesting type, don't you think?
Yes, very. A jolly sort.
Oh, Margot, I'll park here. Will you tell me what the evening news, please?
Yes, surely. Boy.
Yes, miss?
Evening news, please.
Here you are. Evening news it is.
Thank you.
Read all about...
What do the headlines say?
Well, the steamship Bremen has been seen in Chicago wearing a long white beard.
Oh, very funny. Very funny. What about local news?
Well, let's see. Football team, Stockings, movie hero goes on. Nope, nothing new.
Oh, why doesn't something happen?
Good evening, Miss Lane. Mr. Cranston.
How are you, Mr. Harvey?
Hello, Harvey. Say, how are things at the bank?
Well, just fine, thank you.
Had any good robberies lately?
Oh, we've been... What?
Skip it. So long, Harvey.
Yeah.
I feel like Sherlock Holmes must have felt when Conan Doyle stopped writing him.
Where to now?
We're going to dinner.
Oh, no.
Why not?
Well, you're not going to give up so soon, Lamont. You know we can still chase ambulances.
Oh. Margot, may I see that newspaper, please?
Now, you finish your salad first, Lamont.
Okay, darling. Whatever you say.
Well, you've gotten yourself an idea, haven't you?
Uh-huh.
What is it?
Well, I've just been thinking. You know the old saying that if there's no news, then make news?
Yes.
Well, how about a rewrite on that? If there's no crime...
Then make crime?
Exactly.
Just a minute. You're not going out and commit a murder.
Hardly. I have a different approach.
What?
Our well-known civic leader, Mr. Grant Flynn.
Oh.
Mr. Flynn, the poor man's friend, benefactor of little kiddies, and the worst murdering thief this community has ever known.
But, Lamont, they've been trying for years to hang something on Flynn.
Granted. But just look at this newspaper. See this story here.
Whereabouts of John Gordon, racket king, still a mystery. But what's that got to do with Flynn?
John Gordon was Flynn's partner. Oh, not publicly, of course. Gordon did the dirty work. He ran the rackets, collected the extortion money from poor shopkeepers, and, when necessary, committed the murders.
Well, what's happened to Gordon?
About 3 weeks ago, he disappeared. Boom. Just like that. And nothing's been heard of him since.
Well, do you think that Flynn had something to do with his disappearance?
Definitely. Gordon was becoming too dangerous to Flynn's interests. Their names were being linked together.
And Gordon was trying to cut in on Flynn's political interests. And probably threatened him.
And you think that Flynn had Gordon murdered?
Well, I'm not so sure of that. The murdered part, I mean. What I do think is that Flynn ordered him done away with. And now he's not so sure that his orders were carried out.
But why?
Because among those heading the investigation as to Gordon's whereabouts is his erstwhile partner, the same Mr. Flynn.
Oh. And just what are you planning to do about all this?
Well, if Mr. Flynn were to receive a phone call telling him that Gordon was still alive, we might stir up some interesting developments.
I see.
Particularly if he were to receive this phone call from the Shadow.
Come in. Well, what do you want?
Phone call for you, Mr. Flynn.
Well, who is it?
He wouldn't give no name.
You know I don't talk to people unless...
Says he's got a message for you.
Oh, yes?
Yeah, from Johnny Gordon.
What?
Should I tell him your name?
No, I'll take it. Now, you wait in here.
Whatever you say, boss. Whatever you say.
Hello.
Hello, Mr. Grant Flynn.
Yes?
This is the Shadow.
The Shadow? Hey, I've heard of you.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn. I have a message for you that might be of some importance.
Oh, yes?
A message from John Gordon.
What do you mean from Gordon?
Gordon is coming to get you.
Gordon's dead.
How do you know?
Because I ordered him rubbed out.
That's all I wanted to know, Mr.
No, I didn't mean that. You hear me? I didn't mean that.
Perhaps you can explain yourself more clearly in the morning at the district attorney's office. If Gordon doesn't get you first.
No, wait a minute. Wait.
Good night, Mr. Flynn.
Hey, good morning, Margot.
Lamont, have you seen the newspapers?
No.
Well, look at this. Civic leader dies suddenly. Grant Flynn, pneumonia victim.
Pneumonia?
Expired at 9 p.m. last night
Hey, now,
at
wait
his
a minute.
home.
I spoke to Flynn at 8:45. That means he contracted pneumonia, reached a crisis, and died in 15 minutes flat.
Remarkable age we're living in, isn't it?
Yes, to say the least. To say the least, there's something very phony about the whole thing. Let me see that paper.
Here you are.
Yeah. At his family's request, the funeral services will be strictly private. The body will be removed to Conrad's undertaking parlors this evening. Well, you can be certain of one thing, Margot.
What's that?
The services won't be strictly private. Because we're paying our respects to the late Mr. Flynn at the funeral parlor ourselves tonight.
Lamont.
Not so loud, Margot.
Is this better?
Yeah.
If I'm not too curious, why are we prowling up this back alley?
This is the rear of the funeral parlor. And as we aren't among the invited mourners, I thought this was the best way in. Do you mind?
No, it's fun. Haven't done this since Prohibition.
Well, here's the door. Now we'll see if I have a key to fit it.
What the well-dressed burglar will wear. How you fix for brass knuckles.
Margot, could you stop being a bright girl for just a minute, please?
All right.
Well, thanks. Now, we'll try this one. No, this one. Ah, there we are. Come on. Quiet now. All right. Give me that flashlight. Well, this seems to be the storeroom for the coffins.
Yes, I gather that from the way they're stacked up around here.
You're not nervous, are you?
No. I was just wishing we were back in that jolly old morgue.
Come on. Let's try this door over here. Stay close to me.
Don't worry about that.
Ah, this must be the funeral room. Now to find Mr. Flynn. What's the matter?
Over there in the corner, something's moving.
Where?
There. Oh.
That's a curtain blowing. Stop being so nervous. Nothing can possibly... What was that?
I don't know.
Someone's coming down the stairs. Quick, duck behind this coffin.
Oh, come on, let's get out of here.
There is really no need of hiding. Come out from behind that coffin.
Why, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you.
That's better.
We're very close friends of Mr. Flynn's, and I know it may seem very unusual to you, our being here at this hour, but...
It was the late Mr. Flynn you want to see.
Yes.
Follow me.
Stay beside me, Lamont.
All right.
Sorry I haven't time to show you all around. You'd like it here.
Yes, I'm sure we would.
Mr. Flynn, wasn't it?
Yes.
I haven't gotten to know him very well yet. He's new here. Ah, here he is. Now, would you help me with this coffin lid?
Surely.
There he is. Ah, the piece. The piece they find.
Are you sure this is Mr. Grant Flynn?
Yes. See the engraving on the coffin? His family just left here a short time ago.
Thank you. Come on, Margot.
Leaving so soon?
Yes, good night.
Hope you weren't frightened.
What's the matter, Lamont?
That body in the coffin.
Yes.
That isn't Grant Flynn.
No?
No. It's the body of that poor old derelict we saw yesterday in the morgue.
Would you mind telling me, Lamont, where we're going now?
To the morgue, Margot.
The morgue again?
Yes?
You know, Lamont, life with you these past 2 days has certainly been a merry whirl. First the morgue, then an undertaking parlor, then the morgue again.
Well, we found out one thing. Flynn is definitely still alive. But where he is and why he so desperately pretended to be dead is something we've got to unravel.
Oh, what do you think you'll learn at the morgue?
I want to find out who removed the body of the old derelict.
Do you think they'll tell you?
Not me, Margot. But they will tell the shadow.
Mr. Tuttle.
Did someone speak to me?
I did, Mr. Tuttle.
Who are you? Where are you?
Men call me the Shadow.
Oh, now quit joking. Who is it? I can't see you.
I'm not joking, Mr. Tuttle. And you can't see me because I cloud men's minds by the power of hypnosis.
Now, look, this morgue is a scary enough place at night. So cut it out, will you?
Let me assure you that I am not here to frighten anyone, Mr. Tuttle. Unless, of course, you fail to give me the information I desire.
What's that?
Who took that old man's body out of here?
Old man? Why,
You're stalling, Tuttle. I haven't much time to waste with you. Answer my question.
No, I don't know nothing about it.
Flynn can't protect you now, Tuttle.
Flynn?
Yes, Flynn. He claimed that body, didn't he?
Oh, why,
Didn't he?
Yes. But I was just obeying orders. Honest, I was. Now, Flynn got me this job.
That's all I wanted to know.
Oh, you won't tell her I squealed, will you?
No, Tuttle. But I'd stand by tonight if I were you. You may be sent another body in exchange.
What do you mean?
I mean the body of your erstwhile boss, Mr. Flynn.
You didn't read this evening's paper, did you, Lamont?
No. Why, Margot?
Well, here's an item that might interest you. Sometime last night, the private vault of the late Grant Flynn in the First Security Bank was rifled and the entire contents removed.
I might have known it. Remember that chap Harvey I spoke to last night when we bought the paper?
Yes.
He's been a trusted Flynn employee for years. Although he works for the First National Bank, he undoubtedly did the rifling.
Oh, well, the clock thickens, huh?
Sleepy?
Not exactly bright at 2:30 in the morning. Oh, remember those good old days when nothing was happening?
Remotely.
What's up now, Chief? Another fire?
I can take you home if you want.
Not a chance. Where to now?
A visit to Mr. Harvey.
Harvey?
Yes, chap at the bank. If we were to find out where he delivered the contents of the vault, it might lead us to Flynn.
Wake up, Harvey.
Huh?
I said wake up.
I don't know why. What?
I want to talk to you, Harvey.
Who's speaking to me? Where are you?
Right beside you. Here in the shadows.
Well, put on a light. There's no one here. I must have been dreaming.
You weren't dreaming, Harvey.
But...
Don't try to look for me. You won't see me. But I'm still right beside you.
See. Wait. Must be a shadow. Man nobody can see.
That's right.
Well, what do you want of me?
Harvey, why did you break into Grant Flynn's vault?
Me? Why?
And where did you deliver the contents of that vault?
Please, you've made a dreadful mistake.
Answer my questions, Harvey.
I can't tell you anything.
You're a fool, Harvey. Do you know that your knowledge that Grant Flynn is still alive is your own death warrant?
No.
That body
No.
they took from the morgue and placed in Flynn's coffin. They'll have to replace that body. Did you know that, Harvey? And do you know whose body they'll use as a substitute? Yours, Harvey. Yours.
All right, I'll talk. You've got to protect me. You can't let them kill me.
I promise you that. Now, where is Flynn?
I delivered papers to him at his own warehouse down on the riverfront. I think he's planning to make a getaway sometime tonight.
There's the warehouse right ahead of us.
Careful looking place. Lamont, what's that boarded structure beside it?
That, my dear, is what is affectionately known to the taxpayers of our community as Flynn's Folly.
Flynn's Folly. Seems to me I vaguely recall that name.
It's the title that was bestowed on the vehicular tunnel that was built under the river by Flynn with public funds, and then never used.
You must have made something on that little deal.
Mm-hmm. Millions. Yeah, I think it's best that we leave the car here, Margot. We'll look for a door in the rear of the building. Come on.
Okay, Chief. I never liked this neighborhood, even in the daytime.
No one about at this hour. Now, if we can only... here's the door. Now to get...
I know, those keys again.
These keys are very precious, my sweet.
I realize that. But wouldn't it be fun to just ring a doorbell once in a while?
Yeah. There we are. The first one. All right. Let me have the flashlight.
Oh, the flashlight.
Yes, the flashlight. Hurry.
I left it in the car.
What? You did? Well, that's fine.
Oh, I'm sorry, Lamont. I can go back.
No, never mind. We'll use matches. Stay right behind me.
Right behind you.
There.
Look, Lamont. There's a flight of stairs in the corner.
Good. That's what I was looking for. You see, I've heard that Flynn has maintained a hideaway here for years. Upstairs on top of the warehouse.
Well, do you suppose he's up there now?
There's only one way to find out. Now, you wait here.
Wait here?
Yes, it'll be much safer. If I'm not back downstairs in 15 minutes, I want you to get in the car and go to the police headquarters. You can tell Commissioner Weston our whole story.
Oh, Lamont, don't you think you ought to send for Weston now?
I should say not. Well, see you in a few minutes, honey.
Yes, sir. See you in a few minutes.
And don't worry. Everything will be all right.
Everything will be all right. Oh, shucks, I never could whistle. Oh, dear.
Something wrong, lady?
Who's that?
No, don't get alarmed.
Take that flashlight out of my eyes. I can't see you.
That's the idea.
Who are you?
Oh, sorry. I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Flynn.
Flynn?
Yes. The man that your friend has gone upstairs to find. Won't he be surprised when he comes back and finds you gone?
Gone? What do you mean?
You see, you're coming with me.
Oh, let go.
You see that tunnel when you came in here?
Well, what's that got to do with...
Well, it's sealed up at both ends. And the rest of it's buried in the river.
Oh, you can't. You can't.
I'll have to muffle you, sister. Wait till you get down in the tunnel and you can scream all you want then. Come on now. Now, you go right through this panel on the wall. I say, stop fighting me. It's too late now, sister. You haven't told me how you liked it down here in the tunnel yet, lady.
Oh, it's awful.
Oh, now you'll get used to it. After you're here a while, the water dripping from the walls and the cats running around. Why, you won't want anything else.
You can't keep me down here.
Oh, no. This will be a lesson to you and your inquisitive friend to keep out of other people's business. Well, I hate to be leaving you, but...
I don't think you are leaving, Mr. Flynn.
Who was that?
I believe we've talked before. I am Shadow.
Shadow? How did you get here?
I followed you down here, and I've come for you. I believe that Police Commissioner Weston will be very interested in the phenomena of a dead man
Listen.
come to life.
Listen, even if I can't see you, you aren't scaring me.
Scaring seems to be your specialty, Flynn.
No one's turning me in. I'm dead, see? Legally dead.
Come on, Flynn.
Oh, no, you don't. This is the one case the Shadow failed on.
We thrown the flashlight away. Can you see anything?
No. It sounds like he's running down the tunnel toward the river. We must follow him quickly. Just ahead there, Margot. A shaft of light. Come on. Careful, Margot. Shaft of light. Come on. Careful, Margot. The floor of the tunnel here is covered with slime.
Oh, Lamont, this is...
I thought you'd be fools enough to follow me here.
We have you trapped this time, Flynn.
Oh, yes? That's what you think. You see this lever right by my hand? That's a valve, see? A valve that'll let water roll into this tunnel at hundreds of tons a minute. Now, you may be just a voice, Shadow, but you can die like the rest of us. And that goes for your girlfriend, too.
Well, don't you think you're being stupid, Mr. Flynn? Remember, you're trapped, too.
Oh, yes, I'm dead. I'm dead already. You can't hurt me.
Don't touch that valve, Flynn.
Who was that?
Look, right at Flynn's feet. Crawling along the ground. It's a man.
3 weeks ago, I was a man, lady. 3 weeks ago, I was brought into this hole and left to die. 3 weeks ago, I was John Gordon.
Gordon. The missing John Gordon.
But you can't be Gordon. You're dead. I ordered you killed and your body thrown down here.
Your new trigger man's a bum shot, Flynn, but I'm not. You want a practical demonstration?
Now, wait, Gordon. Put down that gun or I'll pull this valve.
You haven't got guts enough.
Keep away from me. Put that gun away.
Do something.
I'm the one that'll do something, lady. Come and get it, Flynn. My friend, I think that...
Oh, Lamont. Lamont.
Steady, Margot. Till I see what... Why? They're both dead.
Gordon, too.
Yes. He should have died days ago down here. The only thing that kept him alive was the hope of getting Flynn.
Oh, horrible. And I suppose the next thing to do is to notify Commissioner Weston.
Yes, he get... Margot, look.
What?
Water. Water coming in through that valve.
Oh, Lamont.
Flynn must have turned it on. Come on, Margot. Quickly, quickly. Here. Here's a passageway.
Oh, hurry.
Let's get up these stairs. Here. The door. Ooh. That was a close call.
Oh. Well, what do we do now?
Well, we'll notify the city department that the tunnel is flooded. But after telling Commissioner Weston about Flynn and Gordon, well, perhaps it's just as well that he never knows. Are you tired?
Well, it has been a busy day.
You like to go home?
Mm-hmm. But stop off at the bookstore first, will you?
A bookstore?
Yes, darling. I want to rest my nerves by curling up in bed with a very gory mystery story.
Who knows what evil lurks in the hearts of men? The Shadow knows.
The Shadow, mysterious character who aids those in distress and helps the forces of law and order, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the unseen voice belongs. The only one who knows the true identity of that master of other people's minds, the Shadow. Today's story, House of Fun.
Pop just told me you wanted to see me, Mr. Van.
Shut up. You know better than to mention my name around here.
Oh, I'm sorry, boss. Something special you wanted?
Yes, Lupton. I came here to the carnival to find out why all the delay.
Well, Chief...
You had your orders 3 weeks ago. I sent you a complete description of the man I wanted you to kidnap.
But there ain't been no one like him to come out here to the house of
Never
fun.
mind the alibi. Now I want that man, and I want him tonight.
Yes, boss.
It's worth $1 million to me, Lupton. $1 million.
$1 million bucks? Say, how do you figure that?
Never mind. Just do as you're told. When my plans are completed, Lupton, I'll rule the world. I'll rule the world. Now, get me that man tonight.
you 10 cents to 10 part of $1. All you do is hit the funny man and knock him dead. Now, just move in a little closer. That's right. There before you stands Sylvia, the lovely little lady from the mystic land of India. And she dances, folks. She dances. Hurry. You're just in time for the Wonder Show, the greatest attraction on the Midway. It's new.
Oh, Lamont, I'm having a wonderful time.
It is fun, isn't it, Margot?
Oh, I haven't been to a country carnival since I was 10 years old.
Say, look. There's a hot dog stand that we missed. You want one?
Oh, I haven't finished this ice cream and root beer yet.
Oh, it's sissy, eh?
I should say not. Get me 2 hot dogs.
Okay. Will you hold these 2 blankets and this bridge lamp?
Sure.
You better take these dolls and candy boxes, too.
What about the set of dishes?
I'm trading those in for the hot dog.
Lamont, you're a regular Annie Oakley.
Annie Oakley was a woman.
Then you're a brother. Can I try it?
Well, sure. Let's have another gun, will you?
Here you are, sir. 2 bits worth.
How do you hold this thing?
Hey, not under your chin. Your shoulder.
Oh.
Yeah, that's it. Now, fire away.
Here goes. Say, I knocked the hat off that dummy.
Don't look now, darling, but that's the proprietor. Getting tired, Margot?
Tired? I'm just starting.
Every minute.
Say, how about trying this place?
Oh, left.
All right.
It's thrilling, it's killing, and a laugh from beginning to end. So step right up, folks. It's the hilarious House of Fun.
2, please.
Yes, sir. The gentleman gets 2 tickets, and here's your change.
Thank you.
Come all to the hilarious House of Fun.
We go in this way, Margot.
It'll tickle your versatility.
Lamont, what happens in these places?
Anything. So be prepared for... Oh, look, Margot. Isn't that James Tennyson just ahead of us?
Tennyson?
Yes, you know, president of Tuttle Steel.
Oh.
Why, of course it is. Come on, I want to say hello to him.
All right.
Hello, Mr. Tennyson.
Hey?
Oh, don't you remember me, Lamont Cranston?
I'm sorry, mister.
I do beg your pardon. You look just like an acquaintance of mine, James Tennyson.
Oh, that's that big business fella, ain't it?
Yes.
Well, I don't blame you. Lots of folks is always mistaking me for him. You know, my wife says she wishes it was him. For the money part, she means.
I do apologize, anyway.
Yeah, think nothing of it. Good day.
Good day. That always makes you feel a little foolish.
Yes.
Well, come on. Let's face the spooks, huh?
Oh, stay close to me, Lamont. It's so dark in here.
We'll just follow our friend. We'll let his light suit be our guide.
Lamont, what's that?
Just a skeleton. Ignore him.
Oh, yeah. You hear what I hear?
Oh, Margot, just relax.
Oh, yes. Sure. What's that awful thing in front of us?
Where?
Right there, look. That great big head with tiny arms and legs.
Oh. If I tell you, will you promise not to be upset?
Yes.
That's you.
Me?
Yes. You're looking into one of those distorting mirrors.
Oh, go ahead and laugh. You don't look so pretty in it yourself.
Oh, is that so? Down this passage, please.
Gosh, it's dark. Why do they call these places fun houses?
Because it's so much fun when you get out of them.
Here, let go of me.
What's that?
Our friend up ahead must be getting a scare.
My throat, you're choking me.
Margot, come on.
What is it?
I don't know, but it doesn't sound right. Something's happening to that man.
Look ahead, Lamont. He's being pulled through a door in the wall.
Stop, I say.
He's gone.
Are you sure you saw him disappear through this wall?
Well, yes, of course.
But there's no door here. It must be a sliding panel. Open up. Open up in there.
What's going on?
A man just disappeared through a panel in this wall.
Well, what's the matter with you, brother? Has this place gotten you?
Well, who are you?
Well, I'm the manager here. And you can take my word that there ain't no secret panel.
Well, we saw him disappear.
Oh, yeah? What'd he look like?
Middle-aged man wearing a light gray suit.
Why, that fella just left the place. I passed him on the way in here.
Are you sure?
Of course I am.
Oh, that's funny.
Well, why shouldn't it be funny, brother? This is the House of Fun.
Lamont, you're not eating anything.
No, I won't for another week.
Why not?
Have you forgotten our little orgy at the carnival the other night?
12 hot dogs, 6 frozen custards, 4 bags of peanuts, and an apple on a stick.
Lamont, you're slipping.
Yes, I guess so. The way the stock market has behaved this week hasn't helped my appetite either.
I thought the market was going up.
It is. But there are a few companies that are solvent, successful enterprises, yet their stocks have done a complete nosedive these past few weeks.
Oh, why?
I don't know. There's a rumor that it's the result of bad business deals by the presidents of these companies.
Bad business deals?
Yes. Think of what's happening to the poor man who's holding those stocks. The butcher and the baker. And even the employees of the companies.
What are these companies?
Well, the latest stock to tumble is Tuttle Steel.
Oh, well, isn't the president of Tuttle Steel a chap you thought we saw at the carnival?
Yes, James Tennyson.
I still think I saw that man who looked like him disappear through that panel.
And I still believe you. But we couldn't do anything about it.
Lamont.
Mm-hmm.
Speak of the devil.
What do you mean?
Look, there's 2 men getting up from that table. Isn't one of them our missing man from the carnival?
Why, so it is.
Oh, what a coincidence. Then we were wrong about it.
It looks that way.
Oh, look, they're coming toward us. Can we tell him about the scare he gave us?
Sure, why not? Hello there. Eh? You remember me, don't you? We saw you the other night at the carnival.
I'm sorry. You must be mistaken.
Come on, Mr. Tennyson. I have got to catch that train.
Yes. Excuse me, won't you?
Oh, yes. We're certain.
Well, what was all that about?
I don't know.
That other man called him Mr. Tennyson. Well, you've mixed them up again.
No, I haven't. That wasn't James Tennyson. That's the man we saw at the carnival.
Then why did he call him by name?
Because he wanted me to think he was Tennyson. He didn't know that Tennyson knows me.
Well, this is like coming in the middle of a moving picture. I don't get it.
I don't either, Margot, but I'm going to. I'm positive that man was the chap we saw at the carnival.
Well, then why should he say he wasn't?
That's something for the Shadow to learn. By paying a visit to the carnival again. Tonight.
I'd like to know what you're going after, Lamont.
Well, Margot, it's weird and fantastic, but I have the feeling that this house of fun that we're heading for is somehow mixed up in the stocks falling off in the companies I was telling you about.
How?
Well, this is pure supposition, mind you. But wouldn't it be possible that someone who was interested in having those stocks decline, could dispose of the real presidents of the companies and substitute a person who looked and acted like him?
Oh, Lamont, that's unbelievable.
That remains to be seen. Well, here we are. You'd better wait in the car, Margot.
What are you going to do?
The Shadow has some serious business in the House of Fun. Hello. Oh, yeah, boss. What's that? A girl. But what must she look like? Dark, medium height, slender. Okay. I'll be on the lookout. Just send me a picture of her and I'll do the rest. Sure. Goodbye.
Is it a tiresome business, Mr. Lufton?
Huh? Who said that?
I did, Mr. Lufton.
Well, where are you?
I'm standing right beside you.
Beside me? But I don't see anyone.
That's because I've clouded your mind. You can't see me.
Who are you?
I am known as the Shadow.
The Shadow? I've heard of you. You can't be seen.
I was listening to your conversation on the telephone, Lufton.
Well?
Kidnapping is a rather serious offense these days.
Kidnapping?
Yes. That is your work, isn't it?
No.
You're lying.
Hey, what are you trying to do to me? I ain't crooked, see? I'm running a legitimate business. It's a house of fun where people come and enjoy themselves.
Where people come to be kidnapped, you mean?
You don't know what you're talking about.
I know that some people have come into this place and never were seen again.
No, you're all wrong.
I can prove what I'm saying, Lufton. To the police.
The police?
Yes. You can save your protest for them.
No, wait. Don't turn me in. I'm honest, I tell you. I don't know what happened to those people who disappeared.
Then you do admit they disappeared?
Yeah. I just did obey my orders.
What are your orders?
Well, they give me a description of a guy, see? Then I keep a watch for someone who looks like him. Sometimes that takes weeks. Then when I see one, I give the tip off and they snatch him as he goes through the house of fun.
Who are they?
The men I'm working for. They own the show.
And these doubles that you're watching for, are they the doubles of any specific people?
You usually a big businessman or something.
Why do they want these doubles?
I don't know. I just told you everything.
Not everything, Lupton. Who's behind all this?
No, I can't tell you.
Who is the man that you just spoke to on the phone? The man you called boss?
Please, I can't.
Then you tell the police in the morning. Well, you already have your confession as a kidnapper, Mr. Lupton.
I'll tell you. But you've got to protect me.
Who's behind this?
My boss is Mr.
You will never know, Shadow. You will never know.
See anything in that paper, Margot?
Not a word. Lamont, are you sure Lupton was murdered?
Of course. I saw him die. That was 3 days ago. And not a line in any newspaper about his death. I did learn one thing today, though.
What's that?
The late Mr. Lupton's House of Fun has left the carnival.
Where'd it go?
I don't know.
Well, do you suppose they've just gone out of business?
No, I don't think so. That place has been too good a foil for the activities of the heads of this mob, whoever they may be.
Well, then what do you think?
They've undoubtedly moved to another city. We'll just have to find out where.
That should be a nice job. How many cities are there in this country?
Oh, it won't be that involved. There are agents, you know, who book all these carnivals.
What makes you think that these agents would give you the information?
Well, if we were to go to their office looking for work.
You mean as performers?
Exactly.
The Flying Cranstons.
Margot, that's a wonderful title. Come on, get your hat.
Okay, partner.
The Flying Cranstons are seeking their first engagement.
Alley-oop.
Nope, Charlie, nothing today.
Well, how about me, Mac?
Charlie, you keep in touch with the office. I think we can get you 20 weeks at Bourne's Wonder Show.
Oh, swell.
Who did you want to see?
Well, we don't know exactly.
What was it about?
Well, work, of course.
What do you do?
We're an aerial novelty act. Flying Cranston.
Flying Cranston? Never heard of you.
The idea. Never heard of us, huh? Never heard of the Flying Cranstons, the king and queen of the high wire, defiers of gravity, daredevil supreme,
Margot.
Daredevil Supreme. Yes. I still never heard of you.
Well, Mr. Lupton told us to see you.
Lofter?
Yes, the proprietor of the House of Fun.
Oh, Johnny Lofter.
Yes, that's right. Good old Johnny Lufton.
Well, I'll have to see the act before I could book you anyplace.
Well, I realize that. Oh, by the way, where is John these days?
I ain't seen him in months, but his show was up at the Winkler County Fair.
Winkler County Fair? Thanks.
Wait a minute, where are you going?
I just remembered we left the trapeze home all along.
And you know how trapezes are. You can't leave them for a minute.
Certainly not. What?
We'll be in to see you again. Goodbye.
Yes, goodbye.
Yes, wise guys.
Well, Lamont, who are we supposed to be this time?
What do you mean?
Well, are we the Flying Cranstons or...
No. The Flying Cranstons are back in the trunk. What does the time say?
County Fair just ahead.
Good. But I have another impersonation for you, Margot.
What's that?
When I saw Lupton the other night, he received a phone call from the head of the mob.
Yes?
And I gathered that he was told to look for another victim.
I see.
This victim was to be a girl. Dark, medium height, slender.
Well, that could be anyone. Could be me.
Exactly.
Oh. Now I get it. You want me to...
Only if you want to, Margot. It's liable to be a very dangerous task.
Well, you know me, queen of the high wire, daredevil supreme.
Now, this is no joking matter, Margot. These men are killers.
Why do you suppose they want a girl this time?
Well, if my theory is correct, that they're kidnapping their victims and palming them off as the big business tycoons that they resemble, then the next company to receive their attention is the Amalgamated Perfumes.
Well, that's a shot in the dark, isn't it?
Not as wild as it sounds. The only big businesswoman who answers to your description is Dorothy Andrews, the young socialite who runs the company.
I see, and you want me to visit the House of Fun.
Yes. And I want them to think you're alone. I'll follow behind you as the shadow. If they attempt to kidnap you, I can step in and get the evidence I need on the entire gang. Will you do it?
Will I? I'm practically being yanked through that sliding panel right now.
There's something doing every minute in the hilarious House of Fun. It's thrilling, it's killing, and it's a laugh from beginning to end.
Go ahead, Margot.
One, please.
The little lady what? You all alone, miss?
Yes, isn't that allowed?
Oh, sure. Sure, here's your ticket. Go right in. Go right in.
Thank you.
Hey, Pop. Yeah? Tell that dame she's just what the big guy ordered.
Sure.
Hurry, hurry, hurry. This is the house of fun. It's thrilling and it tickles your sensibility.
Pardon me, miss.
Yes?
Is this here a very scary place we're going into?
Well, that depends on what scares you.
Well, I thought it was a real honest-to-goodness fun house. I don't like the look of all them bony things. Too spooky.
Well, old man, you just stick close to me. I won't let them bite you.
Thanks. It's dark, isn't it?
Yes.
Great day, what's that?
I don't know, but I don't like it either.
Here, now, don't go too fast. You'll be leaving me behind.
Oh, sorry.
Look, over there.
What? Oh, let go of me.
All right, Tilly, now keep quiet.
Let go of me, I say.
Now, we'll just open this panel.
Where are you taking...
No yelling, see?
Lamont!
Shut up, you. Come on.
Margot! Open that panel! Margot!
Now you listen to me. You are supposed to be James Tennyson. Do you hear? You are supposed to be James Tennyson.
I am supposed to be James Tennyson.
You are going to his office tomorrow and sell his South American property.
I'm what?
You are going to sell the South American property.
I am going to sell the South American properties.
You will obey my instruction.
I'll...
No, I'm not Tennyson. I'm not Tennyson. I can't do this.
Quiet. Listen, you fools. If you are trying to pit your will against mine to regain your freedom, you had better forget it. If you don't, when you have completed your job for me, I shall dispose of you as I have the other. Now, obey me. Concentrate on what I say. Look at me. Look into my eyes. Now, repeat after me. I am James Tennyson.
I am James Tennyson.
I will obey my instructions.
I will obey my instructions.
That is better. You may go now.
Yes. I am James Tennyson. I am James Tennyson.
Yeah?
Hopper's out here. He's got that dame from the carnival with him.
Send him in. Come in.
Hello, boss. Well, here she is.
Good work. Bring her over here.
Come on, you.
Oh.
All right. Untie her.
Here now. Stand still while I loosen these ropes, will you?
Well, I must compliment you, Pop, on your selection. She is practically a double for the Andrews girl.
There she is.
What's the meaning of
Now,
this?
just take it easy, young lady. Nobody is going to harm you if you do as you're told.
What do you mean?
You will see. Okay, Pop. You wait outside.
Yes, sir.
Take a seat, Miss
Lane. But I want to
I
know...
will do the talking for a while, Miss Lane. Miss Lane. That's not a very good name for you. I think you'll have to change that.
Change my name?
Yes. From now on, you'll be known as Dorothy Andrews.
Please tell me why you brought me here.
Look at this photograph.
Why?
Look at it, I say. Do you notice anything unusual about it?
Well, it looks like me.
Exactly. That's a photograph of Miss Dorothy Andrews, a young society girl who is the president of a very large perfume company.
Well?
Well, as I told you, from now on, you are Dorothy Andrews.
You can't keep me here.
Oh, but I can. These walls are soundproof. And as for help reaching you, well, just look out of that window.
Oh.
That this story about the street is a long time. Now, will you listen to me?
No. I'll get help some way. You can't do this.
We will dispose of the real Miss Andrews tonight. Tomorrow you will go to her office and take a plea.
But how do you expect me to fool...
That's my job. You will obey my orders. I have a complete file here of all her daily habits, her acquaintances, her business deals.
But how could I learn them in so short a
I
time?
will teach you, and our lesson can begin right now.
No.
Look at me, I say. Look into my eyes.
No. No, I won't do it.
You will. That's it. Look at me. Look at me. Don't look at him, Margot. What is that?
Shadow, you're here.
The shadow?
Yes, Van Buren. You remember me, I see.
Remember you?
Yes, from the night that you killed John Lufton.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I've been listening to your conversation with the young lady, Van Buren.
Well?
Quite a racket you're running.
What do you mean?
Substituting your own people at the heads of big corporations. Hypnotizing them into ruining these corporations for your personal gain.
Crazy.
Oh, no. You are the one whose sanity should be questioned, Mr. Van Buren.
What do you want with me, Shadow?
First, I want you to release that girl. Then I shall turn you over to the police.
Oh, not a chance. Do you think that I am going to be frightened by you? A shadow that doesn't even dare show himself to me.
We shall see.
I know your power, Shadow. The power of hypnosis. But mine is as strong as yours. I shall force you to become visible.
You're a fool, Van Buren. And I'll prove it to you. I'm standing right in front of this desk.
Huh?
Here. I'll pick up this pen to prove it. You see? My eyes are on a level with yours. Now, make me become visible. Make me.
I will. You shall become visible, Shadow. You shall.
Your ego is greater than your talent, Van Buren.
You can't do this to me.
The guy has a gun.
How did you like that, Shadow? Shadow. He does not answer. I've killed him.
No.
You didn't even hit me. Try again, Van Buren. I'm over here by the window now. You're a poor shot, Van Buren.
No more bullets. I'll get you. I will get you
Get
anyway.
away from that window. He's coming after you.
Look out, Van Buren. That window's open. Van Buren. He's fallen to the street.
Third story.
Come on, Margot. I'm taking you home.
What did Commissioner Weston have to say, Lamont?
Well, they found the real Mr. Tennyson and several other victims all alive in one of Van Buren's hideouts. The only murder committed was the one at the House of Fun. The case is officially closed.
Oh, good.
Well, how about a little relaxation, Margot? Something to take our minds off the events of the past few days, huh?
I'd love it.
Any special place you'd like to go?
Yes.
Where?
A country carnival.
The weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The shadow knows.
Who knows what evil lurks in the hearts of men? The shadow
The shadow, mysterious character who aids the forces of law and order, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. As the shadow, Cranston is gifted with hypnotic power to cloud men's minds so that they cannot see him. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the voice of the invisible shadow belongs. Today's story, Phantom Fingerprints.
But you must understand, Lord Hawley, I am a woman. No. Let's see. I am a lady. No.
You am crazy.
Did you say something, Margot?
Oh, Lamont, you're marvelous.
Well, what do you mean?
You've been sitting at that typewriter for the past 3 hours, mumbling, I am a lady. I am a woman.
Well,
encounter. You just don't understand how an author must search for the right word.
Search? There was a manhunt.
Well, now tell me, do you think she should say, I am a woman, or I am a lady?
Well, it depends on what she is.
Well, she's both.
Why don't you play safe and just call her a female?
Oh, now there you go again. Now, how do you think it would sound for her to stand up and say, I am a female?
Well, I was only trying to help.
Oh.
Say, haven't you a date with Commissioner Weston to take him to your rehearsal tonight?
Oh, that's so. I did want to rewrite this scene and take along with me, though.
Well, then call her a woman and let us go with that.
Well, a woman isn't bad.
It's very good.
Yes. I am a woman. Say, that is good. I am a woman.
Sheer genius.
I am a woman.
Now, come on. Let's get down to police headquarters.
All right, Commissioner Weston. Ready to see the rehearsal?
Well, Cranston, as a matter of fact, I don't care much for mystery plays, and as for rehearsal...
Oh, grab him quickly, Lamont. He's slipping through our fingers.
No, Commissioner, I want your opinion on the play. After all, I am, as you've told me so often, merely an amateur criminologist. I'd appreciate the judgment of an expert.
You really want my opinion?
Your invaluable opinion, Commissioner.
Well, in that case, Miss Lane, since you put it that way...
The publicity agent thinks it'll be good for the show if you come to see a rehearsal.
Oh, so that's it, So I'm just being used as a publicity guy.
But good publicity, Commissioner.
Here's your hat, Commissioner.
And your coat, Commissioner.
Well, come in.
Good evening. Oh, I didn't know you had visitors, Chief.
Oh, come in anyway, Doc. Come on in. Miss Lane and Mr. Cranston, Dr. Kilgore.
How do you do?
How do you do?
We've met before, Doctor.
Yes. Doc Kilgore's our medical examiner. He's been with the force for... How long is it, Doc?
40 years. Next Thursday, Commissioner.
Yes, of course. And by the way, Doc, the men on the force are throwing a little party for you to celebrate your long service.
Yes, I know. And I appreciate your thinking of me, really, but I just hate to be reminded that I'm getting old.
Well, Doc, I've been thinking things over, and I thought that the party would be a good place for you to announce...
My retirement?
Yes, Doc. Now, I have your pension papers in the drawer of my desk here. I haven't signed it yet because I wanted to talk to you first.
Well, hasn't my work been satisfactory, Commissioner?
Doc, you're the best medical examiner in the country. But we're thinking of you. You've worked hard all your life. Now you can retire at full salary and enjoy yourself.
Oh, why? If I retired, I'd be dead in 6 months.
Now, Doc, that's no way for you to talk.
I'm an old fire horse, Commissioner. I wouldn't know what to do with myself if I didn't have my work to do. But, of course, if you want me to retire, I'll do it.
I wouldn't think of it, Doc. I was only doing it for your sake.
Well, then, shall we forget it for the time being? You see, I don't want to retire yet, Commissioner.
Oh, forget it then, Doc.
All right. Now, I guess I'd better get along.
Oh, what is it you came in to see me about, Doc?
Oh, what?
Would you rather we left the room, Dr. Kilgore?
Oh, no, indeed not. It can wait until morning.
Well, we'll miss the first act unless we hurry.
You see, Doctor, Mr. Cranston's play is in rehearsal tonight, and he wants my critical opinion. But if you want to talk to me, I'll be glad to...
No, indeed. What I have to tell you can wait, Commissioner.
Oh, well, let's go then. Oh, by the way, Doc, those reports I wanted you to look at are right here on my desk.
Yes.
Now, you sit right down and go over them. There'll be no one around here to bother you at this time of night.
All right, Commissioner.
We've got exactly 16 minutes to get there. We'll never make it.
We will with a police escort, Miss Lane.
Police escort? Wow, did you hear that, Lamont?
Yes, Margaret. Goodbye, Doctor.
Goodbye, Dr. Kilgore.
Don't work too hard,
No,
Doc.
I won't, and have a nice time.
Thanks, we will. I'm going to work the siren.
Well, now to work. Let me see, where did he say those reports were? No, they're not here. Oh, yes, of course, here they are on the desk. Now, let me see. Oh, yes, indeed. This is going to be a mighty interesting case. Well, that's odd. I thought I heard something. Hey, who's there? Who's there? I said. I can't see you over there in the dark. Oh, no. No, not you. No, don't look at me that way. No, you could not. I'll call for help. Oh, please, you couldn't. What have I done to you? Oh, please speak to me. Don't just keep looking at me that way. Well, you wouldn't kill me. Well, you couldn't.
mighty nice.
I think Lamont's more interested in your opinion of his play, Commissioner.
Well, of course.
Oh, that. Well, now look, Cranston. Your villain is supposed to be a master criminal.
Yes?
Makes a foolish blunder, for one thing.
Well, then, you don't think a master criminal would leave his fingerprints around, even by accident?
Emphatically, no.
Well, I don't see why.
You're being paged, Commissioner.
Yes, one of my men from headquarters. Guy, what are you doing here, Giles?
Well, Dr. Giles, hello.
Chief, I've got bad news for you. Doc Kilgore is dead.
Dead?
What?
Why, we just left him 2 hours ago in my office.
He's been murdered.
I know how you feel, Giles. I know how we all feel.
Who did it? Who would want to kill him?
I wish I knew, Giles. Step on it, Murphy.
Yes, sir. Dr. Giles, you were Dr. Kilgore's assistant, weren't you?
Oh, he was more than just my superior. He was the best friend I ever had. He put me through medical school, got me the job as his assistant. Why, he was so good to everyone. Why should anyone want...
Come on now, come on. Pull yourself together.
Oh, I'll be all right. I'll be all right.
Have you had a chance to examine the body?
Yes, I have.
What did you find?
Doc had been stabbed at the base of the skull with a sharp instrument.
Yeah?
Death resulted almost immediately, Commissioner Weston.
Poor old man. At least he never knew what happened.
Chief, if it's the last thing I do, I'm going to bring the Doc's murderer to justice.
With you when you discovered Doc Kilgore's body, Molly?
No one, sir.
What time was it?
You've asked him that question at least 4 times, Mr. Weston.
And you've interrupted this investigation at least 50.
Oh, Commissioner, you're exaggerating. I haven't said more than a dozen words in the last 2 hours.
Please, Miss Lane.
All right, but I just wanted to be helpful.
What time was it when you discovered the body, Molly?
About 11 or just before 11.
You were off duty at 8 o'clock. What were you doing at the office at that hour?
Is this the 3rd degree, Commissioner?
No, this is not the 3rd degree. We don't use the 3rd degree. We don't believe in 3rd degree methods.
Well, you don't have to shout at me, and you needn't leave your office.
I'm not leaving my office, but you are.
What?
Giles, where's Cranston?
He's out here examining the body.
He is. We'll ask him to come in here immediately.
Speaking about me, Commissioner?
Now, look, Cranston, I don't mind you and Miss Lane being here, but she's interfering with my investigation.
I am not. I was just...
All right, Margot. I think it's time you went home anyway.
Yeah.
It's 2 o'clock in the morning, then.
No, I'm not going home. I'll wait outside for you, Lamont. And as for you, Mr. Weston, it wasn't necessary to be so rude. Good night.
Rude. Now maybe I can get somewhere.
Dr. Giles, tell Commissioner Weston what we've just discovered.
Well, it's your idea, Mr. Cranston. You tell him.
Well, all right.
Commissioner, do you need me any longer? I'd like to go home.
Go ahead. But I haven't finished questioning you yet. I'll see you tomorrow morning, Molly.
Yes, sir. Good night, sir.
Well, what is it, Cranston?
Commissioner, do you remember Killer Norvelli?
Remember him? I certainly ought to. I sent him to the chair in 1931.
That's right.
He was a tough customer, all right. Murdered about 5 people with his knives.
Commissioner, before he started on his career of crime, he was a knife thrower in vaudeville, is that right?
Yes, that's right. Now, what are you driving at?
And Dr. Giles tells me he performed the autopsy on him. Right, Giles?
Yes, I'll never forget. It was the fall of 1931. My first big assignment after Doc Kilgore got me my job in the department.
What's the murderer electrocuted 8 years ago got to do with the death of the doctor?
I don't know the answer to that, Commissioner. But there's an odd similarity in the murder technique. And as Dr. Giles pointed out, the weapon used on Dr. Kilgore left the same tri-cornered mark as found on Norvelli's victims.
Yes, everything is the same. Why, if I didn't know Novelli was dead and buried, I'd say he was our man.
Now, wait a minute, gentlemen. I can see exactly what you're thinking. Killer Novelli comes back from the dead to kill a man he never had anything against. Oh, no, Cranston.
All right, Commissioner. Now, what about fingerprints?
As I told you before, Cranston, a smart criminal doesn't leave his prints around.
Oh, but O'Reilly found a clean-cut set of prints right in the center of your desk, Chief. He's down on the files right now, checking up on them.
What? On my desk?
You say a complete set of prints was found?
4 fingers and a thumb, all perfect. No smudges.
Perfect? Well, you're very fortunate, Weston.
We'll have the murderer within an hour, Cranston.
I wish you luck.
Chief, I've got the murderer. Here's the rat who killed Doc Kilgore.
Molly? I knew your story sounded phony.
I didn't do it. Dr. Kilgore was a friend of mine. You've got to believe me.
Shut up. Now, what is all this, O'Reilly?
Well, I was developed in the photographs with the fingerprints we found in your office, Chief, when I heard a noise in Doc Kilgore's office.
Yes?
I rushed in and caught Moley red-handed going through the Doc's papers. This paper was in his hand when I jumped him.
Let's see it. Sure, I was going through his papers. But I didn't kill Doc. I can swear it. Why, he was the best friend I ever had.
This is getting to be most interesting. What does the paper say, Weston?
It's a note for $850. Made out to Doc Kilgore and signed Charles Moley.
Well, that doesn't mean anything. I can explain that.
Yes, I'd like to have you explain this, Molly.
Well, I did owe Doc $850, but I paid him back early this evening. He was busy in the lab and didn't have time to get the IOU for me. After he was dead, I realized how bad things would look for me if the note were found, so I went to his office to get it.
Go on, Molly.
Well, that's about all there is to tell. He lent me the money to pay off the men I'd been gambling with. I didn't want to lose my job, and I knew I would if you found out that I'd been gambling.
You say you paid the money back to Dr. Kilgore?
Yes, early this evening, and I swear I did.
No money was found on Doc Kilgore. Now I'll tell you what I think, Molly. You owed Doc the money and you couldn't pay him. He threatened to come to tell me about it and about your gambling. You got desperate and killed him to save yourself.
I gave him the money, I tell you.
I'll get you for this.
Keep away from me. Come on, get him.
None of that, Giles. I know how you feel, but...
Doesn't anybody believe I didn't do it?
Take him away, O'Reilly.
All right, Chief, come on.
Come on, give him a hand, Giles.
All right, Chief.
Well, there you are, Cranston.
You're convinced you have Doc Kilgore's murderer?
Absolutely. Motive and all.
I don't think you have, Commissioner. There are too many loose ends. What about the fingerprints in the center of your desk? Why was the knife thrown instead?
How do you know it was thrown?
Just a hunch.
You can't convict a man on hunches. I've got proof and a motive.
What happened to the money?
There never was any. That was part of Moley's phony story.
Oh, I see. You know, Commissioner, those fingerprints intrigue me.
Well, go to work, Sherlock Holmes. Oh, for me, I'm going home and get some much-needed sleep. Come in.
I'm sorry to bother you, Chief, but is O'Reilly here?
No, he's busy. What did you want?
Well, it's about the prints, Chief. The ones we found on your desk.
What about them?
Well, I've checked them, and I've rechecked them. And they don't make sense.
What are you talking about?
The fingerprints we found on your desk, Chief, belong to Killer Norvelli. But he's been dead since 1931.
Please, Cranston, go away and don't bother me. I'm too busy to spend my time watching vaudeville acts. After all the excitement last night, I had about 2 hours sleep. Look at this desk, piled with mail. I'll never get through it all.
You're missing something, Commissioner. There's a woman knife thrower on the bill who's simply terrific.
I don't care if she is simply terrific. I can't... Knife thrower.
A most interesting woman, Commissioner Weston. Madame Maria Novelli.
Killer Novelli's widow, you know.
Ah, Killer Novelli again. Cranston, if I hear that name again, I'll begin throwing things, and it won't be knives.
But, Commissioner, don't you think that...
Think. I'll... Go away, Miss Lane, please. Cranston, go write another mystery play or anything you want, but don't bother me. I got the murder of Doc Kilgore, and I got a motive, and that's all I need.
I hope so, old man. I sincerely hope so for your sake. As for me, I've got a hunch. Come on, Margot.
Bye, Commissioner.
Goodbye. Margot, the Shadow is going to pay Madame Maria Norvelli a visit backstage at the Lyceum Theater. Maria Norvelli.
What? Who is there? I can see no one.
It is I, the Shadow. You cannot see me, but I can see you. And you must answer my questions.
Who are you? What do you want here in Maria Novelli's dressing room?
Who murdered Doc Kilgore, Madame Novelli?
I don't know what you mean.
Is it Killer Novelli?
Novelli? No. No, it could not be. He is dead.
Novelli was your husband?
Yes, but he is dead. Dead, I tell you.
That is the truth?
That is the truth. He was evil. He killed with the knives, the beautiful knives. I teach him the great art to throw the knives, and he used it to kill.
Who else have you taught to throw the knives?
Many. But there was one last year I taught him. He was very good. He learned quick. He learned as good as Novelli. I want him to join the act with me, but he...
Go on. Go on.
He say no. He say he got other reasons. Other uses for the knives. He is evil, too, like Novelli.
You aren't lying to me?
No, it is true. Everything is true.
What is this man's name?
His name? Oh, no. That I cannot say. He make me promise not to tell. He say I kill you if you tell.
You must tell me his name if I'm to help you.
Oh, please. Please do not have that.
Quickly, Madame Novelli, his name.
All right. I will tell. His name is...
Madame Novelli. She's dead.
Giles' report, the same weapon that killed Doc Kilgore also killed Madame Novelli.
Any fingerprints found this time, Lamont?
Oh, yes. The ever-present fingerprints were there. Perfect set as usual. And, of course, they belonged to our friend, the late killer Novelli.
But how could a dead man go around killing people?
He couldn't, Margot. That's just it. The murderer is merely using a very clever device to throw the police off his trail.
Yet the fingerprints do match, Lamont.
Yes, confound it. That's the confusing part of this whole thing. If I knew how the murderer performed this neat little trick, I'd know better where to look for him.
Well, darling, at least you were smarter than Commissioner Weston. He thought Moley was the guilty party.
Old boy was a bit upset that the killer should have struck again and Moley safely guarded miles away under lock and key. Still, I can't be too hard on Weston. My record hasn't been too good on this case either. Well, I know maybe Killer Novelli is alive. Maybe he's the man we're after all.
Oh, I know that mood of yours when I hear it. Come on, Chief. You and I are going out for a nice brisk walk.
Oh, it's getting pretty late, Margot. Besides,
No, I won't take no for an answer. Now, come on. Here's my hat and my gloves and... Oh, dear, look at them. Just look at them.
Look at what? Oh, your gloves. What's the matter with them?
Well, they're ruined, that's all. Ruined. I just got them back from the cleaners, and they washed them instead of dry cleaning them. Now, look.
Yeah. They've ripped.
Of course they've ripped. All the oil's been washed out of the leather. If they had any sense,
Hey,
they'd
wait a minute,
know.
Margot. Oil, leather, preserved. Margot, if the oil was still in the leather, the preserving oil, they'd still be good. The gloves, I mean.
Lamont, sometimes
That's
I
it,
think...
Margot. Of course that's it. You've just given me the one link I need to solve the case.
But how? I don't understand what
Remember I told you if I knew how the murderer performed his trick, I'd know where to look for him?
Yes, but what...
Well, Margot, right now the Shadow has to make a call on a gentleman in a dissecting laboratory.
Who's there? Answer me or I'll...
It's the Shadow, Dr. Giles.
The Shadow?
So sorry to interrupt your labors, but I must ask you to give me a very unusual pair of gloves you possess.
What? Where are you? I can't see.
No. Unfortunately, you can't see the Shadow. I asked you for the gloves.
No. What do you mean? You can't know anything about me.
I know this, Giles. That only you and Dr. Kilgore would have been able to get the fingerprints of Killer Novelli after he was electrocuted. And with Dr. Kilgore dead, it was pretty obvious who the murderer was.
You know a little too much, Shadow. I have a knife in my hand. I can't see it, but I can hear you.
Why don't you throw your knives?
Yes, Shadow.
There.
I killed you.
No, Dr. Giles. I'll not be another of your victims.
Yeah? Well, what do you want of me?
I want your confession to the murder of Doc Kilgore and Maria Novelli. I also want that pair of gloves you made of human skin. The skin you took from the tips of Killer Novelli's fingers when you performed the autopsy and then kept in preserving oil.
You know too much, Shadow. But I can talk plainly to you, because you won't live to tell.
You killed Doc Kilgore?
Yes, I kill him.
But why? Why, Giles?
Because he stood in my way. I should have been head of the department long ago. But I had to wait for him to die.
You also had found out that you had Killer Novelli's fingerprints and was going to tell Commissioner Weston the night you murdered him. Is that right, Giles?
That's right. But he can't tell now, can he? Madame Novelli's dead, too, because she knew too much. Everyone thought Novelli did it, didn't they?
You were very clever, Giles.
Yes. I prepared for years to do this. First, I stole the fingerprints from Novelli's hands when I performed the autopsy on his body. Then I got Novelli's own wife to teach me to throw the knife the way he did. No one would catch me. No one would suspect me. My crime was perfect.
No crime is perfect. In some way, the criminal slips up and is brought to justice. Now, what is all this? Why did you send for me, Giles? I sent for you, Commissioner. The Shadow. Shadow? Here in headquarters? Yes, Commissioner. And this is the man you want. The murderer of Doc Kilgore and Madame Novelli. What? Giles?
Yes, Giles. Surprise, eh, Commissioner? Yes, I did it. I did it, but you couldn't catch me. You'd never have found out. And now that you have, you're not gonna take me alive. Not alive, you hear me?
Stop him! Giles, drop that knife! Afraid it's too late, Shadow. He's dead. Killed himself. Come in.
Hello, Commissioner. Remember us?
Huh? Oh, hello, Miss Lane. Cranston. I'm busy. Sit down.
Say, Commissioner, I wanted to see you this morning because I have another idea about the Kilgore case.
What? Hey, wait a minute. Don't you read the papers?
The papers?
I broke the case wide open last night. It was Giles. I knew it all the time.
Giles?
Yeah?
Well, what do you know about that?
Giles? Well.
Do tell us, Commissioner, why did Giles do it?
Go out and buy yourself a paper, Cranston. I'm sorry. I've got a luncheon date with the mayor, and I'm late now.
You know, Commissioner Weston will actually get to hate you if you tease him too much.
Did you notice, Margot? He didn't give the Shadow any credit for the solution of the crime whatsoever.
I broke the case last night, Cranston. Oh, but Lamont, that was a horrible case. How could Giles kill a man who was his best friend, who helped him through school, got him his job here? How could he?
Well, Margot, Giles was obviously suffering from a persecution complex. He imagined the world was against him. He thought his friends were his enemies. But his twisted brain was a brilliant one. He was devilishly clever. But he paid for his crimes as all criminals do, eventually. Say, that isn't bad.
What?
That line. I can use that in my second act.
You mean just before the heroine says, I am a woman?
Yes. No. Oh, Margot.
The weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The Shadow knows.
Shadow, mysterious character who furthers the forces of law and order, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. The Shadow uses his hypnotic power to cloud men's minds so that they cannot see him. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the unseen voice of the Shadow belongs. Today's story, The Inventor of Death.
Lamont, this is really fun.
I thought you might enjoy it, Margot.
When you asked me to come to an exhibit at the Hall of Science, I began trying to think of fast excuses about sick grandmothers.
Oh, really?
Yes. I pictured a lot of stuffy old men mumbling in their beards about relativity or something.
I see.
This is really exciting. Look, what's that over there?
Well, they have a sign up. Let's find out.
All right.
Demonstrating the scientific marvel of the age. The mechanical man.
Mechanical man?
That's what it says. It walks, talks, answers questions. Although made of metal, it can duplicate many things that man can do. Well, come on, Margot. We can't miss this.
Oh, Lamont, you've seen robots before.
Yes, but you never know when one may be different, more advanced.
Well, I'd like to bet this one's no different from the rest.
Well, you
I
can't.
beg your pardon. I couldn't help overhearing what you were saying just now. I hope that you'll forgive my intruding, but I think if you do go in, you'll find that this robot is entirely different from any that you've seen before.
Oh, is it really?
You seem to know quite a lot about it.
Well, yes, I do. As a matter of fact, you see, I invented it and built it myself.
Oh, really?
I know I shouldn't be out here in front talking to perfect strangers about my invention, but
You see, I'm very enthusiastic about it.
Naturally.
Come on, George. They're waiting for you to start the demonstration.
Oh, well, of course, dear. This is my wife, Mr.
Cranston is the name. And this is Miss Margot Lane.
How do you do?
How do you do?
How do you do? My name is Alton.
Mr. Alton?
Well, aren't you coming in to watch?
Oh, yes, certainly. I was trying to persuade Mr. Cranston to go in anyway. Wasn't I, Lamont?
Why, of course.
Oh, come right this way, please.
Oh, what a little liar you are, Margot.
I know. Isn't it awful?
Well, if you'll come through this side door with me, I'll see that you get a good place to watch the demonstration.
Why, thanks very much.
And so, of course, here he is now, ladies and gentlemen. I'd now like to present the inventor of this mechanical man, Mr. George Alton. Mr. Alton, would you please step up here on the platform?
Thank you. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Before I proceed with the demonstration, I'd like to tell you a little about this invention of mine. This galvanized gargantua is constructed on an entirely new principle. He is electrically controlled and can be operated by this small box here on the table. But he also responds to commands in the mind of the operator, rather than to certain sounds of the human voice, as has heretofore been the method of operation. Now, I'll bring out the big fellow and give you a demonstration which I think will convince you that I have not exaggerated in any way.
Oh, Lamont, do you think such a thing is possible?
Well, in the realm of science these days, Margot, anything is possible.
I suppose so. Lamont, don't you know it's rude to stare?
Oh, was I staring? I'm sorry. That man over there in the crowd interests me.
Who? The hunchback?
Yes. You notice anything peculiar about him?
Peculiar?
Yes, I'm speaking of his size.
Size? What do you mean?
Have you ever seen a hunchback so tall?
Why, no, I don't believe I have.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like you to meet my mechanical man, whom I have named Henry. Roll it right out here, if you please.
Well, speaking of being tall, look at that robot, Lamont. It must be at least 10 feet high.
That's right. I'm now going to order Henry to step down from this little platform that he's standing on. Now, you will notice that I don't give him any particular word. I just think the command, and Henry will obey. Now, watch.
Lamont, look. That thing stepped right down off the platform just as he said it would.
Yes.
I will now ask Henry to answer a few questions. Henry, how much is 2 and 2?
4.
7 and 8.
15.
That's right. Now, in case you think these answers are previously arranged, I'll ask anybody in the audience to ask Henry some question which he will answer.
I'll ask him, what time is it?
8:20 p.m.
That's right.
Why, Lamont, this is weird. How do you think he does it? Lamont, you're not listening. Stop staring at that hunchback.
Oh, I'm sorry, Margot. I was watching his expression. Just look at him.
Why, his face is all contorted in pain.
Not pain, Margot. Hate.
Hate? Why?
Well, unless I miss my guess, it's hate for your little inventor, Mr. Alton.
Now, I'll ask Henry to walk among you and pick up various objects which I will call out from the platform. Now, please, ladies and gentlemen, don't be alarmed. Henry is perfectly amiable and obeys my orders implicitly. He wouldn't harm a fly.
Well, that may be so, but if that two-legged tank's going to walk around here among us, brother, I'm getting out.
Well, I'm very sorry to lose you, sir. I guess I'll have to show you that Henry is perfectly harmless.
Lamont, if Henry toddles this way, harmless or not, you'll find me joining the parade to the exit.
Ladies and gentlemen, please. Now, you see the young lady sitting on the chair at the other end of the platform. That is my wife, who is not afraid of Henry. Therefore, I'm going to ask him to walk over, pick her up in his arms, and carry her back to me. and you will find that she is none the worse for the experience. All right, Henry. You know what I want you to do.
She has more nerve than I have.
That robot is almost human in its reactions, Margot.
That's right, Henry.
Look. That creature is picking Mrs. Alton up out of the chair. Oh, she looks so small and helpless. Come on, I'm afraid.
Oh, I don't know why you should be frightened, Margot. Probably done this hundreds of times. See how he holds her in his arms? That's what he's trained to do. And now he walks with her.
Well, look, Lamont. The robot has stopped.
Yes.
Good Lord. No, Henry. No.
Mrs. Alton is struggling to get down.
Put her down. Put her down this minute.
Margot, something's gone wrong. The machine is closing his arms about her. He'll crush her.
Stop it, someone.
Put her down. Put her down. You're killing her. Stop. Oh, my God.
Jim, I've simply got to get out of here.
Darling, the police have ordered us to stay here.
Lamont, how do you suppose it could have happened?
I don't know, Margot. I don't like it.
What do you mean?
There's something behind all this. Something sinister.
Something perhaps for the shadow to investigate?
Margot, please don't ever mention that name in public.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sure no one could have overheard.
You think so? Look behind you.
Wait, it's the hunchback. He wasn't there a minute ago. But I'm sure he didn't hear me.
I hope not.
Lamont! Look, the mechanical man. It's moving.
Yeah, so it is.
Its mouth is open. It's going to speak.
Shadow must die.
Oh, Lamont!
Well, I'll be.
Lamont, what does it mean?
I haven't the faintest idea.
Let me go. Let me go, I tell you. Mr. Alden, the doctor said... I don't care what the doctor said. I don't care what anybody said. I've got to do this before it's too late. Please, Mr. Alden. Go.
Oh, look, Lamont. The inventor's going up to the robot. What's he going to do? Smashing his invention to bits.
The shock has put him out of his head. Margot, we've got to get that boy out of here. Drive a little slower, Margot. I think he's gone to sleep.
Oh, Lamont, the poor fellow.
Yes. I imagine that outburst when he broke the machine relieved the nervous tension. He seems relaxed enough now.
What a shock it must have been to him to see his wife killed in such a horrible accident.
Yes. If it was an accident.
Then you think it was murder?
I don't know, Margot. I really don't know.
Look, Lamont. Alton's eyes are opening. I think he's waking up.
No. Where am I? What's happened?
We're just taking you to a place where you can get some rest.
Well, oh, I see. My wife. My poor wife.
Easy now. Easy. Mr. Alton, you've got to help yourself at this point.
Myself? What does it matter about me?
Mr. Alton, do you have any enemies? Anyone who might be jealous of you or your invention?
Enemies? No. Well, unless Dr. Zaruga...
Dr. Zaruga? Who's he?
Well, he's an inventor. He devised a radio-controlled incendiary bomb which was turned down by the Army a year ago. It was too frightful a weapon to use even in modern warfare.
Well, what has Dr. Zaruga got to do with you?
What? Well, at the time the Board of Science accepted my invention for display, they turned down the robot invented by Dr. Zaruga. He was furious and... Oh, what does it matter now? What does anything matter?
Why was Dr. Zaruga furious?
He felt that he was being discriminated against in favor of others whose inventions were not as good as his. Made a scene about it. Then went back to his laboratory next to mine on Providence Street and locked himself in. He wouldn't see anyone for days.
I see. One more question, Mr. Alton. This Dr. Zaruga, is he a hunchback?
No, I believe he was at one time a high military officer in some European army. He was distinguished by his military bearing and piercing black eyes. Why do you ask?
Oh, just an idea. I guess it wasn't a very good idea. Margot, see that car coming? Get over to the right-hand side of the road, Mark.
Lamont, something's wrong with the steering wheel.
What?
I can't control the car.
Well, put on the brakes, quick.
I can't. The controls are locked.
Margot, you've got
Look
to
out,
drive.
we're going to crash.
Dr. Yoon, how do you think Mr. Cranston's going to live, sir?
Why, of course, Alan. Of course he's going to live. Takes more than a simple automobile smash-up to permanently damage a man with the physique of Lamont Cranston.
Yes.
Even if he has been unconscious for 24 hours.
Yes, I hope so, sir.
When Mr. Cranston comes to, Ellen, see that he stays in bed and keeps those bandages on his arm.
Yes, a very good doctor. In bed, bandages on arm. I'll do my best, sir. Good night, sir. Good night.
Bed, bandages on arm. Oh, dear. I'd better write it down so I shan't forget it. Oh, it's coming true. Mr. Cranston, sir.
Alan, what happened? What am I doing here in bed wrapped up in bandages like a Christmas package?
Don't you remember, sir? You've been unconscious for 24 hours.
If I've been unconscious for 24 hours, how could I remember?
Well, yes, sir. Quite so, sir.
Well, what happened? How did I get here?
You're in bed, sir. Let me see now. Oh, yes. Keep in bed. Bandages on. Keep in bed. Bandages on.
Stop mumbling. How did I get here?
Why, you were in an automobile accident, sir. Yesterday, your car ran off the road and overturned in a ditch.
Automobile accident?
Yes, sir.
Oh, yes, of course. And the others? How about the others?
If you're referring to the young gentleman who was apparently riding in the car with you, sir, I'm afraid, well, that is...
Dead?
Yes, sir. His neck was broken in the crash.
Oh. What about Miss Lane?
Miss Lane?
Yes, Miss Lane, you idiot. What about her? What happened to her?
Was Miss Lane riding with you in the car?
Was Miss Lane riding? Alan, what's happened to Miss Lane? Speak up.
Well, I don't know, sir. There was no sign of her at the scene of the accident. The police just reported finding you and the other gentleman.
Alan, give me my clothes. I'm getting up.
But, sir, the doctor said in bed and bandages...
Blazes with the doctor. But I've got to find out what happened to Miss...
Mr. Cranston, if you go out now with the condition you're in, I shan't be responsible. You're just flying in the face of Providence.
Providence, that's it. That's it, Alan. Providence Street. It's a wild hunch, but it may be a good one. Now, hurry, man. Give me my clothes at once.
Oh, it's you.
Yes, my dear. Dr. Zaruga, your humble servant. You are hoping for someone else, eh?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, yes, you do, my dear Miss Lane.
Why do you keep me here, locked in your laboratory? Why don't you let me go? Oh, you fiend. You inhuman fiend.
Inhuman? Perhaps my character deceives you. I think you are being confused by my appearance. My hunchback.
Oh. Why, you're not...
No. That hump on my back contains the electrical equipment by which I not only control my own inventions, but those of other inventors, who, unfortunately, are not as brilliant as I am.
Then you're not a cripple.
No. No, I tricked them all. Silly fools. They wouldn't look at my inventions. So I caused your car to crash off the road, killing that little upstart Orson. I made his robot run amok. I forced it to kill his wife.
Oh, you...
Now, what do you think of me?
I think you're a madman. A maniac. Oh, that poor girl. Seeing her crushed like that. Oh, you murderer.
Oh, you still don't believe I'm the greatest inventor the world has ever seen. Well, I'll show you.
What are you going to do? Why are you keeping me here?
Because, Miss Lane, I overheard you make some reference to the Shadow.
The Shadow?
Yes. You see, I have always wanted to meet the Shadow. Meet him on my own grounds. Because the Shadow is the only man who could possibly ever unmask me. I thought perhaps if you disappeared, the Shadow might try to rescue you.
Oh, no.
But I see I overestimated his powers. The Shadow has not appeared. Therefore, Miss Lane, I am going to slightly alter my plans. I am going to give you a treat.
What do you mean?
I am going to demonstrate for you a robot I have invented. When you have seen it, I think you will admit that a terrible injustice has been done me.
No. No.
You will see it. Of course, you may not survive the demonstration.
Oh, no.
But that can't be helped. As a matter of fact, it's just as well. You know too much about me.
Stop. Stop taunting me.
I keep it in a secret compartment. I open this panel.
Oh.
And there it is.
Oh, how ghastly.
I admit it is not a pretty sight. You see, my dear, your little friend often built his robot for constructive uses to benefit mankind. Mine is for destruction, a weapon for war. Imagine a regiment of robots like this marching against flesh and blood men.
Oh, horrible.
And now, I will show you how he works. Robert, step forward 3 paces.
Oh, no. No, don't. Please.
Now, I want you to go to that girl.
No.
Pick her up. But delicately.
No, please.
Delicately. I want her to see how gentle you can be. First. Now.
No. Oh, no. No, don't let it come near me. No. Help!
Useless when I hear the place is soundproof. Don't waste your breath trying to run away. The robot is so devised that electrically he can detect a living person. It will follow impeccably until he catches up. Or until I give the command to start. Watch. Stop, robot.
Oh, let me out of here.
Very well. I'll open the laboratory door.
Please let me.
You can run over the whole house if you like. The robot will follow you till he tracks you down. It's all right, my dear. Now, just stand still. It will be over very quickly. Walk, robot.
No. No!
Now, Robert, pick her up in your arms.
No!
That's it.
Let me go!
You do not like to be held in his arms.
He's hurting me! Stop him!
Do not worry, he won't crush you yet. First, he will just hold you to a useless embrace.
Please, let me go! Please, no!
Oh, she's faint. Let her down, Robert. Later you will hold her again.
There isn't going to be any later, Dr. Zaruga.
The shadow. Oh, you did come after all. I've been looking forward to this meeting. Just you and I in my laboratory.
You expected me then?
Yes, that's why I kept the girl here. I knew that you would come to her.
I see. Very clever of you.
I've been waiting to meet you for a long time, Shadow. Meet you and test my powers against yours.
Just what are your powers, Zaruga?
I am the greatest inventor in the world. I have the greatest mind in the world.
That's a modest estimate.
You doubt me, then? Perhaps when we are finished, you will think differently?
Finished? With what?
You will find out. You see that, Robert? He is my servant, my slave, obedient to my every command. He is not bound by human limitations. He can see you, Shadow. He can see you. Wherever you are in this room, he will find you. When he does, I think you know what the result will be.
What?
You will be crushed. Crushed to bits in his arms. You and the young lady, too.
Dr. Zaruga, you've chosen a dangerous game. But let me warn you. 2 can play it, remember?
You can't talk yourself out of this, Shadow. Robert, find this man. Rush him.
I've warned you, Dr. Zaruga.
You warned me. At last, Shadow, you've met your match. What avails man's mind against a machine?
I agree with you, Dr. Zaruga. So I think we better eliminate the machine.
Here. Let go of me. What are you trying to do?
I'm interested in knowing what's under your coat, Dr. Zaruga.
No! Robert, help me. Let me go.
There, your robot doesn't move very swiftly, does he? Now there. Put off. Well, an electrical control box.
Don't touch that box.
Don't touch it, I say.
So that's your secret, Doctor. This contraption was a hump on your back, which controlled the other robot that day at the fair.
Give me that back.
Oh, no, Doctor.
You think you've gained the upper hand, eh, Shadow? Well, I'll show you. You're still my prisoner in this room. You can't leave here, and you won't ever leave here, ever.
Where are your great powers now, Zaruga?
I'll show you. I can operate the robot by hand.
Keep away from that robot, Zaruga. Keep away.
I'll show you. All I have to do is pick up this lever. No, Robert. You misunderstood. Not me. Not me, you fool. It's not me. Let me go. Help! It's crushing me.
You feeling all right, Margot?
Well, I guess so, thanks. It does seem good to be out of that place.
Yes. They're destroying Zaruga's robot. It's a pity in a way. Those mechanical gentlemen might be very serviceable if they were properly directed.
Oh, you think so, huh? Well, after my little experience with the doctor and his mechanized murderer, I'll think twice in the future before I even use an electric toaster.
Today's program is based on a story copyrighted by the Shadow magazine. All the characters and all the places named are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. The Shadow magazine is on sale at your local newsstand.
The Shadow, mysterious character who aids the forces of law and order, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. The Shadow uses his hypnotic power to cloud men's minds so that they cannot see him. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the unseen voice of the Shadow belongs. Today's story, Death Shows the Way.
Walked, cheer, dum-de-dum-de-dum, knocked him in the old Kent Road. Walked, yes, Mr. Cranston, walked, cheer, dum-de-dum-de-dum.
Alan.
Doctor, yes, sir, dum-de-dum-de-dum.
Alan, what in the world are you doing?
Taking your clothes, sir.
Now, just a minute, Alan. I'm going away for the weekend, not a trip around the world.
Well, these are all necessities, sir.
Now, look, Alan. All I need is a change of linen, a toothbrush, and a razor.
I'm sorry, sir, but that's impossible.
What do you mean?
I mean that I shan't send you any place without the proper appointments.
Oh, I have nothing to say about it. Is that it?
Quite correct, sir. Laugh.
Well, I will say something about it, and right here. Now, look, Alan, you come here.
There. May I come in?
Oh, hello, Margot. Come ahead.
Are you all ready to leave?
Not quite. I have to settle a small point with Alan first.
Oh, I bet I know what it is, too. Something to do with your weekend wardrobe?
Yes, exactly. Alan,
For the last time, I'm telling you not to pack my bags full of all that junk.
The hunting jacket, golf shoes, dinner clothes, riding boots, business. Oh, yes, fishing tackle, fishing.
Did you hear me, Alan?
Quite so, sir. Suede jacket, polo shirt, tennis shoe.
Then why don't you do as I say?
Because, as I've told you before, Mr. Cranston, you shan't go to the Bartons unless you're correctly turned out. And that, if I may display firmness, sir, is final. There, you're all packed.
But the Bartons don't care whether I'm correctly turned out or not.
It isn't the Bartons that I'm trying to impress, sir.
Then who is it?
Their butler. What?
No.
Come on, pick up your bags, Lamont. You've lost again.
Sometime before this weekend is over, Lamont, we must have the Count tell us about his marvelous experience on Capri.
No, Mrs. Barton. I'm afraid it would be too long and dull for Mr. Cranston.
Why, not at all. That's my specialty. Long, dull stories. I collect them.
Oh, Henry, what a beautiful dog. Where did you get him?
Oh, just the other day. Come here, Major.
What do you call that kind of dog?
Great Dane.
He's a big, ferocious-looking beast.
Yeah, now lie down, Major.
How about some crackers and cheese, you people?
That's for me, Henry.
Okay, help yourself.
Oh, Henry, that's a nice way to talk to a guest.
What do you mean, guest? When Lamont Cranston spends a weekend with us in the country, he's a member of the family.
Well, thanks, Henry. Say, speaking of members of the family, who's that young fellow approaching across the lawn?
Yes, dear. Mommy, Nurse says I have to go in and have my face washed and have my supper. Do I have to, Mommy?
Did he say Mummy? Why, Helen, I didn't know.
Helen.
Don't be alarmed. I didn't tell you that Henry and I adopted a child a couple of months ago.
Oh, I see.
Do I have to, Mommy?
Now, Skippy, I want you to meet some friends of ours. Miss Margot Lane, Mr. Cranston, and Count Santos.
Hello, Skippy.
Hello, Skippy.
Hello.
Do I have to have my face washed, Daddy?
Well, judging by its appearance, it wouldn't do any harm.
I think you'd better go in and do what Nurse tells you to do.
I don't wanna. Daddy promised me a story.
Daddy will tell you a story after dinner. Run along now.
I don't wanna.
Oh, dear, what'll I do? Oh, I know, Henry. Call the dog. Tell him it's his new pet. Maybe that'll please him.
Here, Major. Come here, boy. There. Now, look, Skippy. See what your mother and I bought for you?
Oh, a doggy. Hello, nice dog.
Major, get back to the house.
Henry, that dog is vicious.
Now, Helen, don't get excited. The dog just isn't used to children, that's all. Now, Skippy, you run along.
Daddy, are you going to tell me a story after dinner?
I'm afraid not, son. Daddy has a very important business date after dinner.
But you promised.
Now, run along, Skippy. Mommy will be up to see you later.
I don't care. Daddy promised to tell me a story.
Oh, now, see what you've done,
I
Henry.
can't help it, Helen. You know that Mr. Knight from Taylor & Company is coming here tonight with your necklace.
But, Henry, you promised...
Now, darling, we have guests here, remember? I hope you all enjoyed the little visit backstage in the home life of the Bartons.
Oh, we loved it.
You spoke of a necklace, Mr. Barton. Is it the same one that I read about your buying in the newspapers?
Yes. The Great Harvey diamond.
The Great Harvey. Have you bought that, Henry?
Yes. They are bringing it here tonight.
Well, isn't that the jewel with the great legend attached to it?
Legend? What is the legend, Miss Lane?
Why, I believe the story is that it brings misfortune to whoever owns it. Isn't that it, Henry?
Some such silly yarn, yes.
I take it, then, that you do not believe in this legend, Mr. Barton?
Huh? Why, of course not.
You're a brave man, Mr. Barton. A very brave man.
Mr. Barton, I trust that you've arranged to keep the necklace in a safe place. At least until you've paid me in full.
Oh, naturally, Knight.
Well, I guess our business is finished here then. I imagine you'd like to get back to your guests.
No, on the contrary. I find it very difficult to tear myself away from this necklace. Beautiful stone.
Yes, it is.
It's all right, Skippy. You can come in. Skippy, this is Mr. Knight, a business friend of your father's. Mr. Knight, this is my son. How do you
Daddy,
do?
when are you going to tell me that story?
Huh?
And Mommy says you're so forgetful. Did you think to offer Mr. Knight a drink?
Oh, yeah. Mummy is right as usual. Mr. Knight, will you forgive me? Let me make you up one for the oversight.
Well, now that you mention it, I wouldn't mind having a drink. It's a long drive back to town.
Well, how'll you have it?
Straight, please. Water on the side.
Straight it is. There you are.
Thank you. Aren't you drinking, Mr. Barton?
No, I've been on the wagon lately.
Oh, that's too bad. Well, here's to the Great Harvey diamond. May it bring you much happiness.
Gee, you drank it all in one gulp.
Skippy, that's not very polite.
Well, I've got to be going.
What's the matter?
I don't know. I feel peculiar.
You're white as a sheet.
Water. Get me some water.
Yeah, but the can is empty. I'll run and get you some.
play now, and don't say anything to anyone about this. You understand? To no one.
Yes, Daddy. I won't tell anyone.
Hello, Skippy. What's all the shouting about in here?
Yes, is something wrong? Hello. Mr. Knight's had a sudden attack of some kind. I'm afraid he's very ill. We must get him upstairs. Count Santo, will you lift his feet, please?
Surely.
I don't think that'll be necessary, Henry.
Well, why not?
It's too late. He's dead.
Dead?
Yes. What happened, Henry? What brought this on?
I don't know. We were sitting here discussing the diamond, and... The diamond! The diamond!
What about it?
It was right here on the desk. It's disappeared.
You know, Lamont, someday, sometime, we're going to go someplace where we'll actually spend 2 consecutive days when absolutely nothing happens.
Margot, tell the truth now. You'd be bored to death.
Yes, I suppose I would. It's the fire horse in me, I guess. Lamont, what do you make of this thing?
Well, it's undoubtedly murder. The killer made off with the Harvey diamond.
Well, why did Mr. Barton raise such a fuss about calling the police?
I'm not sure. Probably didn't want his name dragged into a bad mess.
Incidentally, what's keeping the police? Why haven't they gotten here?
We're out in the country, Margot. It'll take them some time.
And meanwhile, we're faced with a familiar question. Who done it?
Yes. Margot, I think there's a partial answer to your question just leaving the back door of the house.
Who is it, Lamont?
I'm not sure, but it looks like our continental friend, Count Santo.
Well, where's he going?
My guess would be to the garage. Come on, we'll find out.
Do you know something, Lamont?
What?
I don't think he's any more of a count than I am.
Yeah? Do you know something, Margot?
What?
Neither do I.
Do you think he's trying to make a getaway?
I don't think I know. Come on, we'd better hurry.
Well, what are you going to do?
Have a talk with Mr. Santo and find out why he's so anxious to leave here.
Oh, but Lamont, that's dangerous. If he is the murderer, he'll try to kill you, too.
Don't worry, Margot. The shadow will take care of that.
Some luggers put the starter on the fritz. What was that?
I wouldn't bother wearing out the battery, Count Santo. The ignition wires have been cut.
Who is speaking to me?
I am called the Shadow.
Huh? Shadow?
So you've heard of me, eh, Count Santo?
Heard of you? Why...
I thought probably you had. My name is quite familiar to those of the underworld.
Underworld?
Never heard of that either, I suppose.
Who are you? Where are you?
I am right beside you. Here. In the shadows. Oh, don't try to look for me. You see, I've clouded your mind so you cannot see me.
Well, what do you want of me, Mr. Shadow?
May I suggest first that you forget your accent?
Well, what do you mean?
I mean that when the starter of your car didn't work, you had no difficulty with the English language at all.
You're a pretty smart guy, aren't you, Shadow?
That's better.
Well, what do you want of me?
I'd like to know why, after a robbery and a murder have been committed in the Barton house, you are leaving it so hurriedly.
That's my business.
It's also mine. Now listen to me, Santo. Whatever your real name is. I'm seeing to it that you're not leaving this place until the police arrive. So you'd better tell me all you know about what happened in the house.
I don't know anything.
You're lying, Santo.
So I'm lying, but I still don't know anything.
Then what were you doing here, under an assumed name, accepting the Barton hospitality? Shall I tell you?
Yes, do, Shadow.
You came to steal the Harvey diamond.
No, that's a lie.
You'd better tell me the truth, Santo. There's been a murder committed tonight. The finger of guilt points straight at you.
All right, Shadow. All right, I'll talk. But you're not hanging any murder rap on me, see, because I don't know anything about that. That's the truth.
How did you become acquainted with the Bartons?
I met them last year in Europe. I made them think I was a count because, well, that's my racket, see? When a sucker gets taken by nobility, they don't feel so bad about it. Well, the Bartons looked like a soft touch, so I gave them a play.
Go on.
I didn't tap them for anything over there. I just had a hunch on it, that's all. I felt I could build them up for a bigger take later on. I was right.
You mean the Harvey diamond?
I mean the Harvey diamond. I read about old man Barton planning to buy it, so I looked him up again. I swung this weekend because I knew he'd be getting the necklace.
I see. And you came up here to steal it?
Yes. My plan was to wait till sometime late tonight. Then I'd grab the stones and make a getaway while everyone was sleeping. That somebody else beat me to it.
You wouldn't still be lying by any chance?
Listen, Shadow, I'm a high-class, respectable jewel thief. Murder is out of my line.
Even murder for the Harvey diamond?
You know, for a supposedly smart guy, you don't follow the ball too close, do you?
What do you mean?
I mean there's somebody else in that house who wanted that diamond. Somebody who'd kill for it.
Who are you talking about, Santo?
Well, maybe I'm not saying.
Come on, Santo. I know enough about you to put you behind bars for life. Name the killer.
Okay. I'm speaking.
Santo! Santo!
Got me too.
Who is it, Santo? Who is this murderer?
It's Mr.
Lamont, are you all right?
Hey, yes, Margot.
Oh, I was standing just outside the door and I heard the shot.
Did you see anyone as you came in?
No, but I heard footsteps running down the driveway. Lamont, is he?
Yes, he's dead. Come on, Margot. We've got to catch this killer before he makes a getaway.
Did you learn anything from Santo?
No. Just as he was about to reveal the murderer's name, shots were fired.
Lamont, what's that?
I don't know, but it came from the house. Come on.
What's happened now?
What's up? What's the matter here?
It's Skippy.
What's happened to him?
I left him sitting here on the porch. I came out and he was gone. And then I looked in the lane at the foot of the grounds and 2 men had him. They put him in a big sedan and drove away. Skippy's been kidnapped.
Well, Margot, how's little Skippy?
Well, he seems to be well enough, Lamont.
Did you tell him I wanted to see him?
Yes. He'll be right down.
Oh, good.
Lamont, I can't understand. Why should anyone want to kidnap the child and then let him go again 2 hours later?
I don't know. In fact, Margot, I don't know or understand the happenings of this entire night.
The police are out in the garage.
Oh? They find anything?
Well, they learned that the bullets that killed Count Santo were fired through the back window.
That's a clever bit of deduction. I found that out when the gun went off.
And they also learned that Mr. Knight was poisoned.
Oh, I see. They're making remarkable progress, aren't they?
Lamont, have you any suspicions at all as to who killed Mr. Knight and Count Santo?
Well, there are only 5 of us left here in the house. I didn't do it. And I'm reasonably certain you didn't.
Thanks.
So that leaves no one but the Bartons, doesn't it?
Oh, Lamont, you're not saying that Mr. Barton...
I'm not saying anything, Margot. Yet.
Did you want to see me, Mr. Cranston?
Oh, yes. Come in, Skippy. I'd like to ask you some questions about what happened tonight.
You carry a gun.
I know, Skippy. Why?
I guess you're not much of a detective then.
Margot, do you mind leaving us men alone?
Oh, well, if that's the way you feel about it. All right, I'll go down to the garage and see if the detectives who do carry guns will talk to him.
Oh, no, Margot, I didn't mean that.
Skippy, if he tries to give you the 3rd degree, you just call out and I'll come running.
Well, Skippy, now let's see.
What was it Miss Lane said you'd give me, Mr. Cranston?
Oh, nothing, Skippy.
But she said you'd give me...
Let's forget what she said now. Instead, suppose you tell me exactly what happened to you.
Well, I was sitting on the porch just like Mommy told me, and then the first thing I knew, there was some men standing beside me.
I see.
I got scared and I started to call for Mommy, but one of the men put his hand on my mouth and I couldn't. Did you ever try to call your Mommy with a hand over your mouth?
No, I don't think I have. What happened then, Skippy?
Well, he took me down to a car and he put me in the car and we drove away.
Yes?
And then we... Hey, what was it Miss Lane said you'd give me?
She was only having fun with you, Skippy. Now tell me what happened next.
Well, they took me to an old house that was right in the middle of a big, dark woods, and they tied me up with rope and everything, and then they went away.
And then what?
Then they came and got me and brought me back here again.
Is that all that happened?
Yup.
Well, what did they talk like?
Talk like?
Yes, what were their voices like? What did they talk about?
Oh, they talked awful funny. They didn't speak American at all. And they had big, long knives.
Oh, I see. Kidnappers must have gotten scared and brought you back. Well...
Oh, here you are, Lamont.
Oh, Henry, what's the matter?
It's about the diamond.
Oh, what about it?
It wasn't stolen at all.
What do you mean?
The police were just searching the late Mr. Knight's clothing. They came across this package. Look.
What? Why, it's the necklace.
Yes. I've just finished examining it, and there isn't a doubt that this is the genuine stone.
But the one that was stolen.
It was a copy of the original. It's customary, you know, for all valuable gems to have imitation substitutes. And Knight must have accidentally given me the wrong one first.
Then the murderer got nothing but a worthless imitation.
Exactly.
You know what this means, Barton?
No.
When the killer discovers his mistake, he'll come back for the original stone.
That's so. He might at that. Well, if he does, I'll be ready for him.
I have a better idea. You can take this offer for what it's worth, but I'd be glad to keep the necklace for you until morning.
Well, that's very kind of you, Lamont, but...
I know it's a rather large order asking you to trust me with such a priceless jewel, but I think you know me well enough.
Oh, yes, of course, but...
Good. Then let me have it.
Oh, now look here, Lamont.
That's fine. We can bring it into your vault in town in the morning.
Oh, I shouldn't do this. Oh, I wonder who let the dog in the house.
I like to play with a dog, Daddy. When I kick him, he makes a funny noise.
Don't ever let me catch you doing that, or I'll take him away from you. Major. Now, Major, get out of here.
Watch, Daddy. I'm going to kick him. Oh, Daddy, keep away from me.
Major, stop screaming, Skippy. I've got him.
You'll either have to get rid of Skippy or the dog. And I'd suggest...
Yes, I know, but for the time being, the dog is out of this house and stays up now. Quiet, Skippy. Oh, excuse me, Lamont. Now, down, Major. Quiet now. Quiet.
All right, now, Skippy. The dog's gone. It's all right.
Are you through talking with me, Mr. Cranston?
I guess so, Skippy. Unless you can think of anything else to tell me.
No, that's all. Can I go upstairs to Mommy now?
You certainly can. And she has my good wishes.
I'm awful thirsty, too. Maybe I better have a glass of water. There's some on that table over there.
Help yourself.
Would you like some water, Mr. Cranston?
Why, thank you very much.
Here you are.
Yeah, thanks. That water tasted funny.
What's that? Daddy! Daddy, come quick. I think Mr. Cranston's sick.
I asked him not to do it. Why in the name of thunder did I let him?
What do you mean, Henry?
Lamont was keeping the diamond for me. That's why he was poisoned. It must be. The diamond, the real diamond, is missing.
Daddy, what was the matter with Mr. Cranston? He looked so funny when you carried him upstairs.
Hush, Skippy.
Why doesn't that doctor come down? Why must he be so long?
Now, Margot.
Doctor, how is he?
I'm afraid I have bad news for you.
No.
Mr. Cranston is dead.
No, he can't be. I don't believe it.
Where are you going, Margot?
I've got to see him.
Come back, Margot. I wouldn't go up there now. Please, Margot.
Lamont.
Take it easy, Margot.
What? Did you?
Yes. I spoke, Margot. Now, dear, take it easy.
But the doctor said that you...
Yes, I know. He said I was dead. I fooled the good doctor with a little trick of suspended animation that I once learned. I'm sorry, darling, that you suffered from my hoax. But it was very necessary.
Necessary enough to break me into pieces like this?
Yes, Margot, yes.
What do you mean?
Just this. As far as everyone downstairs is concerned, I'm dead.
You mean permanently?
No. Just for the next few minutes. Now, you've got to help me with this.
How?
I want you to go back downstairs. Behave just as you would have if I had really died.
Yes?
The shadow will join you down there. But first, you must do as I say.
Well, Margot?
I can't believe he's dead.
Who's dead, Mommy? Mr. Cranston dead?
Quiet, Skippy, please. Margot, why don't you get some rest?
I don't want to stay in the house with a dead man, Mommy. Please, can I go outside?
Oh, that's a good idea, Skippy. Why don't you?
Oh, Helen, you can't let that boy out of here after what happened to him before.
But I want to go out, Mommy.
No, Skippy. Miss Lane is right.
I don't care about Miss Lane. I want to go outside.
Skippy, how dare you talk like that to your mother?
I'm going out.
No, you aren't, Skippy.
You let go of me. I want to get out.
What was that?
I think you'd better stay right here, Skippy.
Daddy, who's talking to me?
I'm called the Shadow. Does my name sound familiar to you, Skippy?
No.
What are you doing here, Shadow? And why are you trying to frighten this boy?
Because, Mr. Barton, this boy, as you call him, is at the bottom of everything that's happened here tonight.
What do you mean?
I mean that he is the murderer of Mr. Knight and Count Santo and the thief who stole the Harvey diamond.
That's preposterous. How could a child...
Skippy's not a child, Mr. Barton. Skippy hasn't been a child for many years.
Not a child?
No. He's a midget.
What?
Oh, I don't believe Daddy. Daddy, what's he saying about me?
If you don't believe me, Mr. Barton, then I suggest you look in his jacket pocket. I think you'll find the missing necklace.
But I...
Go on. Look.
Daddy, please, I want to go out. I don't like that man.
Now come here, Skippy.
No.
Why don't you let him search you, Skippy?
Well, Skippy, there's no harm.
All right. Keep away from me, all of you.
Look out, Henry. He's got a gun.
Yes, and I'll use it on the first one of you that makes a move. And let me warn you, Mr. Shadow. I can't see you. But if you lay a hand on me, I'll get these people before you get me.
Skippy, what are you saying?
All right, can of Skippy stuff. From now on, you can call me by my real name. It's Mike. Mike Karate, see?
Mike Karate?
Sure, and I got your diamond, too, Mr. Barton, right here in my pocket.
Put that gun down, Herotti.
Not a chance, Mr. Shadow. I'm getting out of here right now.
He's turned off the lights.
So long, Daddy.
He's climbing out the window. We've got to stop him.
He's running across the lawn.
No. Quick, Henry, the dog's attacking you. No, I can't watch it.
I'll go and help him.
I'm afraid that my karate is beyond help now, Mr. Barton.
Lamont, what made you suspect that Skippy wasn't a child?
Well, Margot, that kidnapping, for one thing. It was too good to be on the level. It was arranged to get him out of the house with the diamond. And then, when his Confederates found out that he'd stolen the phony gem, they brought him back again to steal the real stone.
Oh, I see.
And to clinch matters, I asked Barton to let me keep the real necklace. And after I keeled over, after apparently drinking the water, I felt him take the jewel from my pocket.
Nice business. Well, it wasn't a dull weekend.
I should say not.
2 murders and little Mike killed by the dog. You know, Lamont, I'm going to have a funny attitude toward children from now on.
Well, how's that?
Well, when I touch them on the cheek, I won't know whether to pet them or feel for a beard.
Today's program is based on a story copyrighted by the Shadow magazine. The characters, names, places, and plot are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental.
The weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The Shadow knows.
Who knows what evil lurks in the hearts of men? The Shadow knows.
The Shadow, mysterious character who aids the forces of law and order, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. The Shadow uses his hypnotic power to cloud men's minds so that they cannot see him. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the unseen voice of the Shadow belongs. Today's story, Murder Incorporated.
Are you Mr. Conrad?
Yes, I'm Mr. Conrad.
Come on, get in, please.
Thank you. You must be Mr. Pascal.
Yes, that's right. Sorry I wasn't at the station when your train came in, Mr. Conrad. Bad night. I had a hard time getting down the mountain.
You know, I was beginning to think perhaps I'd misunderstood your instructions.
Well, I wouldn't have you come out on a night like this, but I'm having a bit of a celebration tomorrow, and I'd like to have the piano, too.
Quite all right, Mr. Pascal. Musical instruments are like humans to me. I never fail to respond to a call.
I see. My house is about 2 miles up the mountain. I'm afraid you're going to find it rather a lonesome
Oh,
place.
no, indeed, I won't mind at all.
I hope you've come prepared to spend the night, Mr. Conrad.
The night?
Yes, you see, there are no trains until morning.
Oh, yes, of course. You know, I hadn't thought of that. Rather stupid of me.
I should have warned you, but it hadn't occurred to me that perhaps somebody might be expecting you home.
Oh, no, indeed. I have no folks. There's nobody to expect me, Mr. Pascal.
Nobody to expect you. Well, you'll not be missed, eh?
No, indeed, Mr. Pascal. I shall not be missed. It's bleak and dismal night, isn't it?
Yes, a bleak and dismal night. down, Nelson.
Police is driving me nuts.
Take it easy. Pascal ought to be up here any minute.
I can't stand it anymore. Wallace, I'm going.
Don't be a fool. Shut up and listen.
What's the matter?
I think I hear Pascal on the stairs.
You're batty. That's the floors creaking. You're liable to hear anything in this old house.
Yeah, it is a joint, all right. Give you the creep.
Just the kind of a hideout Pascal pick. Even a ghost be afraid of haunting.
Yeah.
What? Oh, Pascal.
Hey, boss, we thought you... Sorry, gentlemen.
Say, Pascal, what's the big idea? You call us here to talk over a scheme to clean up a couple of $100,000.
Quiet, please. I don't want my guests below to know I have guests about. Why do you have a piano tuner here when we have business to talk over?
Because, gentlemen, the piano tuner is the business I have to talk over.
Yeah. What do you mean?
Yes. In just a few moments, he will drop dead.
What? Drop dead?
Well, rather, I should say I'll permit him to kill himself. But his death will have all the appearances of a natural demise. The actual cause will be impossible to detect.
Well, how are you going to do it?
Follow me, gentlemen.
Where are you taking us to?
Through this door. Hey.
What is this?
This, gentlemen, is my laboratory. For the past 2 years, I've devoted myself to research and experimentation in this room on a chemical that could kill and yet leave no trace.
You mean a secret poison?
I'll explain. After I perfected my chemical, I next had to devise the best means for its use. Yes. You see this match?
Yeah?
The head of this match has been dipped into my secret formula.
Yeah?
So downstairs, I've placed some cigars in a package containing the treated matches beside our guest. In a little while, he'll light a cigar.
So what?
Then, gentlemen, you'll have the positive proof that my labors have been crowned with success.
Pascal, when it comes to anything in the chemical line, you're the tops. But I don't get it. How does this thing pay off?
Gentlemen, we all know that the world is full of maladjusted people. Men and women tied to each other by force of circumstances.
Go ahead.
So isn't it reasonable to suppose that one party to these unfortunate associations would welcome the means by which he or she would be rid of the other?
Oh, I get it. It's an insurance shake.
It sounds swell to me. But how are you going to contact these clients? Have you figured that out?
Perfectly. When people are in trouble, they go to one of three men. A doctor, a lawyer, a mind reader. Those professions will be represented by the three of us.
You're going to hang out the old shingle again.
The offices of Dr. Bruno Pascal are already selected. It'll be my job to impress the prospective client with the physical necessity of escape.
What's my trick?
As the master of the occult, you shall visualize the way out for them. The legal and material aspects will be your responsibility, Nelson.
Yeah?
You will see that our clients carry the proper amount of insurance.
Okay.
When the mind of the client is conditioned to accept murder as a solution to a problem, then we shall provide the means to what will truly be the end.
The matches.
The matches.
Listen, that piano stopped.
At last.
Maybe the old guy's taking time out for a smoke.
We'll see.
All right. How long's it going to take? Why don't he light it? Why don't he do it?
That's it, gentlemen.
Yeah, come on, let's go.
Little Mr. Conrad in the rain. There, gentlemen, look down. The piano tuner is dead, and a new enterprise is born.
She was just sitting there smoking, and all of a sudden she kind of gasped for breath and toppled over dead. Never said a word or uttered a...
He died real peaceful, just like the cigarette he was. It was such an easy death.
You do nothing, ma'am. Just give him the matches. He does it himself. That's all there is to it. You haven't a thing to worry about.
Well, Lamont. What are you doing, planting flowers or building a house? I've never seen so many tools and implements in my life.
No cracks, Margot. John, my gardener, didn't come to work this morning, and I have to get these rose bushes in. And now let me see. Was it 4 bushes 1 foot apart or 1 bush 4 feet apart?
I wouldn't have missed this for the world.
Lamont, what are you doing now?
I'm digging a hole to put the rose bushes in.
Well, why must it be 3 feet deep?
Well, they're big rose bushes.
Well, if you strike oil, let me know, will you?
Margot, please, how can I concentrate? Let me see. Does this burlap come off or does it stay on?
I have a suggestion.
Yeah?
If that bush doesn't grow in that hole, you can always put some concrete around the edges and use it for a swimming pool.
That's very helpful. Ow! Gee, these bushes have thorns.
Lamont, I have another suggestion.
Fine.
Let's go over and find out what happened to John before you ruin the garden and yourself as well.
Who is it? Oh, Mr. Cranston.
Good evening, Miss Graham.
Hello, Miss Lane.
Hello, Miss Graham.
John home?
Why, yes, sir, he is.
Well, he didn't report for work this morning. We thought perhaps he might not be well.
Matter of fact, Miss Lane, he's sick in bed.
Oh, I thought so. May I go up and see him?
Well, I don't think you'd better. The doctor says he wasn't to see anybody.
Then it must be serious. John was always so healthy.
He's complained to me before, Mr. Cranston. You see, it's his heart.
Oh.
Yes, his heart's been pretty bad lately.
Mrs. Graham, John called you.
Oh, did he?
Tell Mr. Cranston I'd like to see him.
Well, I'll go right up.
Mr.
Come
Cranston,
along, Margot.
Yes, Lamont. Now, don't worry, Mrs. Graham. We won't stay with him long.
Well, I won't go up. I've got to call the doctor.
Lamont,
Yes, Margot?
isn't Mrs. Graham a terribly nervous woman?
Yes, very. And I suppose it's understandable under the circumstances.
Yes, I suppose so.
Here we are. This is the room. Well, hello, John.
Hello, Mr. Cranston, Miss Lane.
Hello, John.
I asked my wife to send for you, sir.
You asked Mrs. Graham to send for me?
Yes, sir.
But your
Please,
wife...
Margot. Tell me something about this illness, John. It's your heart, isn't it?
Yes, sir. Looks as if I'm going to be like those gladiolas we planted last spring. Fine one day and dead the next.
Oh, John.
And me, who's never had an acre of pain in my whole life before, sir.
I see. Well, John, you said you sent for me because you wanted to talk to me.
Yes, sir. It's about my wife. You know how little women know about money matters.
Yes?
I don't want nobody to talk her out of the little I'm leaving. You see, sir, as luck would have it, I just took out a new insurance policy.
Yes?
It's much bigger than any I've carried before, but I'm glad I did it now. She won't have to worry.
Well, John, how did you happen to increase your insurance?
Why, it was that doctor my wife's been going to. He sure gave me some good sound advice.
Yes. He suggested you take out more insurance?
Yes.
I see. Now, John, I don't want you to worry about anything. I'll see that your wife is well advised. You just take things easy.
I knew I could depend on you, sir. I miss the garden.
I'm sure you do, John.
Those bleeding heart shoots, they should be trimmed down right away.
I'll take care of them for you, John.
Might be a good idea to bed them down. Frost. It'll be coming soon.
I certainly will. John, what's the name of the doctor who advised you to increase your insurance, huh? I said, John, what's the name of the doctor?
Lamont.
John? Margot.
Yes, Lamont.
He's dead.
Well, Lamont, how do I look? Does my costume make me look like the poor, harassed housewife?
Quite, Margot. But I'm afraid you're going to an awful lot of trouble for nothing.
I don't think so, Lamont. We know now that it's this Dr. Pascal who's been treating Mrs. Graham for a long time. He's the one who advised John to increase his insurance.
Well, that might have been advice sincerely offered.
But how do you explain Mrs. Graham's conduct?
If you mean what I think you mean, Margot, you're just about accusing that poor little woman of murdering her husband. But I'll play along with you. You're going to Dr. Pascal as a patient?
Yes.
I see.
I'm a nervous case. You know what I mean. Married, nervous.
Oh, you mean married nervous.
Uh-huh,
I see. Well, you should have a name.
Oh, yeah, sure. Let's see. Belden, Mrs. Belden. How's that, eh?
Too good. I'd rather you save the characterizing until you see the doctor.
Okay.
Oh, say, Suppose you have to produce a husband.
Oh, very simple in that case. You'll be my husband, Lamont.
What?
Now, let's get going. Mrs. Belden may have a date with destiny.
Come on, fellas, let's get to our business. How do we stand with Mrs. Graham?
We'll get the insurance check tomorrow.
You know, we almost bungled that job.
Yeah? How?
Defective matches. Mrs. Graham told me that it took hours for her husband to die. We must be more careful in the future. Now, there's my buzzer. You gentlemen wait in the next room.
You wouldn't be ashamed of Wallace and me, would you?
Do I have to answer that?
No. Okay, Pascal.
There are cigars and matches on the table. Help yourself.
No, thanks. I carry my own matches.
A wise guy.
Yeah.
Well, how do you do? You wish to see me?
Yeah, are you Dr. Pascal?
Yes, I am Dr. Pascal.
Oh,
Well, come right in, please.
Thanks.
Yes, sit down here.
Yes, sir.
Now then, what's your trouble?
Well, Doctor, I ain't been able to sleep nights for a long time.
Yes?
I got until I wake up with a start just as soon as I go to sleep.
No, now, don't be nervous, dear lady. But tell me, how did you happen to come to me?
I saw your name on the door.
Oh, you just happened in, is that it?
Yes, sir.
Where do you live?
On Charles Street.
Oh, that's quite a distance from here. You passed a lot of doctors on the way.
Well, I got a cousin living in this neighborhood.
Oh.
I come up here pretty near every day.
I see. And what is the name?
My cousin?
Yours.
Oh, mine, huh? Belden.
Married, I suppose?
Yes, sir.
Would you sit under this light, please?
Yes, sir. Gee, it sort of blinds me.
Now, don't be nervous. Now, Mrs. Belden, I am not in the strict sense a medical man. I don't use medicines, drugs to affect cures. You see, most ailments are external. They spring from a cause outside the person affected. You, for example, are an obvious nervous case.
Oh, I get terrible nervous sometimes.
Now, that ailment does not necessarily come from inside you. It's the result of a condition which you are constantly in contact with. It might be an unhappy marriage. It might be...
Would that cause it, Doctor?
An unhappy marriage? Oh, very likely. I have had women come to me who are on the verge of insanity.
Oh, gosh.
Now, of course, I'm not saying that that's so in your case. You may be very happily married.
Well, no, Doctor, I ain't. I don't get along with my husband very well.
Oh, now that's too bad, Mrs. Belden.
Gee, can I close my eyes for a minute? That light.
Well, I'll turn it off. There. Now, it'll be a long time before I'll permit myself to arrive at a definite conclusion on your case, Mrs. Belden. However, if your husband should be the cause of your trouble, you can easily correct it.
Yeah, how?
By simply ridding yourself of the cause.
By ridding myself of... Oh, there ain't much chance of that. My husband never give me a divorce.
Well, you just leave your case in my hands. And you'll be taken care of. Yes. Come in and see me Wednesday at 4.
Yeah, Wednesday at 4.
That's right. We'll go into your case more thoroughly at that time.
Thanks, Doctor. Appreciate that very much.
Oh, that's quite all right. Good day, Mrs. Belden.
Goodbye, Doctor.
All right for us to come out now?
Oh, yes, it's all right. You heard the interview?
Yeah, we sure did. That prospect's certainly ripe for plucking.
Looks like an easy few $1,000s for it.
That's the trouble. It looks too easy.
What do you mean? You think she's a phony?
Possibly. If she is, she's not in this alone. We've got to play along. I want to know who's in on it with her.
Well, what can we do?
I'm going to send her to you, Nelson. I want you to size her up. If you should confirm my suspicions, then I'll have her bring her husband here.
For what?
He's probably a plant. If he is, then we can nip the thing quickly and completely.
How?
By a process of swift elimination.
There it is, Lamont. Pascal's office is in that little frame house beside the grocery store.
It's a modest enough place. Why do you suppose he wants to see me?
Well, they probably want to condition your mind for a big insurance policy. Just as they did your gardener, John Graham.
Margot, you seem to think Pascal has several confederates.
Yes. Well, there's that lawyer he sent me to, Nelson. Then there's a mind reader by the name of Wallace.
But remember, Margot, all of these deaths have been certified as natural. How do you suppose they bring about these deaths?
Well, I haven't progressed that far in their confidence yet. But it's coming, I'm sure.
Margot, I do hope you're right about this affair. But now I think I'd better go in alone first and form my own impression of Dr. Pascal.
But he asked me to come with my husband.
Well, I'll tell him I'm to meet you in his office. And you come in after I've been there about 5 minutes.
Well, all right, if you think that's best.
I'll walk on. You stay here in the car, Margot.
All right, Lamont.
And don't forget, Margot, give me 5 minutes leeway.
Yes, Lamont.
There's no mistake about it, I tell you, Pascal. I knew there was something familiar about her face. Then I remembered where I'd seen her. I went down to the newspaper office and dug up this issue of the paper.
That's her picture, all right, Nelson. Margot Lane, prominent society girl.
That's right. The man beside her in this picture, well, he's probably the one she's bringing here as her husband.
Lamont Cranston, man about town.
What are you going to do, Pascal?
We can't take any chances, Nelson. They must be destroyed. Both of them.
Uh-huh.
Oh, here, Nelson, through this door. It leads out the side entrance.
Okay. Good luck, Pascal.
Thank you. Oh. Well, how do you do? You wish to see me?
Dr. Pascal?
Yes?
I'm Mr. Belden.
Oh, Mr. Belden. Well, didn't your wife come with you? I expected her.
I'm supposed to meet her here.
Well, in that case, I guess you'll be along soon.
My wife said you wanted to talk to me.
Oh, it's nothing of great importance, Mr. Belden. I simply felt a man should know his wife's doctor.
Well, how's that going to help her?
Eh? Mr. Belden, your face looks familiar. I've seen you somewhere before.
Yeah? I ain't never seen you before.
I'm sure I've seen you.
Well, lots of people see me. I drive a cab.
Oh, a cab driver, eh? Truly a man about town, eh?
Huh? Oh, yeah. I get around all right.
Yes, I imagine you do. Will you have a cigar with me, Mr. Belden?
I smoke cigarettes.
Oh, here, have one of mine.
I got my own.
Match, then?
Thanks. You want a light?
After you.
Okay.
Oh, that one must have been damp.
Yeah, I guess so. Well, some matches you'll get, believe me.
Try the third. I'm sure you'll get results from that one.
I hope so. Well, it's a buck.
Well, what's the matter, Mr. Cranston? Aren't you going to smoke with me?
This match.
My, what an inglorious end for the glamorous man about town. Yeah, now, come along, Mr. Cranston. I have a room all ready for you. Ah, there's your wife. There we are. Now, you won't be alone long, Mr. Cranston. You'll be joined directly by the corpse of Margot Lane. Ah, Mrs. Belden, do come in.
Thanks, Doctor. My husband here?
Your husband? Oh, yes, he was supposed to come with you today. Well, make yourself comfortable. He hasn't arrived yet.
What?
Well, now, in the meantime, I have something which I'm sure will interest you. A little picture a friend of mine cut out of the paper.
Oh.
Surprised, aren't you, Mrs. Belden? I was, too, when I saw it. I said, my, what a strange coincidence. This Margot Lane looks exactly like my Mrs. Belden.
Yeah. Yeah, she does look like me.
Now, wouldn't it really be amazing if Mr. Belden turned out to resemble this Lamont Cranston in the same picture? It could happen, you know.
Yeah, I guess so. Well, I better go and see what's keeping her.
Oh, no, Mrs. Belden. He should be here directly. Be patient. Just sit down, please. There we are. Cigarette, Mrs. Belden?
No, I don't smoke.
Oh, but you should. Good for the nerves. As your physician, I prescribe it. Here, I'll give you a light. Oh.
What's the matter, Dr. Pascal? You dropped the matches.
Why? I didn't drop the matches. They were knocked from my hand. What was that? I heard a man's laugh.
So you did, Doctor.
Hey, who spoke? Who are you? What are you?
I am the factor you failed to reckon with when you embarked on your murder-for-profit enterprise. I am the Shadow.
The Shadow? Yes, I've heard of you, but murder for profit. I don't know what you mean by that.
You're responsible for the death of John Graham and many others.
Why, this is nonsense. I never heard of a John Graham.
No use bluffing, Pascal. I've already phoned the police to pick up your two henchmen, Nelson and Wallace. You're next.
The police have no evidence against me.
That's a lack I shall supply. I have some of your ingenious little matches.
Matches? You lie. You can't.
And I have proof that at least 10 people died with a box of your matches beside them.
I see. And you think you can stop me from leaving here?
Try it.
Very well, I'll call you.
Look out, Margot.
Don't let him go.
Oh.
Perhaps you're convinced now that it would be best to await the police quietly?
Well, I suppose you're right. I've always believed that one should accept the inevitable in good grace. In fact, with nonchalance. I know of no better way to emulate that attitude than to have a smoke.
Pascal, don't. Wait.
Now, Mr. Shadow, your police shall find me waiting in supreme calm.
I'm glad we're on our way home, Lamont. I feel as though I've been living in a land of the dead.
That's very near to the truth, Margot. We were both pretty close to it.
What will happen to Mrs. Graham and those other women who worked with Pascal in killing their husbands?
The law will deal with them, dear.
Lamont, how did you ever find out about those matches?
Well, I learned that many of the people who died so mysteriously were found with an empty matchbox beside them. But that peculiar circumstance didn't crystallize in my mind until Pascal invited me to have a smoke.
Well, why didn't the match kill you?
Because I had palmed Pascal's match and lit one of my own. He thought he had me, though.
Lamont.
Yes?
Wouldn't it be wonderful?
Wouldn't what be wonderful?
If you were only that clever at planting rose bushes.
Who is the arch criminal who believes he can realize his base desires by outwitting the shadow? The weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The shadow knows.
Shadow, mysterious character who aids the forces of law and order, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. The Shadow uses his hypnotic power to cloud men's minds so that they cannot see him. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the unseen voice of the Shadow belongs. Today's story, The Stockings Were Hung. This is a story of Christmas time in a great city. Tonight, with Margot Lane and Lamont Cranston, we look in on the lives of the Grover family.
Get out of here. Get out. You'll not get a cent of pay from me, Mr. Grover.
Simon Jordan, you know my wife's dead and I have 2 children. And it's Christmas. I've got
Get
to.
out. Get out before
It's Christmas time in a great city. As our scene opens, we find Margot and Lamont coming down in the elevator from Margot's apartment.
Yeah, here's where we get out, Margot. Where now?
Over to the club, Lamont, to pick up a Christmas basket of food to deliver.
Good.
Oh, look, Lamont, it's snowing.
What do you think of that?
I want to stop the corner and see my friend Spike.
Spike?
Yes, Spike Grover. He's a newsboy. I always buy my papers for him. There's Spike on the corner.
Busy little man, isn't he?
I always give him $5 for Christmas.
In spite of all you've said about organized charity, giving one isolated newsboy $5.
But, Lamont, this is different.
Your papers.
I should say it is different. It isn't even Spike.
Paper, mister? Paper?
Yes, the young lady would like a paper to cover her new hat. If you can call that Christmas tree ornament a hat.
Where's Spike Grover?
Spike's got family trouble. He's a pal of mine, Spike is. Tells me everything. He knows I can keep a secret.
Family trouble?
Well, it's very confidential. You see, Spike and his sister Janie, you see, they haven't got any mother. They only got a father. And you see, I don't tell anybody, but Spike's grandfather owned the Grover Importing Company.
Wait a minute. You're way ahead of me.
Now, look. Spike's grandfather owned the Grover Importing business, and Spike's name is Grover. So Spike and his father should own the Grover Importing business. And, well, it seems there's a fellow named Jordan worked for Spike's grandfather. And the way I figure it, this fellow Jordan put the snatch on the whole business.
Did what?
Lady, you wouldn't understand. I was just telling this gentleman here, as far as I can figure, this old miser named Jordan steals the whole business right out from under Spike's father's nose. So a couple of days ago, Jordan fired Spike's father from his own business, mind you. Ain't that awful?
But where's Spike?
And where's his father?
Lady, if I knew that, I'd tell Spike.
Well, where does he live?
He lives in the old house down on South and 7th Street.
What's your name, son?
They call me Gabby. But, you know, I could never figure out why.
No? Well, Gabby, here's a Christmas present for you.
Oh, thanks. Gee, thanks, mister.
Merry Christmas, Gabby.
And the same to you, lady.
Bye. Well, you go over to your club and pick up the Christmas basket, Margot. I think I'll go down and see Spike and family. I'll pick you up at the club, Margot. A cab?
You want a cab, mister? You want a cab?
Yes. Take me to South and 7th Street, please.
South and 7th Street, yeah, South and 7th.
Thanks. Oh, by the way, I want to stop at a pet shop on the way. Do you know a good one nearby?
Well, I don't know where there's one. Oh, yeah, I do know where there's one on the next block, that is.
Well, that's where we're going, then. Oh, driver, are you busy tonight?
Yeah, I gotta drive this cab. Ain't it awful, ain't it?
That's what I mean. That's what I... Now you've got me doing it.
Doing what?
Hiring the cab for tonight.
You mean it?
Sure.
Gee, Santa Claus. I didn't know you without them whiskers. That's a joke. Hey, there's the pet shop, mister. There it is.
Well, that's fine. Thanks. What's your name?
Louis.
Well, come on, Louis. Let's buy a pup.
Buy a pup, huh? Buy a pup, oh boy. Hey, the red one in the window?
Sold, Louis, sold.
Oh, that's a cute pup. That's a cute pup, all right.
How much is the red setup up in the window?
Oh, that's a very fine animal. $35.
Fine, wrap it up.
I beg your pardon?
Put it in a cardboard carton with some holes in it. We'll take it with us.
Oh, very good, sir.
Well, now, Louis, you'll take the pup in front, see? It's a surprise for a young lady we'll pick up later. She mustn't know about it.
Yeah, sure. Say, but suppose it begins to bark or whine or something.
Well, if she asks what it is, you just tell her a box of books.
Hey, yeah, that's smart. But wait a minute. What kind of books am I going to say if it starts to bark?
Oh, that's easy. You just call for Sneeze.
Believe me, mister, if you didn't want this hack for the evening, I tell you, it sounds a little screwy to me, I tell you.
Here's your dog, sir. Fine animal indeed.
Louis, Sneeze.
Huh?
Sneeze.
Oh.
Gesundheit.
Thanks.
Great, Louis, great. Take the box of books now. We're off to South and 7th Street.
Mother would be very mad if I didn't make these cookies just perfect for Daddy. Let me see. Here it is, Mother's recipe for Christmas cookies. 1 1/4 cups of flour. I've got that. 1 1/2 teaspoons vanilla. Maybe nobody'd notice if there's no vanilla in them. 1/3 cup of sugar. 1/8 and 1/2 cup of butter. 1/2 cup of butter? I haven't even got half a cup of butter. Oh, I wanted so much to surprise Daddy.
Well, that's no way to feel on Christmas Eve. What's the matter, Jamie?
I haven't got hardly any butter.
Well, we'll take care of that in a minute, Jamie. But I came here looking for your brother Kingsley.
But I don't know where my brother is because he's looking for my father. And I don't know where my father is. Daddy hasn't been home for 2 whole days.
Oh, easy, Jamie.
But Kingsley says Daddy will be home for Christmas.
I'm sure he will.
But now Kingsley's gone. I haven't any butter, and Mother always made such good Christmas cookies.
Well, now, look, Janie. I think this will give you all the butter you want and anything else you might need for your Christmas cookies.
Oh, it's $5.
You can't expect me to find your father and Kingsley if you don't have Christmas cookies ready for them when they come home.
Will you really bring them home?
I'll try, Janie. I'll try.
Hey, is this where we picked the young lady up?
Yes, Louis. And don't forget, that's a box of books you have in front and not a dog. And don't forget, if he barks, you sneeze.
Okay.
Well, there's Miss Lane now. Oh, Margot. Been waiting long?
Oh, no, Lamont. Whew, I just piled the snow on my best hat so I look like the spirit of Christmas.
Oh, the sunshine.
Did you deliver your last basket?
Yes. What's that package you have in front, driver?
Oh, I got it. A box of books. I got a box of books.
Oh. Well, I thought you'd never get here.
The South and 7th Street, Louis. That's Spike's house, Margot. You wait here, Louis.
Yeah, sure, boss. Sure.
Margot, this is Spike's house.
Let's go
in and see Jenny, huh?
Oh, good. I want to meet her. Lamont, look. Those 2 boys are fighting. And that smaller boy is Spike.
It is? Hey, you youngsters.
Let go of that tree. It's mine.
Stop picking on him, you big bully.
Oh, scram.
Gee, Miss Lane, I found this tree.
You did not.
Come on, you young hoodlums. Hey, now, wait a minute, one at a time.
I saw it in the gutter.
Listen, young man.
I suggest that you run along and let Spike have his tree.
Who's going to make me?
Why, you young rapscallion.
Lamont, remember, peace on earth.
I'll get you, Spike, when you haven't got your gang with you.
What a piece of the society column. The well-known clubman, Lamont Cranston, seen brawling... Ow! Why, that... He hit me with a snowball.
Remember, Margot, peace on earth.
Well, if you were half a man, you'd do something about it.
Never let it be said.
Well, here, you're not going to throw a snowball at him.
It wouldn't look well if I shot him, would it?
Boy, what a wing!
Out! Hey, who do you think you are, Lefty Gomez or something? I'll get you, Spike.
Mister, and it isn't even a good Christmas tree.
Oh, Spike, it's a beautiful tree.
It hasn't got many needles, but gee, you gotta have a Christmas tree when you got a girl in the house.
You're right, Kingsley.
Kingsley, have you been talking to my sister?
Yes?
Nothing's happened to my dad yet, has it?
Why, of course not. We know your dad's missing, so we just came down to help.
Have you any idea where your father is, Spike?
Oh, gee, he'll show up.
Have you been to the place where he works?
I mean, where he used to work. That old skinflint Mr. Jordan won't let him work there anymore.
I see. Have you asked the police for help?
Well, that's just the trouble, Mr. Cranston. I can't.
Why not, Spike?
Oh, it's kind of private.
Well, here, you must tell us or we won't be able to help you.
Oh, well, all right. See, I went there yesterday and Mr. Jordan said he hadn't seen Dad, and when he did, he was going to have him thrown in jail.
What?
Yeah. Mr. Jordan said my dad did something to the books or something, and that he was a thief. My dad wouldn't do anything like that.
I'm sure he wouldn't, Spike.
Bet he wouldn't. Especially because that business really belongs to him, and it's supposed to belong to me someday when I get big. If anybody's a thief, it's that old skinflint Mr. Jordan.
Now, look, Spike. The first thing we've got to do is to find your father.
Yeah.
The best thing to do is to get the police to help us.
Oh, but maybe they'll arrest him.
But you and I both know that your dad didn't do anything wrong.
Yeah, that's right. Maybe they can find him, huh? Maybe they can find him.
Sure they can. You tell me what he looks like. Then you and Miss Lane go in the house, and I'll go to police headquarters. Good evening, Sergeant Murphy.
Well. Season's greetings to you, Mr. Cranston.
Same to you. Sergeant, Kingsley Grover Sr. has been missing for 2 days.
Tell me what he looks like, and we'll start looking.
His son Spike told me that he was 5 feet 10, weighed about 165, was wearing a brown overcoat.
Calling all cars. Missing since last Friday. Kingsley Grover Sr. Height 5 feet. Harbor Patrol. This is headquarters. We're looking for Kingsley Grover Sr. Height 5 feet 10. Weight...
City Morgue.
Hello, cheerful. Headquarters calling. Merry Christmas. Have you got a stiff on ice about 5 feet 10? Weight...
Hello, Mr. Cranston. Did you find out anything about Spike's old man at police headquarters? No, not yet. Miss Lane's still in the house? Yeah, she's there with Spike and his sister. Say, the dog's all right. I didn't have to sneeze or nothing. He was so quiet I thought he was froze or something. So put my hand inside the box. You know what happened? No. He bit my finger. He's a cod, all right. He's a cod. Keep up the good work, Louis. I'm going in the house. Okay, boss, okay. Hello, everybody.
Oh, Mom, come on down here. Lovely gentleman. Gee, you were gone a long time, Mr. Cranston. The police find him?
They'll get him soon, Spike. Don't be impatient now.
No, I won't be impatient. Say, would it be bad if you and Miss Lane went into the other room for a minute? I want to talk to my sister. Do you mind?
No, of course not, Spike. Come on with me, Lamont.
It'll only be a second.
Take your time, Spike.
Look at Janie. We'll find him in time for Christmas.
And still the search for Spike's father goes on. The machine of the police looking everywhere. Hours pass, and no word. Now we find Kingsley going up to old Mr. Jordan's office.
Mr. Jordan!
Who is it? Oh, it's you, is it? Get out of here.
Please tell me where my father is.
I don't know where that thieving father of yours is. If I did...
He's not a thief. If anybody's a thief, you are.
You shut your lying, dirty mouth.
You stole my father's business. He should be here, not you.
I'll flash you within an inch of your life, you little gutter snipe. Take that.
Oh, please don't hit me with that chain again, please.
You don't like that, eh? And that.
Oh, please stop it.
that red welt across your cheek?
Mr. Jordan hit me with his cane.
Oh, you poor child. Come here, I'll wash it out.
Now we have to plan what we're going to do. Have you any suggestions, Spike?
Only one, Mr. Cranston.
What's that?
Well, it sounds kind of silly, maybe even to try it, but you see, Dad and me, Dad and I, well, we always used to walk up the avenue on Christmas Eve.
Oh, it stings a little, doesn't it?
It's all right. Well, anyway, we'd look in the store windows and we'd see what we'd buy for ourselves and Janie and Mother when she was alive. If we had all the money we wanted. I thought I'd walk up the avenue tonight and... Well, I guess it sounds kind of silly, but I would like to.
That's a wonderful idea, Kingsley. And Margot.
Yes, Lamont.
Why don't you go along and take a pencil and paper and write down all the things Spike would like for himself and his sister?
We never did that.
No? Well, just think what fun you'd have. Talking it over with Janie afterwards if you had a list.
Gee, that's right. Let's go. Oh, and you know, we might even run into Dad.
Well, sure you might.
Aren't you coming with us, Mr. Cranston?
Well, yes, of course. I'll join you on the avenue, but first I want to get to the police station again and check up.
Oh, Janie. Yes, Kingsley? You better stay here and watch those cookies don't burn again. All right.
I'll be with you in a little while.
I guess I can close the books for tonight. I've had a good year. Who's there? No one. I guess I'll give myself a Christmas present of a new latch for the door. That Grover brat must have left it open. He's too smart, that boy. You don't have to worry about any Grovers ever again, Simon Jordan. Simon Jordan. That's going to look fine in new gilt letters on the door. Instead of Grover's important company. You're pretty slick, Simon Jordan. These books are fixed so cleverly that even the Supreme Court couldn't tell that Simon Jordan didn't own this company. Hey, what was that? Who said that?
No one said anything, Simon Jordan. I was just enjoying your joke with you.
Where are you? I can hear your voice.
Of course you can hear my voice, Simon Jordan. But you can't see me. I'm in the shadows. The shadows of your mind.
Go away. Go away from me.
I thought you might be lonely.
No, I'm not. Go on, go away.
I came to ask you about the Grovers.
Hey? What do you know about the Grovers?
Enough, Simon Jordan. Enough to know that your altered books would not fool the Supreme Court.
Hey? You're not a spirit, are you?
In a sense, yes. I try to represent the spirit of honesty and justice. And when Simon Jordan beats a child with his cane, steals from the father of that child like a low, sneaking thief, then I must talk to Simon Jordan.
I'm not a thief.
No. I should not disgrace thieves by calling you one of them.
Hey?
You're a man too mean to be a thief, Jordan.
Yeah.
What do you want from this world?
None of your business what I want.
I'll tell you. You want money. Nothing but money. I feel sorry for you, Simon.
Oh.
I'm going to go now. But I want to leave one thought with you.
Eh?
You're an old man. You don't have much longer to live.
What?
All your life's work is your money. It's rather an empty victory, isn't it? You're alone in the world. Your money doesn't do anyone any good, Simon Jordan.
Eh?
But you can rest easy in your shriveled soul because the Grovers will be taken care of. The shadow will take care of them.
The shadow?
There they are, Louie. Stop here. Margot, Spike. Hello.
Hello there, Lamont.
I thought I'd never pick you up.
We're beginning to worry, too.
How are things down at the police station?
Well, not much news yet, Spike. But they've got a couple of leads that might amount to something.
That's good.
Are you pretty near the end of your Christmas Eve walk, Spike?
We've got one more stop. Pop and me always stopped in here at the cathedral, just to get out of the cold for a minute. You don't have to be afraid. They'll let you in.
If you take us, they will, Spike.
Up these steps.
Lamont, I didn't know there were as many windows in town. I'm dead. I've got a list of presents as long as... Oh, there's your arm.
Don't sweat, Miss Lane.
I hope you've got a preferred list.
Oh, I have.
Here, in here. Boy, this door's heavy. We can stand back here and listen.
All right, Spike.
Look, Lamont, that poor man over in the corner.
Yes.
Mr. Cranston, it's my dad.
What?
It's my dad. Daddy. Dad, speak to me. Speak to me. He won't speak to me.
Mr. Grover. Mr. Grover, this is your son. Don't you know him?
Dad.
I can't remember. Margot, this man has been hurt.
Let's get him outside, Lamont.
Do you remember your name, sir?
Gee, there's something wrong with him.
My name? You must try to remember.
Truck. Skidding. Hit me.
Oh. Why did you come to the cathedral tonight?
It's Christmas Eve. Always come here.
Who is we?
I can't remember.
Emily, Miss Lane leave some packages with you?
Did she leave some packages? Did she leave some? She dumped them in the back of the hack and went to the kids. He, Spike, was talking all the way down about you found his old man. Is that the kid's old man with you?
Yes, he's in pretty good shape now.
Oh, gee, that's the nuts. That certainly is.
Now, Louis, don't forget to bring in those packages when I call you. All right, now, Mr. Grover. Just lean on me. You're still a little bit shaky.
I know it.
Now, watch the step.
I'm all right, thank you.
Yeah, you're fine now. All right. You go first.
Merry Christmas, children.
Daddy! Oh!
How is the lady of the house?
Oh, just wonderful now you're here. Oh, Daddy. And I make Christmas cookies, too.
Fine. And how about you, young man? How have you been behaving?
I've been getting along all right.
Where did you get that nasty welt across your cheek? You haven't been in a fight, have you, son?
Oh, I'll go.
Oh, no, sir. It was only an accident.
Mr. Jordan, what are you doing here?
I came to speak on a matter of business.
I don't believe this is the occasion for a business discussion.
Oh, I think it is, Mr. Grover. In going over the books tonight, I found that a great and terrible mistake has been made.
Huh?
The Grover Importing Company has been making more money than I thought, and over half of it is rightfully yours as partner in the company.
Partner?
Yes, part owner. And I hope you'll find it within your heart to forget any misunderstandings we may have had and that you take over the responsibilities of partnership immediately. Yes, that's all I've got to say. Good night, and Merry Christmas to you all.
Oh, how can such an awful old man say such beautiful things?
Well, we haven't time to talk about whether he's awful or not. We have things to do. Louis!
Oh, you don't have to yell. I'm right here. I got all the stuff right with me.
Good. Bring it right in.
Look, presents. Are they for us? Quiet, Janie. Of course they're not.
But they are, Kingsley.
Oh, don't kid me, Mr. Cranston.
You're not getting fired.
I don't know how I can ever repay you for what you, Miss Lane, and Mr. Cranston have done tonight.
We've been more than repaid, I assure you. Louis, don't bring that in here. I didn't tell you I wanted you to bring that in.
It was my own idea, and I'm not even going to have to sneeze. Oh, I dropped.
Oh, Lamont, you're a darling. Did you get that puppy?
Well, yes.
Gee, is that for us, too?
Why, oh, of course, Spike. Mr. Cranston got that for you as a surprise.
Margot, hear ye. It's about time for all three of you, and that means you too, Mr. Grover, to sit down and open some packages. We've got to go. You ready, Margot? Where's Louis?
He went outside.
Merry Christmas to you all, and to you all, good night.
Merry Christmas.
Merry. Well, Margot, earlier tonight, we disagreed on our interpretation of charity. Silly, wasn't it?
I know what you mean, Lamont.
There should never be a thing called charity. There should never have been the necessity to create the word. In this short span we call our lives, if each man would only realize that every other man has dreams and hopes, this world wouldn't be a topsy-turvy place. Then peace on earth would be a fact. Goodwill would be for every man.
Is that you, Louis? Oh, me? Yeah, Mr. Cranston.
Have you got a cold?
A box of books.
Box of books? But you brought that inside.
Yeah, but this is another one.
Another one?
Yeah, another one. It's for you, Miss Lane.
You mean it's another puppy?
Yeah, it's my own idea. You see, when I went by the pet shop, and the other pup's brother was in the window, so I went in and I pet him on the head. Do you know what he done, Mr. Cranston?
No.
He bit my finger. Oh, he's a cod. So I had to go and get him for Miss Lane. And I charged him to you, I did.
Aunt.
Yes, Margot.
I'd like to say something.
Why, certainly. What do you want to say?
Merry Christmas to everybody.
Thank you, Margot and Lamont. Today's program is based on a story copyrighted by the Shadow magazine. The characters, names, places, and plot are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. The Shadow magazine is on sale at your local newsstand.
The weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The Shadow knows.
Shadow, mysterious character who aids the forces of law and order, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. The Shadow uses his hypnotic power to cloud men's minds so that they cannot see him. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the unseen voice of the Shadow belongs. Today's story, Murder in the Death House. It is 7 o'clock in the evening. Margot is in the office of Wilson M. Tuttle, head of the new reform party called the Citizens Committee.
Miss Lane, I'm going to make you my aide in the Women's Division of the Citizens Committee. You've shown such zeal in recruiting people to our cause.
Well, the cause of a cleaner state is one that isn't hard to work for, Mr. Tuttle.
You're right, Miss Lane. As you probably know, I'm an amateur at politics myself. But when I understood what graft and corruption there was in our state, I decided it was time for me to take an active interest.
Well, if we get Warden Cooper in the governor's chair, things in this state will change for the better.
I hope so. But the machine that controls things in this state isn't going to give up without a fight. And I can promise you it won't be a fair one.
You mean that they'll try to discredit Warden Cooper in the voters' eyes?
Certainly. There's a ring of racketeers and mobsters in this state headed by one man. The underworld refers to him as the Brain. That's all anybody seems to know about him.
Well, I know one person who'd like to meet him.
And who is that, Miss Lane?
Why, a friend of mine. Oh, by the way, what time is it?
7:20.
7:20? Good heavens, and I was supposed to meet Lamont at 6:45. I've got to go, Mr. Tuttle.
But I haven't told you what your duties are.
Well, I'll come and see you tomorrow. Lamont will be furious.
All right, Miss Lane. I'll expect you at the People's Rally tonight, though.
Margot, would you mind telling me where I'm going in such a hurry?
To a meeting of the Citizens Committee, Lamont, and we're late now.
Oh. Margot, just what is this Citizens Committee?
What is it? Why, it's the most potent organization in this town. We're fighting crime and corruption, crooked politics and graft.
Oh, easy, Margot, easy. I have to get you a derby and a soapbox.
But, Lamont, with Warden Cooper as our candidate for governor and Wilson Tuttle behind us, we ought to sweep the state.
Whew, you take another corner like that, and the state will be sweeping us out of a ditch. Say, who is this fellow Tuttle?
A retired lawyer. He has scads of money. And with his support behind us...
Here we go, sweeping the state again. Too bad you won't be alive to enjoy it.
Oh.
Say, Margot, what does this Citizens Committee stand for?
Law and order. And we're going
Law and order, eh? Now, listen, Margot. I know Warden Cooper, and if he's elected, the first thing I'm going to have him clean up is reckless driving, and I do mean you.
Oh, but, Lamont, I've simply got to hear the speeches.
Has it ever occurred to you that you have a radio in this car of yours?
A radio? Oh, please, Lamont, Oh, yes, of course I have.
And the speeches are being broadcast?
Oh, dear, so they are. Why didn't I think of that?
That, Margot, might come under the heading of womanly intuition.
It takes a second to warm up.
A cause that every citizen of our great country should be proud to fight for. the cause of law and order.
Oh, isn't he wonderful?
He's a powerful speaker, but I don't...
Lamont, I want to hear this speech.
We have the governorship of our state. A man who, if elected, would make this state the cleanest in the country. Warden Richard Cooper. Unfortunately, Warden Cooper cannot be with us tonight in person. He has his duties to perform at the state penitentiary, but he will speak to us from there by special wire. Ladies and gentlemen of the Citizens Committee and of our state, I give you Warden Richard Cooper, our next governor.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Tuttle spoke of the duties that keep me here at the penitentiary tonight. I believe you all know what those duties are. Tonight, Killer Gorin is to pay his debt to society, and a large debt that is. At this very moment, Gorin sits in a death house of this prison. He boasted that he couldn't be captured and convicted. When he was captured and convicted, he boasted that we couldn't execute him, that the leader of his ring of racketeers and mobsters would rescue him. Well, ladies and gentlemen, tonight is the night when Killer Gorin will pay for his crimes against society. I stand on my record. Killer Gorin will die in the chair tonight.
The warden says I'm going to croak in the chair tonight, eh? That's a good laugh.
You ain't got very long, Gorin.
I ain't got long? I got my whole life in front of me. They're not going to fry me tonight. I got connections.
Pipe down, Gorin.
I don't have to pipe down for you, screw, or for anybody else. You can tell that to your warden.
Gorin, I've never seen a man as hard as you. You asked for a radio to hear the warden's speech when you knew he was going to talk about you going to the chair.
I'd just like to hear my name mentioned coast to coast.
Gorin, if you weren't going to... Well, you'll get yours. Gee, Gorin, you oughtn't to act like that tonight.
What about tonight?
Well, look, we're all in this place together. You're going tonight. Smokey over there goes next week, and then I follow.
So what?
Well, I try not to think about it. But you don't give me a chance to forget.
Now, look, Chum, I don't have to worry. I'm getting out. But if it'll make you feel any better, I'll quit talking. Hey, Smokey.
Yeah,
Give us a song.
No, I don't get him to sing it again. It's too sad.
You heard me, Smokey. Give us a song.
What you all want me to sing, Killer?
Something good and unhappy. We got to keep Chum here cheered up.
Okay. Nobody knows the trouble I see.
Shut up, Smokey, shut up.
Keep it up, Smokey. You're terrific.
I can cut this song. It's driving me out of my head.
I like it. Keep it up, Smokey.
Cut it out.
Keep it up. Keep it up.
Stop this racket. What's the meaning of all this? Speak up.
It's Smokey singing, Warden. It's driving me nuts.
All right, quiet, you men. Gorin, I've come to tell you that the time has come.
So what?
The chaplain is with me. Wouldn't you like to say something to him?
No.
Please, my son, let me speak with you for a few minutes. I'm sure you'll feel much better.
You're all acting like I was really going to fry tonight. Well, I ain't. You understand, Warden? I ain't going to fry in the chair. And you ain't going to be governor. Because you're going to look pretty silly when people find out you can't run this prison right.
What are you talking about?
The brain don't like you, Warden. And he'd like you even less if you get to be governor. So, he's going to stop you.
The brain?
My boss. Only one guy in this state knows who he really is. And that's me.
And your boss, the brain, as you call him, is out to get me?
Out to get you? He's got you now.
We'll see about that. Guard, unlock Gorin's cell.
Yes, sir.
Gorin, since you've refused the comfort that the chaplain has offered you...
Please, son, for the last time.
Let chaplain save your breath. I ain't going to die.
All right, let's start. Guards on either side. Chaplain, you and I'll walk behind.
Come on, Gorin. This is your last mile.
That's what you think.
Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name.
Yeah, this feels
Thy
good.
kingdom come.
I needed exercise.
My white boy.
Give us this
It won't hurt much, killer. They tell me it's over quick. I'll be back in a few minutes, fellas.
Open the door, guard.
Just a minute, Warden.
Yes?
Now that you got me where you want me, can I have a last request?
Anything within reason, Gorin?
Well, when they strap me in the chair and they put the clamp on my head, that's what they do, ain't it?
Yes, Gorin.
And then when they turn on the juice, would you hold my hand?
Is the warden ready, guard?
Yeah. He said to wait for his signal to throw the switch.
Good. I'm glad we're getting this over with in a hurry tonight. I want to get home. My wife isn't feeling so well.
Yeah? Is that so?
Yeah, she's been ailing now for... Say, what's the matter with you?
I don't know.
Oh, I get it. You're new here at the prison, aren't you?
Yeah.
Well, it's sort of tough to watch him get it the first couple of times.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
Now, you'd better stay in here with me. The warden asks why you didn't come back into the death chamber. I'll tell him that you were helping me.
Thanks.
And it won't be so bad in here. You don't have to watch anything. When I get the signal, I just throw this big switch here, and it's all over in a few minutes.
That's it, huh?
Yep, that's it.
This guy's let go! You'll be killed! Warden! 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 The executioner, he's...
Shut off the main switch. No, don't touch that. The main switch.
All right.
He's dead. The executioner is dead.
I told you they couldn't kill me!
I don't know what to make of it, Commissioner Weston. Here I thought we had the strongest man in the state as our candidate for governor, and to have this happen.
It wasn't the warden's fault, Mr. Tuttle. The electric chair was rewired to kill the man who touched the switch. But Gorin is going to be executed tonight, for sure. The warden has found a new executioner, and there'll be no slip-ups this time.
I hope not. I hope that Warden Cooper's reputation for efficiency hasn't suffered too much already.
Well, I'm...
Hi, Commissioner. Remember me?
What? How did you get past the man at the desk?
Well, that's a fine way to greet old
I'll
friends.
have that man McGuire fired. I'll have him broken.
Oh, hello,
What
Mr.
kind of
Tuttle.
an
I
office
didn't know
is
you
this?
were here.
Yes, Miss Lane. I came to speak with Commissioner Weston about the happenings at the prison.
You two know each other?
Yes, Miss Lane is one of my assistants on the committee.
Oh, Mr. Tuttle, this is Mr. Cranston.
How do you do, Mr. Tucker?
Cranston, you're an awful nuisance. Why do you bother me all the time? Coming in here like...
Commissioner, I'm writing a book.
What did I tell you, Mr. Tuttle? This man haunts me, never leaves me alone.
What kind of a book, Mr. Cranston?
Well, it's not much of a book at present. It's mostly notes. But I'm going to call it Crime and Its Causes.
Oh, sounds very interesting.
Interesting. What can an amateur Sherlock Holmes know about crime and its causes?
You're right, Commissioner. Absolutely right. I'm just an amateur, no experience. That's why you're going to get me into the death house of the state prison tonight as a guard.
What?
So I can get some local color for my book, some authentic realism.
You think I'm crazy?
No, but you better watch your blood pressure, Commissioner.
Now, look, Weston, tonight Gorin is going to the chair. Don't you see what drama there is there?
There may be drama there, but you're not going to be there as a guard or anything else.
But my literary future depends on it.
No.
Please.
No.
If I promise not to bother you for a month.
Absolutely no. I wouldn't. What?
1 whole month, just for one night, as a prison guard.
Now you're talking. Cranston, if I get you into the prison tonight, you'll stay away from me for a month.
Word of honor.
Cranston, you've made a bargain. But to insure me from you for at least a week, you're going to stay in the death house not just one night. You're going to stay there for 7 whole days. I'll show you.
Are you Kenzie?
Yeah. You're the new guard, ain't you? Warden said you'd be on tonight with me.
Yeah.
Well, things are pretty quiet right now. But you never...
Hey, Kenzie. Who's the new screw?
Shut up, Gorin.
Hey, just a minute, Kenzie. I'd like to talk to Mr. Gorin.
Sure, let the gent speak with me, Kenzie.
So, you're the notorious killer Gorin, huh?
Well, I ain't the warden. What's your moniker?
My name's Jones. John Jones.
I'm pleased to meet you. Now, look, Screw. Just to get things straight around here, I run this place. What I say goes. Get it?
I understand what you said.
that's what you mean.
Oh, a smart guy, huh? You know, it ain't everyone that can talk back to me and get away with it.
So everyone's afraid of you, huh?
Sure. I'm the guy that can't kill.
Say, how did you work that, Gorin?
I got connections. You got to know the right people, Screw.
It certainly was an amazing escape from the chair, all right.
Yeah, it sure was. Did you see the spread I got in all the papers?
Yeah. Listen, you'll pardon me for saying it, but I don't think the pictures did you justice.
You know, that's just what I think. I'm a better-looking mug than those newspaper pictures showed me up to be.
Why, sure. You ought to have your own photographer take them. Then you could be sure.
Say, that's a swell idea, Joan. I'll do that. You know, I like you. Maybe I can help you.
Yeah? How?
By having you meet up with the real bunch that's running this state.
You're a smart guy, Gorin.
Yeah. There's only one guy in the state who's smarter.
Yeah?
Yeah, the brain. He's the one who had the chair rewired and bumped off the executioner last night.
Oh, I wondered how that was done.
He runs everything in the state. Every racket, every mob. You think the warden runs this prison?
Well, who does?
Brain. We've got men planted all over this place.
Gee. How would a guy get in with him?
You mean you'd like to get in?
Yeah.
Maybe you are in. If I say so. Now, listen. Tonight when the break comes...
The break?
You don't think I'm going to stick around and give him another chance to put me in the chair, do you? I did last night because the brain ordered it. It was to make the warden look bad so he wouldn't have a chance of being governor.
Say, that's pretty smart.
Yeah, we thought so. But you ain't very smart, Cranston.
What did you call me?
Cranston. I know why you're here, Stool.
I see. How did you know my name?
I got ways of finding out.
Then you knew all the time. Then all that talk about the jailbreak was just...
There's going to be a break, all right. But it ain't going to do you any good to know about it. I'm going to bump you off myself. Just before.
Well, maybe you are, and maybe you're not.
Nice work, Kenzie.
Gosh, Gorin. Suppose he'd seen me coming up behind him. Suppose he'd been able to get to the warden.
Well, he didn't, so don't worry, Kenzie. Now go on, drag that guy Cranston over in the corner. They're out of sight. When the break comes, I'll fix him so he'll never talk again.
Come in, Mr. Hartnett. Sit down.
Hey, thanks, Warden.
Now, Mr. Hartnett, as our new executioner, you realize what your job is, don't you?
Yes, Warden, I realize.
It's not a pleasant task, but it's one that must be done. You must realize that when you throw the switch, that you're not the one who is executing the man. It's the state and the people of the state. And the man is merely paying for his crimes.
Please, Warden, I'd rather not talk about that part of it.
All right. Well, I've had electrical experts in from town. They've been going over everything all day, but just to make sure, you'd better go over the equipment again.
Yes, sir.
And that's all for now. Can you be ready in about 45 minutes for the execution?
Yes, sir. And thank you, Warden.
That's all. Poor fella. Scared stiff. Well, can't say I blame him. Huh? Who's that? Who just came in? It must be my imagination. This business has got me pretty jumpy.
No, Warden Cooper. It's not your imagination.
Who's there? I can hear your voice, but I can't see you.
Men call me the Shadow.
Shadow?
You've heard of me?
Yes, I've heard of you, Shadow. You fight crime and injustice. You're the fellow nobody can see.
Yes. And that's why I'm here.
What do you want of me?
What do you know of the murder of the executioner?
Nothing, Shadow.
Strange it should happen after Gorin had boasted that he couldn't be killed in the chair.
Shadow, I'm fighting for law and order. Killer Gorin will definitely die tonight. At this very moment, the new executioner is testing the equipment.
What?
There'll be no slip-ups this time.
When did he go to test the equipment?
Just a few minutes ago. Why?
Warden, I've just examined the wiring. Those men you hired to go over it have fixed it so that the whole west wall of the prison will be blown off at the first touch. It was planned for a prison break. Quick, we must stop him before he touches anything.
Come on.
It's too late, Warden.
crew! Go back to your cells or I'll fire. There's only one guard and 20 of us. The rest of the guards on this side must have been knocked off in the explosion. Get out of my way, guard, or we'll let you have it. Shoot him, Emmett. Go on, shoot him. That's got him. Come on.
Stop where you are. All of you, stop.
Hey, look. That gun's hanging in the air by itself. Yeah.
The Shadow is holding that gun.
Shadow, listen.
Go back to your cells. Go back, I say.
If there ain't nothing there, how can it stop it? Come on.
Does that convince you? I fired above your heads that time, but the next time I'll aim lower.
Guess you ain't kidding. Let's go back.
All right, Warden. We've got to stop for a minute. Lock him in.
Let's go back.
Shadow, are you still here?
Yes, Warden.
I want to thank you for what you've done. I don't know how I could have stopped that prison break without you.
I've failed, and so have you.
But the prison break is stopped.
The prison break is stopped, but Killer Gorin has escaped.
But was it necessary for you to bring these reports over to me tonight, Miss Lane?
Well, I suppose they could have waited until tomorrow for your signature, Mr. Tuttle, but, well, I had nothing to do, so I thought I'd bring them over tonight. Now you can have more time to look them over.
Well, thank you very much. I'll do that.
My, you have a lovely home here, Mr. Tuttle.
Yes, well, Miss Lane, it won't be necessary for you to remain. I can go over these reports from the Citizens Committee myself.
Oh, I don't mind waiting. I've got nothing else to do since Lamont got locked up in prison as a guard.
Yes. Well, I'll just sign these papers then, and you can take them back to town with you.
What, without reading them first? Oh, no, that's very bad business, Mr. Tuttle.
But, my eyes are bad. I think it would be better for...
Oh, I'll be glad to read them to you.
Please, Miss Lane, I think you'd better go now.
But I have no place to go, and I love to read aloud.
I think you'd better go, Miss Lane.
Oh, there's your doorbell, Mr. Tuttle. You want me to answer for you?
No, I'll get it.
Why, it's Killer Gorin.
Yes, my little busybody, Killer Gorin.
What's the dame doing here, boss?
He came to see me about the Citizens Committee report. She wouldn't go.
I'll go now, Mr. Tuttle.
Oh, no, my dear Miss Lane. Now you're going to stay here. Permanently.
What? Mr. Tuttle, you want...
Yes, Miss Lane. Wilson Tuttle, known to the world as a prominent citizen on the side of law and order. But my associates know me as the brain.
Then you're the one who's been trying to ruin Warden Cooper. Spoil his chances of being governor.
Yes, my dear Miss Lane. Now you know, but your knowledge will do neither you nor the police any good. Because, you see, you're going to die here.
Oh, no. No, you couldn't. I won't say anything.
Too late, Miss Lane. You would insist on staying. Gorin, give me the gun.
Sure. Yeah, boss.
Turn your head, Miss Lane. I should like very much to get a nice, clean profile shot.
Honey, you can't do this thing. You can't.
Goodbye, Miss Lane. It was so nice knowing...
Oh.
Hey, what is this? What's happened to you, boss?
The same thing that's going to happen to you, Gorin.
Oh, Lamont, you're here.
Yes, Margot, and just in time, too.
Are they unconscious?
For about 5 minutes, I should say.
Oh, you know, Shadow, if I could see you, I'd say I was very happy to see you. Stick around, will you?
I'll stay until the police come to put these men away. But I've got to get back to the prison.
Prison? But your work is done there.
The Shadow's work is done, Margot. But Lamont Cranston promised Commissioner Weston that he would stay in prison for a week. I've got to help him keep that promise.
Well, Miss Lane, I just sent for Mr. Cranston. He ought to be here in my office any minute.
Do you think prison has changed him much, Warden?
I bet it's knocked some of the crazy notions out of his head.
Oh, Lamont, darling, it's so nice to see you.
Hello, Margot. And Commissioner. Hello, Cranston. We're here to let you know that you're being pardoned for good behavior. Thank you.
How about the crime book, Lamont? Did you get any worthwhile material?
Oh, we must have, yes. What with the prison break and escapes. I'll bet you got some exciting data, Cranston.
Well, I did write one chapter when I was here.
About the perils of a guard in the death house?
Worse than that, Commissioner. The perils of riding with a woman driver.
Oh, Lamont.
Today's program is based on a story copyrighted by the Shadow magazine. The characters, names, places, and plot are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. The Shadow magazine is on sale at your local newsstand.